Cha-cha real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, left foot, left step. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. Off this time. Off this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees.
Work it out. Work it out. Let's go.
Yeah.
Work those things. Come on.
Come on. Cha-cha. Now, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Right foot, left step. Left foot, left step. Right foot again. Left foot again. Right foot, left step. Left foot, left step. Freeze!
Everybody clap your hands.
Come on, y'all. Take it out, y'all. How low can you go? Can you go down low?
Oh, who gonna touch the floor this morning? Who gonna touch the floor?
Can you go?
Come on, come on.
Can you bring it to the top?
Bring it up, bring it up.
I can never stop. Can you bring it to the top? One hop. Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Cha-cha real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Reverse. Reverse. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops, 2 hops. 2 hops, 2 hops. Right foot, left step. Left foot, left step. Charlie Brown. Hop it out now. Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Cha-cha now, y'all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, do that.
You know you love me, I know you care. Just shout whenever, and I'll be there.
Sing it, come
You are
on.
my love, you are my heart, and we will never, ever, ever be apart. Are we an item? Don't quit playing. We're just friends. There's
Okay.
another rhythm right in my eyes.
Everybody.
First love broke my heart for the
What'd you
first
say? What'd you
time.
say?
I was like, baby, 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 oh, like baby, 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 oh, like baby, 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 oh. Thought you'd always be mine, mine, baby, 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 oh, like baby, 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 no, like baby, 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 oh. Thought you'd always be mine, mine.
I was 13, I had my first love. There was nobody that compared to my baby, and nobody came between us or could ever come above. She had me going crazy, oh, I was starstruck. She woke me up daily, don't need no Starbucks. She made my heart pound and skip a beat when I see her in the street and at school on the playground. But I really wanna see her on the weekend. She knows she got me dazing, cause she was so amazing. And now my heart is breaking, but I just keep on saying,
baby, baby, oh, like, baby, 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 no, like, baby, 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 oh, thought you'd always be mine, baby, 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 oh, like, baby, 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 no, like, baby, 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 oh, thought you'd always be mine. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge, I watched, I let it burn. I threw your stuff into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into
What'd
the
you say?
bridge.
Come on.
I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge, I watched, I let it burn. I threw your stuff into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. You're on a different road, I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down on Earth, but I am up in space.
Maybe extra sun would tell you why. And she said no, no, a million times no. You know I'll never doubt it, see you letting me go. But I don't wanna wait, never a good time to say goodbye, yeah. Hard enough to say if you love her you can't stay. But I got places to be, I'm due for chasing down the sky. Alright, easier to wait, play it out and let it fade. But I wasn't built for that, your staying isn't in my blood. Fine. Sentimental in my hotel lobby. You know I never meant to leave you like that. I miss you laughing, girl, I miss your body. But here's the moment where we fade to black. I don't wanna wait, never a good time to say goodbye, yeah. I don't wanna wait, maybe extra sun would tell you why. And she said no, no, a million times no. You know I'll never doubt it, see you letting me go. But I don't wanna wait, never a good time to say goodbye, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join us for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
predicting a giant red wave. It didn't happen.
To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors.
America was never great.
When was it ever great?
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
They thought they owned you.
Fascist, misogynistic, backwards.
We are a product of white supremacist systems.
That you could be controlled.
Our generation has a streak of progressivism in it that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
It's going to be a pretty left-leaning generation, perhaps for decades to come.
But you broke free.
You guys are the beginning of the greatest political comeback in American history.
From every corner of the nation, a spark ignited.
This is going to be the end of spectator politics.
A generation awakened, not with rage, but with resolve, anchored in truth, rooted in tradition, driven by something deeper.
For all of you on campuses that continue to fight for conservative causes, that were smeared, that were slandered, it was as if there was no immediate hope, but you guys had faith.
And 2024 became our moment. More conservative, more grounded, more determined than any generation in decades.
People have gone from being the most progressive generation to becoming potentially the most conservative.
Younger voters wanted a better future. They wanted to be able to own a home. They wanted to be able to have a family. They did not want this woke insanity. These are the freedom fighters of America.
This didn't happen by accident. This movement was built, chapter by chapter, student by student. Turning Point USA was the spark. Now, you are the
Thousands
flame.
and thousands of charismatic, energetic young leaders like you start to chart the path forward in a way that is going to be one of hope and freedom and of a better tomorrow.
You are the red wave. They react. We build.
You should delight and rejoice in the opposition because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
You didn't just show up. You fought. You won. And tonight, we celebrate. This is your movement. This is your moment. This is the Student Action Summit.
Chairman and CEO of Morris Industries.
Nate Morris.
We all got to pull together as business leaders to say, look, we can figure it out. If we can build the kind of companies we build, we can figure out a lot of the challenges that Washington and the government can't figure out.
We need people who don't need the job, people that have met payrolls. I made money in garbage. There's nothing more American than making money with trash. And I think we've had a lot of it build up in Washington, D.C., and I think it's time to take out the trash in Washington, D.C.
How we doing? Do we have some America First energy or what? Are we ready to take out some trash in Washington, D.C.? Bye, McConnell. I like that. I'm Nate Morris. I'm a candidate for the United States Senate in the great state of Kentucky. And I have a question for everybody. Who here is tired of Mitch McConnell sabotaging President Trump's agenda? Who here is ready to finally retire McConnell, his cronies, and the McConnell machine and destroy Mitch McConnell, Inc. once and for all? As you know, Mitch McConnell has been one of the biggest challenges to our great president. And it's not lost on everyone that he has represented the worst of Washington, D.C., the nasty part of Washington, D.C., and the Washington, D.C. that has driven our country off a cliff. And thank goodness for President Trump and for all of you in the America First agenda, because we are getting our country back on the right track. And a lot of people, when I was looking at running for the United States Senate, they would all tell me, "You're looking at running for Mitch's seat?" And I said, "Excuse me, Mitch's seat?" I said, "This is the people's seat. This is the seat that belongs to the people of Kentucky and the people of the United States." And as someone who's never run for office before, I'm very proud that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm very proud that I'm a 9th generation Kentuckian. My family descends from Appalachia, a place called Morgan County. And we know hard times. We know what America has been about, the dream, but we've also seen the elites sell us out over and over and over again. And when things like NAFTA happened, it was people like my family and my friends who got hurt, who lost their job. They saw it go to Mexico. They saw it go to China. And they've had enough. And they've seen generations of politicians continue to forget the people and forget why they're there. Our founding fathers did not set up our governing system to be a career, right? We know this. This was a calling. This was a service. And I'm so proud that growing up raised by a single mother, I've seen the challenges firsthand that many of you all have experienced. My family was on food stamps. I had a father that got locked up for not paying child support. I saw the pain in my mother's face when we couldn't pay our bills. And sometimes it was hard for her to be hopeful. But she always told me, there's one thing you have total control over, and that's what you think about. And she said, it is free to think big. It is absolutely free. And I want each of you to remember that. You've got a choice every day. It's free to think big. I want you to think as big as you possibly can, because that's what's going to make our country even greater and allow us to finally reach our full potential. You, the youth, have that ability to do that. And I'm sure a lot of people have told you that you're too young. Gosh, why are you so into politics at such a young age? You know, shouldn't you be focused on other things? I believe that youth is power. Youth is your power. And you have the ability to change the country. And we see this because you all made all the difference on Election Day in 2024, right? It was turning point. You know, 2 weeks ago, I had the great privilege of Charlie Kirk coming to Kentucky to help me launch my Senate race. And I'm so proud and so grateful to Charlie for endorsing us. And man, the turnout and the grassroots, the Turning Point Network, I see what it means to our country. And I see all the incredible things that you all are doing with your labor, your time, and the energy that you're putting in to all that you do for our great party. Now, when we think about this race, we all see the stuff that McConnell's been doing to the president. But I want to tell you what's going on in Kentucky. See, we have a machine in Kentucky called McConnell Inc. They've had machines. Do we have anybody that was born here in the 1980s? I don't think so, right? We got a few back there. Mitch McConnell took power in 1985. 1985. That was when Ronald Reagan was president. And for the last 40 years, he has had a stranglehold on every aspect of Kentucky life and the political system in Kentucky. And as he's getting ready to think about his exit strategy, he has two puppets that he has recruited to make sure that his cronies, his lobbyists, and all the people that have been surrounding him and getting enriched from him and his power will stay in power for another 40 years. One of these guys, a guy named Andy Barr, called people that want to see all the illegals go back and deported. He called us nativist. Has anybody heard that term, nativist? It's a slur. It's a derogatory slur that is akin to racism, is akin to all the things that the left call us. And I couldn't believe it. And I said, am I listening to Hillary Clinton in 2016? Or is this a Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate in Kentucky? We've got another guy named Daniel Cameron who gave us our governor, Andy Beshear, because he couldn't win 2 years ago for governor. And the first thing he did with Mitch McConnell is work on comprehensive immigration reform. Now, that's a long way of saying amnesty. And amnesty is something that we have seen the political establishment sell us out over and over again. And I believe immigration is the fundamental issue that unites our movement and unites all of us. If we don't have a border, we don't have a country. And thank goodness that President Trump has secured our border. But now we've got an even bigger challenge. We have got to make sure all of the 20 million illegals that have invaded our country go back. They've got to go back. We're absolutely full. And there are no carve-outs. There are no special exceptions. There are no special circumstances. All these folks have to go back. And they're going to call us nativists. They're going to say, you know, when you get to Washington, you need to compromise. Well, you know what? I'm not a career politician. I made my money in garbage. And for those of you who have watched The Sopranos, this is the toughest industry in the world. And the person that's been occupying and running the garbage business for the last 30 years is Bill Gates. His companies are the companies I work to disrupt as an entrepreneur. And I think it's time we get tough. And we have someone who's willing to get tough in Washington to fight these battles, because we cannot compromise. The fate of Western civilization is on the line. We look at Europe. Europe is gone. Their culture is gone. America is all we have left in Western civilization. For those students of history, you may remember the great Pat Buchanan speech in 1992 at the convention. And he talked about the death of the West. The death of the West. And we have ingested so many problems from the third world. We have ingested the worst from the third world. And liberals have tried to say, well, you should be compassionate. You know, I have compassion for American citizens. I have compassion for the American worker that was laid off because the elites wanted to squeeze a few more percentage points of profit for their quarterly earnings. I have compassion for the single mothers that are trying to figure out how to live the American dream and how to instill the American dream in their children. And I've absolutely had enough. One of the things that is going to be a hallmark of what we're doing in Kentucky is I've called for a full moratorium on any new immigration coming into our country until all these illegals go back. They have to go back. And again, you all represent the best of what our movement has to offer. And we've seen our great president defeat political boss after political boss after political boss. It started with the Clintons and the Bushes, went to the Cheneys and the Bidens. Well, let me tell you, the final boss is Mitch McConnell. That is the final relic that is left of the swamp that President Trump and the MAGA movement will defeat in 2026. But I'm asking and I'm calling on you here today. I need your help. I need you. We need you in Kentucky. Please come to our website, natemorris.com. Get involved. Be part of this movement. Because I know in 2026, when President Trump stands up and Mitch McConnell is finally out of Washington, and we have an America First senator that is going to stand strong on the border, that's going to stand strong on deporting every illegal, we know we'll have accomplished our mission once and for all. I'm all for term limits. Two terms was enough for George Washington, and it should be enough for any politician in America. Thank you all very much.
The corporations are not going to define the First Amendment and free speech in this country. What Breitbart does is we cover stories the establishment press doesn't want to cover. We're much more focused on what interests the people than what interests the elite. Our goal is to get out something that serves that audience and to highlight things that the establishment media won't. But you certainly want to stand your ground ideologically when you're challenged. And that involves learning the facts, staying up on the news, but then being dogged and relentless when it comes to defending your ideas.
Morning, everyone. It is so great to be in the free state of Florida. I'm Alex Marlow, editor-in-chief of Breitbart News, and I come from a tiny state on the other side of the country that's known for all sorts of virtues. Tell me if you can recognize it. High taxes, uncontrollable wildfires, and utter lawlessness. Okay, if you still don't know, we're a state that invented illegal alien privilege. You think that's a joke? In my state, if you show up uninvited, not only do we not kick you out, we give you everything you want. Free healthcare, free education, you don't have to pay taxes if you don't want, because you see, we're compassionate to everyone aside from law-abiding citizens. So yeah, of course I'm talking about California, the state that decided to take the public parks away from children and turn them over to the homeless and the fentanyl dealers. This is a state that's so woke that the leaders won't be satisfied until there isn't a single woman that will reach the podium in a women's track and field event. They've redefined the American dream to a chicken in every pot and a penis in every girl's locker room. That is the California dream. There's a reason they call it the left coast. And California's been the butt of a lot of jokes lately. But it truly is a cautionary tale, because the future of this country has come down to a binary choice between the example set by MAGA, the MAGA America as represented by Florida, or Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris America, which is represented by California. You have a choice between illegal alien children harvesting illegal marijuana or alligator Alcatraz. Did you guys catch how Trump was explaining to illegal aliens how to evade the alligators? He really did this. He was explaining that you have to run a zigzag in order to get by them. It's actually called running serpentine, which is ironic because they're also pythons at alligator Alcatraz. So you have to run serpentine in order to beat the python. That's so cool. And that's why the next prison, I'm making a recommendation. Python Panopticon. Try it. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Trump is one of the funniest people on earth. There's no doubt about it. But the choice really comes down to more law and order or more lawlessness. A government that prioritizes its citizens or a government that prioritizes invaders and themselves. It's not much of a choice in my view. And that's really the issue at heart, if you think about it. What's ailing this society is the perception that the powers that be exist to protect their own power, their own lives, their own freedoms, their own wealth, and not yours, not the citizens, not we the people. That's what Donald Trump identified more than 10 years ago, and that's why he's always had my attention since he came down that elevator. So I'm a researcher by nature. I like to go deep on the issues to try to bring out stories that people have missed. And that's what we've done at Breitbart News for 20 years. And it's put us at the forefront of the MAGA movement. We spotted it first, before it even had a name, and we're very proud of that. So I spent the last year researching the lawfare against President Trump, the weaponization of the legal system against him. And I have a forthcoming book coming out in a few weeks called Breaking the Law, and it hits the shelves soon. And the crux of the book is how there's a legal superstructure that low-level prosecutors, to law schools, to district judges, to the Justice Department, to Joe Biden's White House itself, coordinated and conspired to put Donald Trump behind bars and bankrupt him if they couldn't. I want to say something flat out. That is not democracy. That is election interference. It's a shocking story, and the extent of the conspiracy is vast. It's not all known at this time. But one of the conclusions that I drew, if it wasn't already obvious from my time in California, the left hates law and order. There's no greater evidence than this than the border. Well, maybe there's one other piece of evidence. You know, when Zohran Mamdani said that he will, all of our favorites. He said he'd stop sending cops to people who are going through domestic violence, like it's some sort of a syndrome. Zohran, you know that's just game on for wife beaters, right? And he's got to be cautious about that. It's not a good look for a guy whose faith is not exactly equitable for the ladies, if you know what I mean. So, you know he's not a communist either, right, Zohran? So he says he wants to seize the means of production, but he doesn't mean any of that. He's not authentic. Do you know how I know he's not a communist? His teeth. You got to check out his teeth. They're not just white. They're toilet bowl white. They're whiter than Joe Biden's, and we've seen Joe Biden's teeth, right? You don't get that sort of color of teeth without capitalism. That's cosmetic dentistry. That's Zoom. That's veneers. It's capitalism. He's a fraud. He's a phony, and we all know that. But we've got to get the word out because the stakes are so high. You can't underestimate the left's ability to sell bad ideas to the public. That's what they've been doing in my home state. And Trump exposed them. But they're working every single day to try to stop him. When Trump wins, the deep state and the lawfare apparatus try to stop his agenda. When Trump loses, then they try to bankrupt him. They try to throw him in jail and his family as well. If they truly had their wish, he'd be dead by now. By now, you know tomorrow's an anniversary. It's a big anniversary. The anniversary of the day that God intervened yet again to save our country. Not only do I believe that is exactly what happened on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, but President Trump agrees with me. I asked him about it a few days after. He described in riveting detail. He noted that it was a miracle that if the illegal immigration poster that he was referencing was on the opposite side of the podium, he'd be dead because he'd have turned a different direction. He noted the miracle that if the bullet hadn't grazed his ear, he wouldn't have dropped to the ground and the shooter would have had another clean shot. And then he added this dark bit of humor. He said, if the bullet would have hit me, my head would have exploded like a watermelon, and all of our enemies would have had that video for propaganda. Which is simultaneously the darkest thing I've ever heard and objectively hilarious. Who else can do that? But God had other plans for him. He had other plans for us, as he always has. We are an exceptional country, and we are winning a lot right now. We're finally on the comeback trail after what felt like years in the wilderness. But I speak to you today at a time that our movement is going through a little bit of infighting over Iran, over the big beautiful bill, over the Epstein files. And we can and should debate this stuff. We need to ask questions, we need to demand answers, we need to demand accountability. But I want to offer a note of positivity. When the MAGA movement began over a year ago, there weren't a lot of us. And those of us who called ourselves America First nationalists were called racists. Now, the whole world is calling Trump daddy. And he is daddy. He is. He's the father figure they don't deserve, but they absolutely need. That's daddy. You see, what people don't understand about Trump is that this movement and President Trump, they see us as agents of chaos. They see him as an agent of chaos. No, he's an agent of peace. He's the most rational politician in Washington. I know this, I lived there a long time. The town is run by absolutely crazy people. These were the people that told us tariffs were going to cause inflation. Well, we learned this week we have a budget surplus. They told us he tanked the economy. Well, how's that going? Stock market, all-time high. Gold, all-time high. Bitcoin, all-time high. Unfortunately, home prices are also all-time high, so we got to work on that. We got time, though. We got to work on that. They told us his bombing campaign would lead to World War III. Instead, could mean Donald J. Trump getting a Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Who knows? He deserves a lot. Brokered peace in Africa, too. He's got a lot of work he's doing. They told us that border enforcement was impossible, racist even. And now crossings are down to literally 0. At the same time, President Trump's polls are going up with minorities. He's standing up to China. He's cutting taxes. He's deregulating. We're building nuclear. We're drilling offshore. We're drilling onshore. It feels like the winning might never stop. But it will if we don't keep our eye on the ball. The institutional left that we've been working against at Breitbart News for the last 20 years is well organized. It's well funded, and they're ready to oppose us at every turn. They're feeling a dynamic, persuasive, charismatic crop of young leaders that are ready to take all of us, all of you on. Leaders like the great Jasmine Crockett. The woman who once said, "We're going to be in your face. We're going to be on your asses. And we are going to make sure you understand what democracy looks like." She finna run for president, guys. At least I hope she does. Do you think she's an op from Trump? Do you think so? He has this knack of getting them to embrace the worst ideas ever. You guys remember Saint Abrego Garcia, who is a clear human smuggler? They pull him over. He's driving across country. No one's got any luggage. Everyone in the car lists the address as Abrego's house. And the Democrats are like, that's our guy. We're going to bat for him. And how about the latest one, where Gavin Newsom's out there defending illegal alien children laboring in the pot field? That's child slavery. And the Democrats are all out there, they're embracing it. These aren't 80-20 issues, these are 97-3 issues, as President Trump is known to say. And we kid around about this, but my point is that so long as there is a combination of Obama and Schumer cherry-picked judges, infinite billions of dollars from the institutional left in our politics, our victory will not be absolute. There has not yet been justice for President Trump. There has not yet been justice for President Trump. Who do you know that has been held accountable for all the lawfare? Who do you know that has been held accountable for trying to bankrupt them with cruel and unusual punishments by way of fines? Who are the ones who are getting held to account for trying to interfere in our democracy, for making sure President Trump campaigned in a courthouse instead of on the campaign trail for his 2024 re-election bid? We need to turn over every stone. We need to do every single investigation. We need to make sure there is full accountability to the American people for what the deep state is doing every single day in Washington, D.C. And the only people who will demand that is this movement. Now, I play a small and proud part of the history of Turning Point in that Charlie Kirk came to me over a decade ago. We were at Breitbart News, me and my colleague Joel Pollack, and had a story for us. Charlie expected us to write it up. It was some bias going on in his campus. And instead, what we decided to do, well, why don't you write it? He said, me? I'm just a kid. Exactly. That's the point. That's authenticity. That's how you build a movement. That's how you build a coalition, is you get the people with skin in the game. So we wrote it up. And Charlie was everywhere. How's it going for Charlie so far in his career? Pretty good. He's provided an incredible platform, an incredible launch pad for a lot of terrific ideas. That's the point of this movement, is that you can start so small and you can go so big if you try. But they will try to stop you at every turn. Don't get lulled into some sort of a snooze. Don't be sleepy Joe Biden. We need the high energy. We need the motivation. We need to feel like every single day we are on a war footing. We are here to fight, because these values, they will take them from us. They took them from my state. And we let it happen. We let it happen with an open border. We let it happen with a corrupt government. Selfish people running the state that I come from ruined it. The American dream no longer exists out there. We're going to fight to try to bring it back. But I want you to understand that this movement, what we have, is special. And we are on a winning streak. And now is the time to run up the score. We cannot slow down. We must run up the score right now. And there's only one way to do this. We need to get up every day, like Donald Trump did in Butler, Pennsylvania 1 year ago, and we need to fight, fight, fight. And it's at that point that we can win, win, win. Thank you, everyone.
I knew I wanted to go into the military on 9/11. I was 13. I remember telling my parents, like, oh, I'm gonna go enlist tomorrow. Sitting back and watching the country burn wasn't an option for me. I mean, I am my father's daughter. I'm very opinionated. I come in very hot on social media. We tell our audience to be force multipliers, getting out, voicing your opinions. People need to get involved. The grassroots effort is a lot of how things get done. You're not sitting back and saying, like, I'm gonna let the country burn. I'm gonna do something about it. Good morning, young conservatives, patriots, and future leaders of America. Not only am I the CEO of War Room, but I'm also a 2010 graduate of the United States Military Academy, a proud Iraq combat veteran, and the youngest presidential appointee to the United States Military Academy Board of Visitors. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The 2024 federal election wasn't just another election. It was a wake-up call. It was a moment when young Americans like you stepped up and made their voices heard louder than ever before. Today, I'm here to celebrate you, the conservative youth who showed up, voted, and helped share and shape the future of this country. In 2024, something incredible happened. After years of being told that young people lean left, you proved all of the skeptics wrong. Estimates show that 42% of Americans aged 18 to 29 voted in 2024. And for the first time in decades, the youth vote was not overwhelmingly blue. In fact, you swung towards conservative candidates in a big way by margins that shocked many, and I mean many, of the pundits. In states such as Florida, Missouri, and Ohio, young voters flipped from supporting Democrats in 2020 to backing President Trump in 2024. Nationwide, the gap between Democrat and Republican support among the youth narrowed to just 4 points. That seismic shift is because of you. And why did this happen? Because you're not just voting for candidates, you're voting for a future for a stronger economy, where the cost of living does not crush your dreams of owning a home or starting a family. You're voting for a country where hard work is rewarded, not taxed into oblivion. You're voting for free speech, secure borders, and the values that made America the greatest nation on earth. In 2024, 64% of you said the cost of living and inflation were your top concerns. You sent a clear message. You want policies that are you first, policies that make it easier to pay rent, buy groceries, and build a life. But let's be real. Not everyone voted in 2024. Not everyone made it to the polls. I understand and I hear you if you did not vote. I know life is tough right now. 40% of young Americans say they can barely get by financially, and your trust in the institutions is at an all-time low. It's easy to feel disconnected when you're drowning in student debt or working 2 jobs just to afford your rent. But here's the truth. Your vote is your power. It's a way of saying this is my country and I'm taking it back. To the young conservatives who did vote, you're the vanguard of a new generation. You're not just following trends, you're setting them. You're the ones who saw through the noise on social media, the ones who rejected the woke culture that's been shoved down your throats, and the ones who said, enough is enough. Like I said, enough is enough. Young men, you led the charge with 56% of you voting for conservative leadership nationally. Now, young women, you guys stood strong too. You balanced issues with economic priorities and showing that conservative values can bridge divides. Together, you're redefining what it means to be young and conservative in America. You're not just voting for today. You're voting for the America you will inherit. In 2024, over 8 million youth voted. You were eligible to vote in the presidential election for the first time. That's 8 million voices who would shape policies on taxes, jobs, housing, free speech for decades. Young conservatives, you're not just a demographic, you are a force. Let me repeat myself. You are a force. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Organizations like this great one, Turning Point USA, tapped into this energy, mobilizing youth on the ground, not with stuffy ads that we've seen over and over and over again, but with a vibe that said, this is our country and it's slipping away unless we act. Your involvement in 2024 was not a one-off. It's a signal that young conservatives are here to stay. You're not just voting, you're reshaping the Republican Party, making it younger, more diverse, more focused on issues like economic opportunity and cultural identity. But we need to keep this momentum going. It doesn't stop in 2024. Midterms are coming up. 2026 is going to be here right before our eyes. The challenges you face, high costs, limited job prospects, eroding trust, won't vanish overnight. They require sustained action. The 2024 election also showed us the gaps we need to close. In some states, voter registration was a hurdle. Any guesses on the percentage of non-registered youth that said they didn't know how to sign up or miss deadlines? Any guesses? 12%. Others felt they didn't have enough information about candidates or the voting process. That's on you guys, all of us, everyone in this room to help fix. We need to make sure that every young conservative knows how to register to vote, where to vote, and why their voice matters. Here's my call to action for you. Stay engaged. You cannot sit on the sidelines and expect someone else to do the work for you. You have to get involved. Don't just vote every 4 years. Get involved in local elections, school boards, city council. Consider running for office someday. If you're eligible to run for office now, consider running for office in the local election. Maybe run for your school board, city council. Join groups like your Turning Point School chapter or College Republicans. Connect with others who share your values, whether it's at campus social events or online. And yes, keep listening to those political podcasts you like to listen to, like War Room, but also talk to your friends, your family, and your neighbors. Share why you're conservative, why you believe in limited government, strong borders, and the freedom to speak your mind. Make it personal because that's what moves people. They don't care what political pundits have to say, what we all have to say up here. It's you guys. Share your voice. People want to hear your voice. To the campaigns and to the leaders out there, listen to the young conservatives. They're not just a voting bloc. They're your future. Engage them where they are. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify. Be authentic, not scripted, and address their real concerns. Housing, jobs, debt, and don't assume they are all the same. Young conservatives are diverse. Men, women, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, urban, and rural, and meet them where they live, and they'll show up for you. Finally, to every young conservative here, you are the heartbeat of this movement. In 2024, you proved that your voice matters, that your voice doesn't just shift elections, it can change the course of history. You voted for a future where hard work is rewarded, where freedom is protected, and where America is strong. Do not stop now. Register to vote if you haven't. If you are going to be of voting age in 2026, make sure you register to vote before the primaries. If you don't know how, reach out to a family, friend, someone you know that is of legal voting age and ask them how to register. And everyone that is of legal voting age in this room, reach out to those you know will be able to vote in 2026 and make sure they're registered. Volunteer. Go door knocking. Get involved in local elections and campaigns. Speak up and hold your current leaders accountable. The 2024 election was your starting line, not your finish. Let's keep fighting for this country we believe in and make it one we are proud to pass on. Thank you and God bless America.
The Democrats and the media said that Turning Point could never run a ground game. They weren't experienced.
The idea was, can we combo a little bit of organizing practices with a mass movement?
They didn't know Charlie, right?
2024 was a defining moment for our generation. Freedom was on the line, and Turning Point Action rose to defend it.
Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Everything was just coming through me, from not just how hard the president worked, but how hard we worked. I mean, we traveled the country nonstop, did events in every corner, and then of course he got shot and nearly shot again at the golf course. There was this kind of feeling as like, is this possible? Just overwhelmed in that moment. It still really hasn't set in. I am just humbled by God's grace.
I want to congratulate my friend Charlie Kirk for mobilizing students on more than 1,500 high school and college campuses all across the country. Amazing.
This is the thing I am the most shocked by, is that young people have gone from being the most progressive to becoming potentially the most conservative, generation that we've experienced, maybe in 50 to 60 years.
Which I see no signs that Democrats care at all that they're losing the next generation.
I've got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses a different point of view.
When the dust settled, it was clear. Our bold ballot-chasing operation worked. Our volunteers, staff, and full-time activists chased over 500,000 ballots in battleground states.
I want to give a very special thanks to everyone at Turning Point Action who outworked and outorganized the radical left.
This isn't about one cycle or one candidate. It's about every race that shapes America, from your local school board to the Oval Office. Turning Point Action is here for the long game, expanding what works, investing early, and never backing down.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
Our departments are working together like a finely tuned machine. Ballot chasing, field operations, and community outreach. Each gear driving the next. Brick by brick, ballot by ballot, state by state, we're building a red wall by turning battlegrounds into strongholds. Turning Point's midterm strategy is about focus, winning back Arizona, expanding into Nevada, and building momentum in New Hampshire.
With a little bit of our ballot-chasing expertise, our youth vote outreach, and our major expansion in the grassroots in New Hampshire, we could ultimately be very, very successful in the Granite State.
This is the roadmap to a conservative victory that will last for generations. And it starts with us.
Do you want to sit in on my exclusive interviews with speakers here at SAS? You can be part of them. It's just down the hall. I'm going to be interviewing people like Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Tom Homan, Steve Bannon, Kristi Noem, Jillian Michaels, Brett Cooper, and more. All you have to do is become a member of Charlie Kirk Exclusive at members.charliekirk.com. Watch every episode completely ad-free. Join our weekly question and answers live on the show. Get merch discounts and more. But you can also sit in on my exclusive interview here at SAS. The time and location will be on your SAS agenda. So go to members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com for up close and exclusive access to my show. It's all happening here at SAS. Follow the QR code on the screen to become a member.
We raised money on the idea of protecting freedom of speech. A government coming in and saying, no, you can't do that is not something I want to participate or be a part of. Everyone should have an option to go see what the other side is saying, whether you agree with them or disagree with them. You don't have any movements without freedom of expression. This is like the core, fundamental cornerstone of democracy and freedom. Call that censorship, call it whatever you want, it just isn't right. We'll challenge governments and fight them and push back against any type of censorship that we see.
How's everyone doing today? So we have one of the most important tech entrepreneurs in the country with us, Chris Pavlovsky, who is the man behind Rumble. I couldn't tell. We love Rumble. Don't we love Rumble? This entire event is streaming live exclusively on Rumble. Chris, you and I have known each other for a while. We've been through some ups and some downs, but your company's doing amazing.
Yeah, no, I think you're like one of the first investors in that pool, the first investor in Rumble. When was that, in 2021?
That was early. I was a believer before it was cool.
That's true. This is a fact. Charlie was in that group of first investors that ever invested in Rumble, so thank you for that. That means a lot to all of us and what you've done for the country by investing in a company when free speech was, at that time, like very taboo with the mainstream media, very taboo with all of corporate media and the corporate world in general. So we were fighting against something all by ourselves. That was post-Parler, a couple months after Parler. It was just Rumble. We were the tip of the spear in fighting for the battle for free speech. Now things have changed since then. But back then, it was just us, and Charlie was an instrumental person in helping us get there.
And let's teleport back to that time. Remember, after January 6th, President Trump was kicked off of Spotify. He was kicked off of Twitter. He was kicked off of Instagram. He was kicked off of Facebook. I think he was kicked off of Pinterest. Like, yeah, Trump is really big into Pinterest. He was kicked off of every social media channel, except he was not kicked off of Rumble. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, you guys became the go-to destination for MAGA rallies when nobody else would carry the MAGA rallies.
Yeah, it was a conference in February, a month after January 6th, and we were the only platform in the world. I actually see this as like one of the greatest honors. You know, it's sad that it is, but it's also one of the greatest honors that I've ever had, is to be the platform that held up the voice of the President of the United States and made sure that it wasn't turned off. To me, that was an essential thing, and it really sucks that I was the only person to do that, but you know, we were there, we held it up, we ended up streaming all of his rallies from 2021 and on, and it was the only platform for many years to have the President of the United States on, Donald Trump. And in addition to that, in the background, we, as the President built Truth Social and got that up and running, we became the hosting provider, the cloud provider for Truth Social as well. So not only are we knew after the Parler situation that any of these big tech companies can turn off the lights at any point in time, but we also provided that infrastructure to the President's company as well. So it was an honor. It was the greatest honor, one of the greatest honors of my life, to be able to do that and be the guy to keep those voices going.
Yeah, and so walk us back further. You started this as a YouTube competitor, and you're Canadian, but now American company. What were you thinking when you first started this business? I mean, that you were going to create a video streaming, video library competitor? I mean, how did you even start?
So my politics when we started Rumble were cats and dogs, no joke. It was a video platform that allowed small creators to upload their viral videos. And the reason why is because I started to see the pendulum swing. All the incumbent platforms were starting to preference large corporations, big brands, and really leave behind your friends and family, aunts and uncles, the small creator. So we put a huge focus on the small creator in 2013, built a great business. By 2020, everything hits the fan. Middle of the summer, I get a call from, at the time, the ranking member of the House Intel Committee, Congressman Devin Nunes, and he asks me a simple question. If I bring my podcast to Rumble and I search for my name, am I going to find it? And I'm like perplexed. Is this like some censorship investigation on me? Like, what is going on? And the reality was, if you typed in Devin Nunes in Google or YouTube, you would get CNN hit piece, New York Times hit piece. You wouldn't even be able to find the content from an actual congressman in California of his own voice. You couldn't find it. So he comes to Rumble. Within 2 to 3 months, he gets like 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers on Rumble. Whereas in the past 4 years on YouTube, with road signs in his district, he couldn't get more than 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So you can kind of see that what was really happening there. You can call it censorship, shadow banning, something very, very nefarious prior to the 2020 elections was happening on these tech platforms. So from that moment on, we saw something that was, ridiculous, to say the least, but also it was an opportunity, and we built Rumble to be where it was today. By 2021, we had guys like Vice President J.D. Vance and Charlie Kirk invest in Rumble, and by 2022, we went public on the NASDAQ, and today we're worth roughly around we have a $3 billion market cap on the NASDAQ.
It's an incredible success story. And talk about what it's like in the technology ecosystem. Do you still have your lawsuit active against Google?
Yes, we have multiple lawsuits active. We're suing Google for their monopoly in advertising and search and preferencing. There's multiple different things. We've also have been suing, we've sued a lot of different organizations in the advertising industry. So in the summer of last year, we went after GARM and a bunch of other corporate advertisers that were basically fixing the market to make sure that they weren't advertising on Rumble. X did the same. Elon did the same on suing. We sued exactly the same day with him against GARM. And then 2 days after we filed our lawsuit, GARM disbanded. It just tells you like what is going on. For the last 4 years, these companies have been making sure, it's probably way longer than 4 years, 4 to 5 years in the Rumble world, but this probably extends for like a decade now. The corporate advertisers have been boycotting all voices on a specific side of the aisle for a very long time, trying to make sure that really, anybody on the right side of the aisle doesn't get any type of economic advantage or economics out of speaking their truth and speaking what they believe. And it wasn't until late last year that you saw companies like Rumble, well, I think we were a little bit earlier, and then obviously X join in the fight on fighting this corporate world that has shifted all the ad dollars to one side of the spectrum. And now we're starting to see it change a little. GARM disbands, but it's still not enough. It's still really bad. I don't think, Charlie, you don't have like the big top 10 companies advertising on your show yet, right?
Not yet, no.
So we're not there yet, but I'm confident with the new administration and the way that the tide is turning that things are going to change, and we're starting to see signs of that.
So what role does crypto and AI play into your business? Anyone here own crypto? All the young men's hands are going to go up. Is there a single young lady that owns crypto? There you go. 3 of them. Crypto is very masculine and very male. What role does crypto play into Rumble? You guys had a very significant announcement recently.
Yeah, so we announced in late last year the largest crypto company, the largest stablecoin in the world, took a strategic investment in Rumble to the tune of $775 million. And you're probably familiar with it. The company name is Tether, USDT, is the stablecoin. So they took a position in Rumble. We closed that in February of this year, and now Tether is one of the largest shareholders of Rumble. One of the greatest things about Tether is, when you combine and you bring in a really large player into your business, and you have the ethos that Rumble has around free speech and how important that is. Like we've walked away, like I remember when they've tried to cancel some of our creators, these corporate advertisers, we'd end up walking away from them and not letting them advertise on Rumble at all because we just didn't agree with with them boycotting specific creators on our platform. And when you get a huge strategic investment that's going to own a huge part of your company, you want them to be like firmly believing in the mission that you currently have. And when I met these guys, and up until this day, I have never met people that are so pro-freedom and pro-free speech than the Tether guys. In fact, I was like shocked and floored. I'm like, they're talking to me about technologies that there's no way that they could ever cancel any voice if we implement specific technologies around the Rumble platform. That's how deeply integrated and how deeply they care about freedom and free speech. So having them as our backer and as a massive shareholder and launching products like the Rumble wallet here in a couple months is amazing for Rumble, it's amazing for our team, and it's amazing for free speech.
So there's several young entrepreneurs in the audience. What advice would you have for young entrepreneurs? What in your journey, because it's been a long one. You've been a tech CEO for nearly 12 years. What have you learned about entrepreneurship and value creation?
I think my example is a little more unique than the typical entrepreneur. For me, I had to walk through fire. I had to deal with things that I never thought I would have to deal with. I had to deal with hit pieces, smear campaigns, corporate media trying to make you look like somebody you're not. It was brutal. And after going through everything that I went through in the very early goings as it was getting thrown at me, you start to realize like why a bunch of these guys folded. They folded because they had no balls. They couldn't do it. And for Rumble, I think the success comes from being really, really strong. Having a team that really, really believes in something so deeply that nothing can move us. And that's where our success really came from in the entrepreneur side. And I think that's very different than a lot of businesses out there. There's the perseverance on our team to stand up to corporate media, to call out corporate media, to do the opposite of what everybody's saying. And, we went through COVID, we went through the 2020 elections, we went through a lot of different things. We had providers try to cancel us. We had providers actually cancel us. We had to build our own infrastructure. We had to do everything the hardest way possible. And it was really a team that works 24/7, that cares so deeply in what we do. And they persevered through every single situation. And I think like just having the courage and balls to get it done is what took us to where we are.
So I want to get to some of the live questions on the Rumble chat. What is it not? It's not Super Chat.
No, it's the Rumble chat, and there's people that so on Rumble when you have a live stream, you can communicate to the creator, you can donate to the creator, you can subscribe to the creator, you can I see like live streaming moving in a direction that it's the next iteration of cable TV and talk radio. Cable TV is very like one dimension, and you're just kind of watching your creator or the host or whatever. And on Rumble, you now have the ability to actually communicate to the creator. You can donate, you can tip. It's a two-way conversation. The host now talks with you. You're part of the conversation. You can influence the creator. And I see streaming. It's really infant still right now. We're at that stage, like I would say, 5 years, 10 years away from having like network TV really move into the live streaming space in a more prominent way. But I do believe like the generation here is all about that engagement and all about that chat, and much prefers the live streaming model over.
So here's a question
cable.
from the chat, and I'll synthesize it because it's kind of all over the place. Free speech is winning in the last couple of years. Donald Trump ran on free speech, and we voted for free speech in November. How? But not every country's America. How are you battling for free speech in, for example, continental Europe? Are you banned in Europe?
Oh yeah, they don't like us too much.
What countries are you banned in?
So we were first banned in China. And then this is kind of a
badge of honor.
Yeah. And this is kind of an interesting story. Then the next place to ban us was a place called France. we got a letter from a French minister saying that you need to shut off this crater, and this crater. Not because they violated our policies, but they didn't like what the crater was saying politically. So we said no. It happened to be craters that were, more on, it was Russia Today, I think, it was pro-Russian craters. And they said, if you don't turn them off, we're gonna turn you off. So we ended up leaving France. And then, ironically, Russia comes to us to ban some craters, and we said the same thing, go pound sand. And then Russia bans us in Russia. And then we're also banned by Brazil, which was a little bit of a longer story.
By the way, we got to get Bolsonaro out of jail. It's terrible how they're treating Bolsonaro. It's absolutely awful, but yeah.
So a couple of years ago, we got a notification saying to ban a bunch of pro-Bolsonaro supporters on the Rumble platform, and we once again said no, based on the principle of free speech. They didn't violate our policy. It's just political. And so we ended up turning off Brazil. Then we get a letter from Brazil saying, you know what, this guy's okay now. You can turn Rumble back on. No joke. This happened like a couple months ago. It was like Friday night. I'm like, wow, we're coming back to Brazil. This is awesome. So we turn on and light up Brazil. By Sunday night, we get another letter with a litany of craters to basically shut off. And not only that, they ask us for all the data in the United States on those craters to pass. So the Supreme Court, I think Justice Alexander de Moraes, was requesting all of this US-based data and craters based in the United States. And once again, we're like, no. On top of that, we said, we're going to sue these guys here in the United States because they have no jurisdiction. They can't do this. This is completely illegal. So we sued them here in the United States, and we got the motion that we wanted out of that, and that's still continuing we filed an injunction. And Alexander de Moraes ends up calling me a criminal for challenging him in court in the United States. So, it's really bad out there everywhere in the world right now. There is not a place in the world like United States. And I think that sometimes people forget. What we have here in the United States is not anywhere else in the world at all. The United States...
Amen. So last question here, Chris, and again, I'm going to kind of just summarize it. If, let's just say there was a President AOC, or that should motivate you to fight harder, right? Or a President Gavin Newsom or whatever. What could they do to stop Rumble, stop speech online? And, well, it's not nothing. No, that's not true. The government has a lot of power. Soft power is. So, and what are you doing to insulate and protect Rumble so that you can fortify yourself against a tyrannical government that might take power again in the United States?
Here's the good news. I just dealt with that for the last 4 years. So we're pretty insulated and
pretty cancel-proof.
And pretty ready for that moment. So one is they put pressure on the hosting companies to destroy you by canceling you entirely. They send notices to the hosting companies saying you did X, Y, and Z, and next thing you know, you're shut down like Parler. They can't do that to Rumble. Rumble is, when Google goes down, when Amazon goes down, when X goes down, Rumble's still standing all the time. We saw it a couple months ago. And Truth, because they're on our infrastructure. So that's one. Number two, we saw like states, California, New York State, Letitia James ended up trying to put a censorship law in New York State to basically force us to do something with respect to moderation and report that to the New York State, which completely violated the First Amendment. And we sued. We opposed it, and we won it, and I think now it's under appeal. But we have been through this fight for the last 5 years under the last administration. So we are ready for whatever comes. And, at the end of the day, the best part is we have the Constitution of the United States. We have the First Amendment, and that is the most important thing, that Constitution, that every American needs to protect, and every judge needs to protect, and every administration needs to protect, and thankfully we have that.
I want to just say Rumble's our primary sponsor here at the Student Action Summit, helping make this all happen. Give it up for Rumble, and download the Rumble app, everybody. Thank you so much, guys. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Chris. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I told you to be encouraged. I told you to continue to fight, and we're going to make it happen. And we did just that. When they can't beat you on merit, when they can't defeat you fair and square, they want to ruin your reputation. That should tell you everything you need to know about the left. Take that step and don't be afraid. Stand up for your values. Stand up for your Christian belief. Don't be a coward. It is time that we step up. It's time that we make a difference. It is time that we show our patriotism like never before. Do not be afraid. What's going on, Sass? What's going on, Sass? All right. Man, y'all look good. Y'all look good. I want to first, I'll say that I want to give a shout out to Charlie Kirk, man. Can y'all give Charlie Kirk a round of applause? Why do I say that I want to start my show by giving some credit to Charlie Kirk? Is because he is the epitome of working hard and delivering as a young person, starting Turning Point USA a long time ago. As a teenager, and was able to accomplish all that he's been able to accomplish. He deserves a round of applause. And I want you guys to give yourselves a pat on the back, because you guys are in a unique position in this country to make an incredible difference. We're depending on you. We're depending on you to be bold. We're depending on you to be courageous. We're depending on you to have grit, to stand up for what you believe in the face of adversity. And I don't care what all the other people say, you guys, every single person that's sitting in this room, will be the future of the United States of America. And you know why I believe in you guys so much? Is because at one point I was a young person. Now I'm old now in Turning Point years. All right, it's like dog years. When you're 40, you're old now. But I was once a young person who was confused initially, right? I thought I was on one side. Y'all know what side I'm talking about, right? The wrong side. I thought I was on the wrong side. And then I went to college and it opened my mind up. And now I understand what conservatism is. I understand the value of capitalism. All of the things that you guys have learned over time is something that I had to learn. And once I learned that, I became a force. And so you guys that have learned about capitalism, about freedom of speech, about loving the country, you are now equipped to be an incredible force. And I'm very proud of you guys, and I look forward to seeing many of you guys stand on a stage like this and be able to be an impact to others, all right? So let's get to some politics real quick. I know y'all want me to talk about some politics. All right, I'll get to some Epstein in a minute, but let me start with this. Do y'all remember UC Davis? I don't know if y'all remember me at UC Davis. Some of y'all didn't see it, I'm glad. Some people were flying in the air at some point. But what I want to say is, if you've seen the video and you saw that we were under attack at UC Davis, they tore down our tent, they were acting a fool. And for many of you, you looked at me and you said, Brandon, why did you just stand there and not do more? Because I wanted to preserve the reputation for Turning Point, all right? But you know, if I happen to be there by myself, hey, There'll be some pillows and blankets for all those little liberal non-binaries out there being foolish. But I want to say that the reason that what that represents for me is to stand on your principles, man. Don't let them defeat you. They tried to tear our whole tent down and threaten us. The police did nothing, absolutely nothing. I was appalled that law enforcement officers did not protect us. But you know what? We persevered. We said we do not care what they do. We're going to stand here. We're going to speak on campus because that is our constitutional right. I want to talk about immigration for a minute. Do you know how crazy it is that there are people in our government that are crying, spitting on each other, acting a fool because we would dare make people who are illegally in our country leave our country? I think it's asinine to think that people are going to throw rocks at ICE agents. They're going to shoot guns at them, assault them for doing their doggone job. And I think we should support our ICE agents, and we should support us deporting people who are illegally in the United States of America. Now, I like to be fair, balanced, and nuanced about it. We can show compassion, but you still got to get out of here. You cannot be here in our country illegally. When there were people who stood in line, paid the money, fought to be in this country, waited in line for 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, with family members over here, married to people over here, and they had to wait in line, so your doggone butt have to wait in line. And there's nothing wrong with the United States of America standing on principle. Let me add this. We are not a nation of illegal immigration. We are a nation of immigrants who came here the right way, who add value to the United States of America, who assimilate to the cultures that we created. And let's not forget that. These leftist nut jobs want us to forget it and want to, conflate the difference between the two. There's a big difference. When you come to this country, you got to respect this country. You better love this country, or we're going to kick your butt out of here. Let's get to this Epstein thing real quick. Now, I have a different opinion about it than a lot of people, but I do share the sentiment of probably everybody in this room. How many of you guys think, by raising your hand, that the government is not telling us the full story about what happened with Epstein? All right, I'm in the right place at the right time. I think that these people, and I don't know for whatever reason, there could be reasons, but I don't think they're telling us the truth about Epstein. I think that guy was involved in something nefarious that implicates a whole lot of people. And my guess is that the whole lot of people may happen to be some of our allies and some people that we don't want to have a bad relationship with. But I will say this. People say this about Pam Bundy. I don't know Pam Bundy. I don't necessarily like a lot of stuff that she's done. Rolling out binders that's blacked out and redacted is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And you know what's funny is that maybe I should say this. Somebody asked me to go down there. I said, I'm not finna go down there to put on a show. I'm a grown man with kids. What I look like going down there with binders and stuff? I'm not finna do that silly stuff. And I'm glad I didn't, because what they did was silly, and the American people deserve better. Now, I'll say this, some of y'all gonna be mad at me, but watch my videos, you'll like me later. Pam Bundy, I don't know what she's thinking, but she do answer directly to the President of the United States of America. So whatever she's doing, somebody else knows about what she's doing. And I'll say this about Dan Bongino, because I love Dan Bongino. How many of y'all love Dan Bongino? I like Kesh Patel. I don't know Kesh Patel, but I can say Dan Bongino, in my personal opinion, I do not think he will be the type of person that will see an injustice, that will see people being harmed and not stand up and say something. Now, rumor has it that he didn't go to work the other day because he was disgruntled about what has happened. So I think that we should support people in our government that's willing to stand up. Let's have faith in some of the people that we've been trusting this far, and I think the truth will come out at some point. I think they're finding out how to deliver the truth. Maybe there's some confusion on how to deliver it to the American people. But I say I'm going to have faith in Donald Trump because I believe in him. I think he's a good man. I don't know about Pam Bundy, but the other two, Kesh Patel and Dan Bongino, I think they're good people. So let's just weigh it out. But it's okay to be skeptical. Don't you be a fool and believe everything the government tell you. Have we learned that lesson yet? They lie to us about everything. Every administration. That Donald Trump has done a really good job about it. I think he's been the most honest, but they always deceive us. So don't you listen to everything any president or any political party says at 100%. Always be a person that can think for your doggone self. The only reason that I'm here today, one is because I have my faith in God, and the second is that I know how to think for myself. I have this term that I use in all of my research. If it's too juicy, you better do some research. If it's too juicy, that means the first time you hear it, you're like, oh, that's crazy. But what? They did what? Donald Trump did what? Do your research, because there's always something on the back end of that if you just take a little bit of time, you'll find out the full truth. Now I got about 5 minutes, and this is what I came here to really talk to you guys about, all right? Don't get mad at me, okay? Y'all love me? Make some noise if you love B. Tatum. All right, I'm gonna try to do this in 5 minutes. All right, I came here to tell you, I hope this land right, do not get married. I told you before, if it sounds too juicy, you need to wait. Don't get married until or unless. My wife's sitting right there. You think I'd be saying don't get married in front of my wife? But I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from with the don't get married thing. I don't want you to rush into running into a marriage and be like 50% of people that get a divorce. Young people, hear me out. And I'm not trying to discourage anybody else's thought. You can decide to listen to who you want to listen to. But I got married in my 30s. We had our first child in our 30s, or at least me and Corinne had our first child in our 30s. And I know a lot of young people feel the pressure, especially you young men. I gotta be married. I gotta run out here. If your mama and them still paying your bills, you shouldn't be thinking about going on no date with no woman. Can I get an amen? Young men, I tell the young men that work for me this very thing. He say, Brandon, I'm going on a date. I'm going on a date. Why are you going on a date? You should be focused on building your career. You should be focused on finding out who you are, what you want out of life. How are you going to raise a family and you're immature at this point? Young men, focus on yourself. Focus on developing your skill set. Focus on generational wealth. Get your stuff together before you decide you want to go marry somebody. And I'll tell you this is the key sign that you shouldn't be dating. If you think you're going to go on a date with a young lady and you don't know who's going to pay for it, you shouldn't be dating. I'm not getting a lot of claps by young men, but hear me out. I'm not telling you something I read in a book. I'm telling you something I know. Because not knowing who's going to pay tells a few things about where you are in life. One is that you're not ready. You're not financially stable enough to take care of anybody if you can't pay half of a meal. I mean, you can't pay for the full meal, meaning your deserved half that you took out on a date. Women, I see y'all clapping. Y'all finna be mad at me now. Young women, this has come from my heart. There may be a lot of young women in here, or young women that may not get married in your 20s. That may not have children in your 20s. But listen to me clearly. God has got your back. Do not feel the pressure of man to tell you when and where to do certain things. You need to listen to what God has called you to. And while you're waiting, don't be waiting, hooking up with people and doing all this old crazy stuff. You need to wait in the Lord. Spend your time volunteering. Spend your time finding out who you are. A lot of times young women rush into relationships and you don't even know who you are. So then you date a guy who don't reflect who you really are. And then you want him to rush and get married and then you don't like him no more. Why? Because he's lazy. He ain't who you thought he was. He don't treat his mama right. And if you wouldn't have rushed, take your time, wait on the Lord, You will find the right man. Ask my wife. I'm not trying to put on the spot, but I'm just keeping it 100. I got a minute left. I'm keeping it 100. If she would have gave up and said, God don't love me because I'm not married yet, I don't have a child yet, God forgot about me, I'm washed up. If she said that in her 30s, what would she be today? But my wife kept believing in God. And it would be great if all of you guys were married at a young age. Great if you were equipped to be married. And the reason I say don't get married, because you need to be ready to be married. You need to be ready to take responsibility for somebody else. I wish they gave me a little more time. Marriage is not Instagram. Marriage, the people that are married, have been married for a while, your mom and them, they'll agree with me. You got to be ready to be selfless when you're married. You think me and my wife agree every time? No, we don't. I probably get on her nerves. But you got to be mature enough to say, I'm not going to quit in a committed relationship when I made a commitment before God. That takes maturity and growth to get to that point. So don't be weary and well-doing, because in due season you'll reap if you don't give up. And I swear I feel it in my heart that young women need to hear this more than young men. Don't get down on yourself. Don't feel like you missed the boat. There's a lot of young women I see on the internet, they feel shame because they ain't married to somebody. It's better for you to wait than to be married to somebody and they unhappy. Look at all these young people that you probably know on Instagram. They wait a little bit. Then you see a picture, they don't have no ring on no more. You're like, what happened to them? You see a picture and all that man that she was all up under his armpit, he ain't even on Instagram no more. Don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in that. People will never post online the bad times. They'll never post online the arguments they have. They'll never post on time the difficult time. Having children, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get off this stage, I promise you. Listen, a lot of people are like, I want to have kids, I want to have kids. Wait until you're mature and ready. If you are in a relationship, enjoy your marriage first and then have kids. Trust me. I love my boys. I love my boys. The tall one with the bushy hair. I love him too, and the little one over there that won't go to sleep like he's supposed to. But when they're young, you see the picture on Instagram, they cute. Oh, little baby, little baby, little baby. No, they You trying to go to sleep? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I want to be grown, but we got kids. And that young one won't get out the bed, will he? Wave your hand at me if you gonna sleep in your own bed? No, you're not. I know you wouldn't. So I'm trying to encourage you guys to give a different perspective. I'm not trumping anybody else's statements. I'm just saying, God's got your back. Believe that. Everybody in here, you have a purpose, you have a mission. Don't think that because you're not on stage or you're not famous or something that God can't use you. I'm just doing what God has called me to do. You guys all have a calling on your life that's equally as important. If nobody watched my YouTube channel, I wouldn't be anybody. If nobody read the things that I wrote, I wouldn't be anybody. If nobody showed up when I speak, what would I be? So we all are in this together. We all have a mission and a purpose. Your purpose ain't gonna be his purpose ain't gonna be her purpose. But you need to identify your purpose. How do you identify your purpose? Real quick, 30 seconds. Is building a relationship with God. Not a religious ship. It's not about religion. It's not about how many times you go to church. It's not about how many times you do this. That's religion. It's about how many times in the intimate moments of your life that the first thing you go to is God. How many times when you're down and out and you're ready to give up and you said, I'm done with this mess, that you go to God. That's relationship. Times are going to get hard for you young people. It ain't easy. But where do you go to when it gets tough, when it gets rough, when you want to give up, when you want to throw in the towel, your mom and them getting on your nerves, college is taking a toll on you, you're ready to be done with these leftist lunatics, you sick of it. Where do you go? You go to God. All right, I'm gonna finish with this because I'm over time. I love you guys. Make sure you meet people here. Make sure you collab with people here. Don't be afraid to talk to people that you don't know, because this is where magic happens. This is where you meet people you're gonna network with. Some of y'all may meet your husband or your wife here. Don't be ashamed in the corner, walking around with your head down, unapproachable. Come on, y'all. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Take advantage of it. Do the right thing. Don't get in trouble out here in Tampa. Don't get in trouble out here. The Lord is watching you. But I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Enjoy the rest of SAS. God bless you. God bless America. And I'm out.
Good afternoon. So good to see you. My name is Michelle Bachmann. I'm a former member of the United States Congress. So thrilled to be with you here at Charlie Kirk's event. You are the ones that I have been waiting for to show up, to move our country forward into a path of victory. You are the ones that are going to deliver. I am so proud of you. I'm here also as the Dean of the Robertson School of Government, C.R. Booth, but I'm here to speak to you right now as a board member of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. We're an organization that's over 40 years old, and it's one of the most positive, unifying organizations that there is to support relationships between Christians and Jews. There's something amazing that happens when you bring unity between two biblically based forces, Christians and Jews. We've seen miracles come from these relationships, and today the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is the #1 humanitarian relief organization throughout Israel, and going into places like Syria where there's needs and binding up the wounds and bringing health care to people who have problems in those areas. It's been a tremendous organization. And when you look at the United States and Israel, we've had an incredible relationship. The United States was the first nation to recognize the existence of Israel after Israel declared independence. It was a Democrat president that made that recognition 11 minutes after Israel made that announcement. We're also the first nation that recognized Jerusalem as Israel's eternal capital. That was Donald Trump that made that designation. Both of those designations ended up bringing peace into the world. We were told it would bring war. It did just the opposite. When you have a sane country like the United States working with a sane country like Israel, you've got a community of the sane. And it is important that we work together. Just this week, there was an agreement that the United States signed with Israel on tech and innovation. The two top countries in the world on tech and innovation and AI are the United States and Israel. We signed a pact that is going to benefit you, that's going to change your world for the future and bring strength and prosperity and peace into both of our nations. There's a huge controversy right now about Israel, that Israel's bad. And so what we've been trying to do is bring some unity and some clarity into that issue. So last year, a program was developed by the Fellowship of Christians and Jews to have campuses which have become anti-Israel actually take a stand for Israel, because that anti-Israel thinking has turned into violence. And so on the campus at Regent University last year, we put up flags, and we're calling it the Fellowship of Flags. And so American flags, United States flags, we put it up and made a showing on our campus that we're going to stand for this sane country of Israel. And why is it that we're seeing an unprecedented level of anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, Jewish hatred here in the United States? A report was just released not long ago. It was published in the Free Press, Barry Weiss's publication. And it said this: there are nations in the world who are bad actors, who are evil, who have evil motivations. And yes, those countries, including Iran and Qatar, for 46 years, Iran has been designated the #1 terror nation promoting terror in the world for 46 years. We know this from America. Americans were taken hostage. And yes, contrary to what was stated, Iran has killed Americans, many Americans. They are a threat to the United States of America. But Qatar, as Iran has done this, Qatar is the leading state financer of terrorism. And you're their target. You may not know this, but Qatar has spent close to $100 billion to target you with an anti-Israel viewpoint. How did they do that? They brought professors, curriculum, they're in K-12 schools, they're in higher education, they're in media, they're in the culture. $100 billion buys a lot of message. Qatar is 330,000 people. America's 330 million people. Qatar's nation, their population is the size of Pittsburgh, but they're extremely wealthy. They control about 11% of oil and gas interests, and they use that money because their goal is to have Islam dominate the earth. They have the largest propaganda outlet in the world, Al Jazeera. And so they put their money where their mouth is. We need to understand the intention of the enemy and what they choose to do. But what I love about Charlie is he's a biblical guy. And a lot of you here are biblical people. And one of the most profound, clarifying concepts in the Bible is that it's God who chose the Jewish people. He chose them. It wasn't the Jewish people's choice. God chose them. They were going to be his people, and he chose the land they would be on. And the Bible says forever this is their land. He deeded it to them, no one else. And so the Bible is very clear, and I'll end with this. Those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed. And we need to understand that's true for individuals, that's true for nations. And so I encourage you on your college campus, come to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews booth, pick up American flag, Israeli flag, and be proud of them. Bless Israel, and you too will be blessed. God bless you all, and I'm grateful to be here today.
Shalom from here in the Holy Land to everyone at the Student Action Summit in Tampa. And I wish that I could be with you there in person, but I'm calling in from Israel to share why the fellowship is here with you today. As so many of you know, on October 7th, 2023, there were over 1,200 innocent lives taken in the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. That day, it awakened a deep evil that we're seeing around the world, not only in Israel. And yet, in moments like this, I believe that people of faith are called to shine God's light even brighter. That's why this October 7th, students across the country are joining us in Flags of Fellowship. Each campus will plant 1,200 flags to honor the victims, to boldly and proudly stand with Israel and declare that we choose courage over silence. So I'm inviting you to get involved, to order your activism kit, and the Turning Point team will help you bring this to life on your campus. So thank you, thank you, thank you, as we say in Hebrew, Todah Rabbah, for joining us in this holy endeavor of unity and fellowship that's never been needed more than now.
I went from America's favorite Disney mom to America's favorite domestic terrorist.
I don't believe that I was ever canceled, just redirected.
God will always make a way for me, and I will always take that step with His firm foundation. We are authentic in that fight for courage and bravery and speaking the truth, and we cannot be bought. At the end of the day, what side of history do you want to be on?
So be grateful, be brave and courageous. Do not be discouraged, because in this storm you will bend, but you will not break. That's right, USA!
Greetings, fellow domestic terrorists. Welcome to the resistance. I'll be your host for this afternoon's rebellion. It's so good to be in the company of allies. Now saddle up, Buttercup, because I have matches and we ride at dawn. Now, before we dig in, I want to give a big thank you to Turning Point USA, because standing up here, you can clap. Standing up here talking with you is one of the greatest gifts of my life. Do you know that I've never actually met Charlie? I know, right? But when I do you know what I'm dying to say? Good luck, Charlie! As you know, I spoke up for our freedoms during Biden's reign of terror and was canceled, threatened, fired, condemned, dropped by friends, but God. God had other plans. In June of 2024, He plopped me on stage at TPUSA's Young Women's Leadership Summit, and those girls, let me tell you, they breathed a fierce breath of life, of love into me. And my purpose grew stronger, my connection to God grew stronger, and my love for your generation grew stronger. So just to catch you up to speed on my situation, I fled Mussolini's California. Literally overnight. And don't fall for the slick hair gel nice guy routine. He's wanting to be president in 2028. Don't elect this dude, I'm telling you. He will burn this country down just like he did California. So after being locked down for 58 days, I drove by a quarantine camp for kids up the street from my house. No joke. I came home, looked my husband in the eyes, and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow with the kids and the good dog. We hope you join us." Spoiler alert, both my husband and the bad dog joined us. Then I unknowingly was captured in this little video that swept the nation, speaking out against mask and vaccine mandates at the Williamson County School Board meeting. I mean, I've spoken at a Los Angeles School Board meeting and no one cared. I had no idea that little Williamson County was the hotbed of anarchy. Yes, the First Order. And I was recruited as Darth Mom. The next day, articles and posts went viral about the racist, sexist, homophobic mom from Good Luck Charlie, a very threat to our democracy and our lives. I got death threats, rape threats, lots of messages hoping that my ugly children would die. Excuse my language, but I got lots of dick pics in my DMs. And if anyone is watching who sent those vulgar pics, that was really hard for me to see. Because they were teeny tiny. I even did this. I did this. Nothing. Then I, along with many other parents who used our First Amendment rights to protect our children, I was labeled a domestic terrorist by the President of the United States. He said that about your mom. And here we are. Oh, and one more thing. I have a new television series coming out at the end of August called A Week Away, streaming on Angel. So the cancellations were fabrications and did not work. Contrary to popular belief, the far-left extremists cannot wave their magic wand and make people disappear. I mean, who do they think they are, the Clintons? However, now I got a bigger problem. I don't know about the rest of you, but I got a big problem with the global elite, one world order, divide and conquer propaganda being forced down our throats. Constant brainwashing, manipulating, indoctrinating, where they rule and we submit. Their greatest weapon, AI. And kids, it's your generation they're after. The radical left NGOs have commandeered education, health and science, weather, news, politics, sports and entertainment, basically the entire board game of Trivial Pursuit. But their pursuit isn't trivial. It's world domination. And it's not a game. Their plan isn't fun or even for our safety. It is a very calculated strategy to destroy our current system so they can build their new one world order. Sounds scary. And it could be. But God. His words tell us in Romans 12:2, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, I recently came across this book called The Fourth Turning, where historians have discovered a very clear pattern of historical events and generational cycles that they call turnings, where each generation shapes and is shaped by the time or the turning in which they live. Now, they did not name a specific event, but anticipated a period where America would be challenged to the core, eventually leading to complete and unrecognizable transformation or a rebirth. Now, bear with me here. The first turning is called the high. It's compared to the season of spring. It's post-World War II, the mood and the energy around the high. It's one of confidence, rebuilding, teamwork, order. Society has united together to rebuild after crisis. These events shaped the generation known as boomers. They are value-driven leaders and visionaries. The second turning is the awakening, the season of summer. Events from civil rights movement to Vietnam protests and sexual revolution create an energy of passion and questioning, resulting in people rebelling against institution. Gen X was birthed in the awakening. They are independent, pragmatic, resilient. The third turning is the unraveling, the season of autumn, where culture wars, 9/11, and the rise of individualism create an environment of cynicism, of fragmentation, disunity. Culture becomes distrustful and fractured. This is the turning that birthed the millennial generation. The problem solvers. Now, are you ready for the fourth turning? The fourth turning is called the crisis. It's the season of winter. Or as Shakespeare said, it is a winter of our discontent. Or as Joe Biden said, well, prepare a dark winter. This is the era we are in now. Doesn't that sound fun? You were born in the crisis turning, where the Great Recession, COVID, riots, social division, cultural confusion, AI, and geopolitical conflict create an atmosphere of danger and urgency, where our very survival is threatened, leading us to total destruction or, hear this, rebirth. You were not born by accident. You were born on purpose and for a purpose in the middle of the storm. You are living in a time of unraveling. Institutions are collapsing. Truth is blurred. Children are trafficked. Criminals run free. Lists get lost. It is no wonder that people are anxious, angry, or numb. It often feels like the world is ending. But God. God has a history of raising his strongest warriors during the darkest hours. This moment, this era, is not your burden. It's not your fault. It is your birthright. We are living through what historians call a fourth turning, a time of upheaval. Systems shattered, trust decimated, but there's a pattern. And these moments always come before rebirth. Every time this happened, through plagues, wars, revolutions, God raises up a generation not to be a spectator on the sidelines, to merely watch the collapse, but to lead the renewal. Gen Z, you are that generation. But do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Make no mistake, these globalists are working overtime to shape you, break you, scare you, own you. They have Gen Z in their crosshairs. With algorithms, with empty ideologies, with fear and distractions. Many of your peers are submerged in cultural conformity disguised as rebellion. They think men and women's sports is equal rights. They think forced injections are for the greater good. They think killing a baby is reproductive care. They think the chemical and surgical castration of prepubescent children is mental health and parental obligation. They think Diddy is innocent, lists don't exist, and Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. With endless scrolling, rage content, algorithm-driven identity, the crisis is not just physical. It's spiritual. In Ephesians 6:12, the Bible tells us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." They want you scrolling instead of serving, obsessing over comparison instead of being who God made you to be, consuming instead of producing, echoing instead of thinking, hiding instead of leading, fearing instead of thriving. That is not your calling. You were not born to conform. You were born to transform. Yeah, I know you're young. I know you don't have a bunch of life experience, but God. In Scripture, when God wanted to renew or redirect history, he called upon the young. Jeremiah said, "I am too young," but God made him a prophet to the nations. David was a teenager tending sheep when he was anointed king. Mary was a young woman when she said yes to bearing the Savior of the world. 1 Timothy 4:12 has a message for you guys. Let no one despise you for your youth, but set the believers an example in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, in purity. Don't say, "I'm just a kid." Don't say, "Oh, what do I know?" Don't say, "My voice doesn't count." Don't say, "It's too late." Do not say, "The world is too far gone." Because every fire that looks to be down to its last ember, but God. God makes beauty from ashes, and his flames are refining. See, you are stepping into history's most decisive role, not as passive victims of collapse, but as authors of renewal. The world keeps mocking that Gen Z will be the downfall of our country. Lie. Not in this room. I believe in you. I love you guys. I believe in you. And you, and you, and you. You are not a generation of screen addicts or victims of chaos. You are capable, bold, wise beyond your years. Don't you see God is using you, crafting you, shaping you, molding you to spread his glory over a nation that is decimated by propaganda, oligarchic overlords, and greedy corporations. Gen Z, you are not the destruction of our country. You are the hope for it. So I challenge you to not just be a critic hiding behind a screen, but to be a builder. We all can easily see the problems: injustice, corruption, division, hate, where good is evil and evil is good. Do not consume their cultural programming. It's meant to wear you down, to break your spirit. Become unbreakable. Do not compare yourself to the fakes of Instagram. No one's telling me is that flat unless they're doing this. If you cannot get away from your scroll, fill your scroll with good. Fill it with scripture. Consume food made by God, not Kellogg. Listen to music that is a conduit to your creator, not a fast pass to insanity. Forrest Frank, Doja Cat, I'm just saying, you have a choice. Instead, be the generation of mothers and fathers that stay together. Shore up your family. Be the homeschool co-op educators. Be the intentional builders of close-knit communities. Be the healers, not the drug pushers. Be the technologists with uncompromising ethics. Be the poets and reformers, the musicians that fill the world with hopeful, intentional, uplifting music at a healing frequency. Be the rebel that grows your own organic food. Make art that reflects love. Make babies. Babies are the biggest blessing this world has to offer. You are not the end of something broken. You are the beginning of something better. Rebellion is easy. Renewal takes courage. Joshua 1:9 is my favorite scripture. Have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Now, this scripture has carried me through the last 5 years. God himself commands me to be strong and courageous, so I am. He commands me to not be afraid, so I'm not. But you know what I totally missed in the scripture? I literally glossed over it until I sat down to write this speech. He also commands, do not be discouraged. So not only do you not have to be afraid, you don't even have to be discouraged. Esther was told, who knows but you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? I tell you today, you were born in the chaos. You were not born for the chaos. Not to run from the storm, not to join the storm, but to calm it. You are here to renew what is good and true. So to you, Gen Z, and all who influence them, Do not conform. Do not be discouraged. Do not delay. Let your mind be renewed. Let your spirit be bold and courageous. Let your hands start building. And while Good Luck Charlie may be an entertaining, nostalgic, much-needed escape from the world, let me assure you that life has nothing to do with luck. It most certainly does not have anything to do with wishing upon a star. It is about firmly planting your roots in rich soil and growing. It's about faith that although you were born in the middle of this storm, it's here to make you stronger. So be grateful, be brave and courageous. Do not be discouraged, because in this storm, you will bend, but you will not break. Our very history tells us that you are not the end of a broken world. You are the answered prayer for a better one. Guys, I just want to pray over you right now, pray with you right now. God, I thank you for your grace, mercy, and abundant love. Of all the people throughout history, you have purposefully called each one of us together to do life together. Help us to be the hands and feet of your Son, Jesus, to love, to heal, to help. Father, I ask that you bless us in miraculous ways we never saw coming. That wisdom would reign, that clarity would be undeniable, that truth would triumph, and that the fire of courage would never dim, that we would shine your light for others to see, and that your voice would lead us onward, towards restoration, forward into the renewal this world so desperately needs. Amen. Real quick little tag on here. I want to talk to you about worrying about what other people think of you. It's bogus. Don't fall for that trap. You will never please everybody all the time, ever. We love you guys. You guys gotta be strong and shore up and speak the truth. Where one voice speaks, I'm telling you right now from an experience, many will follow. It takes just one voice to stand up for many, then many will join and be voices of plenty. I guarantee you. The Bible tells us in Proverbs 29:25, the fear of man brings a snare. Don't fear him. But whoever leans on, trusts in, and puts his confidence in the Lord is safe and set on high. I love you all. God bless you all. And good luck, Gen Z.
Is my story and my upbringing breaks through the whole concept of identity politics, where they say if you are a minority, you have to vote a certain type of way. If you don't vote that type of way, you're supposed to embrace this victimhood mentality, and I don't.
We will gut CRT from our nation's military. We are one nation, one people, and this majority body believes in unity over division and merit over identity.
At the end of the day, you all need to use your stories, because your stories can make a difference, and courage is a choice to move forward, fight for what is right, and help take back this country.
Got it. Got it. Good afternoon, Tampa.
For those of you who might not know who I am, my name is Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna, and I have the joy, thank you, I have the joy and privilege of representing Florida's 13th Congressional District in Pinellas County. Thank you, thank you. But you know, standing here today, when I initially started out, I never envisioned that I would have a career in politics. I did not come from a particularly political family. I was born to a very young single mom. My dad was in and out of jail. By the time I had been maybe around 10 years old, I'd walked into an armed robbery. I had a cousin that was murdered. I'd attended multiple high schools, one of which there was a gang shooting on campus. And for all argument's sakes, according to statistics, I probably should have been a high school dropout, teen mom, and on drugs. But at 19, I joined the military, which truly was the best decision of my life. It's where I met my husband, Andy, and it's where I was, thank you, and it's where I was able to put myself through college. Eventually, I ended up taking the MCAT twice and had this goal and objective of becoming a military physician. But it was during my gap year when I was volunteering as a counter-trafficking activist that I really had my turning point moment. You see, prior to 2016, then candidate Trump was talking about the correlation with an open border and human trafficking. And I think most people will agree that open borders hurts people on both sides. Here I was, a female Hispanic veteran, granddaughter of immigrants, and I argued that it wasn't racist or xenophobic to want border security, yet I was called a race traitor. They would actually always make fun of me and call me a coconut. It means that you're brown on the outside or white on the inside, of which I would always respond, well, I'm more like a vanilla wafer, and that seemed to really tick them off. But in my opinion, if you're given a position of power or a platform and you don't speak out up against injustices, you're just as complicit as the injustice that occurred. And I noticed something. I saw that the media was lying. I kept seeing these images of women and children, yet the very same media outlets weren't talking about the rape, the trafficking, whether it was labor for sexual purposes that was taking place. I made a video like any good millennial will do, and it went pretty viral, talking about why I believed in border security and why I supported President Trump. And eventually I was invited to an event called the Young Women's Leadership Summit, which if you've been there today, shout out to all the women in the audience. It was at that event I realized I wasn't the only one. And shortly thereafter, I kid you not, one day before I was supposed to go to medical school, Charlie Kirk calls me and says, "Hi, Anna, my name's Charlie Kirk, and I'd like to offer you the job as the National Hispanic Outreach Director for Turning Point USA." So I literally, thank you. I had 24 hours to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to go down one path, which was medicine, or was I going to go down a very different path that seemed like I was being pushed in the direction of politics? And after thinking about it and talking to one of my mentors, I realized that I could help people in a way that I probably could have never dreamed of through medicine, and that was through legislation. The impact and the reach I would be able to have, I could actually potentially bring the change and be the change that I wanted to see happen in this country. So in 2020, I decided to run for office. And in 2020, I was not successful, but when you fail, you try again, and you will be successful, I promise you that. Everyone remembers that BLM was a summer of love, and I promise you, I'm not just telling you this to bore you, I'm not just telling you this to make you feel bad about the life and circumstances which I was born into, but this all correlates, because when you're in your biggest struggles, I do believe it's God putting you there, preparing you for something. In 2022, despite being outspent $12 million to 1, having my own party back a pedophile defense attorney against me, I won my election. And it was a massive learning curve. You would think that when you go to Congress that they send you there and they want to teach you how to legislate and they want to teach you how to put forward and do the right thing, but they don't. They want you to go up there, go to the lobbyist parties, they wine and dine you, but they don't actually want you to advocate and do what you promised to do on the campaign trail. So I read the rule manual. It's crazy what happens when you read books. Read it multiple times, in fact. And shortly after getting elected, I had this egregious hit piece come out from the Washington Post. Just real quick, how do we feel about the Washington Post? I told you a little bit earlier about the background in which I came from, and this hit piece tried to discredit everything about my life. They tried to say that I was a registered Democrat in the state of Washington, of which they had to retract because that was provably false. They actually were able to access my military records as a sitting member of Congress, contact my old supervisors trying to dig up dirt on me. They reached out to my mom and asked for proof of death that my grandmother passed away HIV positive. They even went as far as saying that I made up my father's incarceration record. Little did they know that I had receipts for all of that, but they didn't want to print the truth because people like me on the left, we're not supposed to exist. We're supposed to be Democrats, we're supposed to be leftists, and we're supposed to embrace, especially if you're Hispanic, we are supposed to embrace open borders. They want us to pretend that all Hispanics are legal and say nothing about labor trafficking or child trafficking affecting our communities. And I'm not going to be silent on that matter. Had that article not come out, had I not have the facts to back me, Time magazine would never investigate it, and even though their hit piece was meant to destroy me, it actually ended up empowering me. In fact, Time magazine named me as the next 100 most influential people in the world next to J.D. Vance. In that same congressional cycle, so in the 118th Congress, I was the member of Congress that censured Adam Schiff for his hoax in the Russia collusion and going after President Donald Trump. And I was also the member that led the fight against Merrick Garland, a corrupt attorney general who protected Joe Biden in his cognitive decline, and 4 Republicans voted against holding Merrick Garland in inherent contempt. It just goes to prove the corruption that we have within our own party that needs to be flushed. Drain the swamp indeed, and the swamp is real, I promise you that. In 2024, because of my work and efforts in the previous Congress, I was charged with a task force to investigate some of the most grisly crimes in U.S. history, starting out with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. What I can tell you, and I would say that this model of transparency in the declassification of the JFK records is literally what they should be doing with Jeffrey Epstein. The administration released tens of thousands of documents, and I will say credit due where it's deserved. The CIA director, Radcliffe, was the only CIA director in U.S. history who was able to release something called the Joe Needes files. What this file proved, and it had been hidden for over 60 years, was without a doubt, and this is not my analysis, this is not my opinion, this is based on evidence that we have backings on. Without a doubt, the CIA engaged in a cover-up of the JFK assassination. The CIA lied to Congress. Joe Needes, who was a CIA operative, did indeed have contact and was observing Lee Harvey Oswald, who in my opinion was a patsy and cover for multiple shooters in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you would have said that last year, a couple years ago, they would have called you a conspiracy theorist. Yet every single person in this room knows conspiracy theory is only a matter of time before it's proven correct. See, for most members of Congress, their job is just to vote. But for me, it's far much more than that. It is to weed out the systemic corruption infecting the cancer on this country. And the only way that you can do it, you don't make peace with evil, you don't make peace with corruption, you destroy it. Which brings me to my next thing. These LA riots, these anti-ICE riots. When I saw those, I looked at this from an activist perspective. Who's funding these riots? Where are they coming from? Right? Follow the money trail. Now, credit due where it's deserved, because I don't believe that this woman deserves enough credit, but there are 2 people that actually helped flush out these connections on the financial ties. The first one is an individual by the name of Data Republican. Her name's Jenica on X. And the other person who I think probably might be here today is Laura Loomer. Now I want to tell you what I learned. And when we were able to discover some of the work of these citizen journalists, we were able to actually send out letters requesting testimony, and I'll get to that in a second, to an individual by the name of Neville Singham. Now, when you look at Neville Singham's background, he's a billionaire Marxist who was made a billionaire by taking money from the Communist Chinese Party. The money then transferred from the CCP to an organization called the Party for Socialism and Liberation, of which then turned around and organized these anti-ICE riots. But why all of a sudden Mexican flags? Do you guys remember the Summer of Love and these mostly peaceful riots? They were BLM flags. In fact, the Democrat Party used a dead black man by the name of George Floyd to fundraise for their 2020 election, and no one wants to talk about that. The main difference between that and then is nothing, just a different flag. And in fact, they're doing the same thing. They're using the guise of targeting people based on race, social, economic class, changing the flags, fundraising off of it, and using it for political talking points. It's not really about immigrants. It's not really about protecting innocent people. It's not about women and children. And as you saw on some of these farm raids that just took place yesterday in California, our own government was able to free multiple children that were being hired to work on these, not even hired, they were being forced to work on these farms. And I think everyone in this room will agree that child labor and exploitation is unacceptable in a free country. Now, what I will say is there's a really good movie. Who's seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven? Okay, if you guys haven't seen that movie, you really need to watch it. It's a great movie. But there's a quote in that movie, and it really resonates with me. It says, "Your soul is yours keeping alone. Even those who presume to play you be kings or men of power. When you stand before God, you cannot say, 'But I was told by others to do thus,' for their virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that." It means that every single person here has a choice to do the right thing. It doesn't matter what position you're at, but if you're in a position of power and you choose to not do the right thing, watch out. See, this party is no longer our grandfather's GOP. We've changed, and I think that that's evident. We are the People's Party. We value truth and understand that only through transparency can that be accomplished through trust. We defend the Second Amendment. We understand that children are a blessing and the backbone of a strong country is the nuclear family. We understand that forever wars only hurt us and that it is only truly accomplished with peace through strength. We embrace the famous words of one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. It is your responsibility and obligation to stay in the fight, to rise to the occasion and be our next generation of leaders and fighters. Thank you. I'm not the only one that needs you. This country needs you. And I can tell you that based on what I've seen in Washington, D.C., I can promise you I'm not going to be there in the next 20 years. I don't want to. It's corrupt, and we need your help to truly drain the swamp. Together, we will keep this country great. Turning Point's just informed me, too, that I have a couple minutes to take some questions from the crowd, so I'm going to be opening it up to you guys in a minute. But I do want to say this. I didn't do this job because it was convenient. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's incredibly hard. It's a big sacrifice for the family, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country. And you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. Now, everyone says every election is truly important, but when you see them electing open communists, when you see money coming in from the Communist Chinese Party, when you see systemic government corruption, I'm telling you right now, we need your voice to fight it. God bless all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. God bless the state of Florida, and God bless this great American country. Now, if you guys can please line up here, I'll take some questions from the audience. Right up here, find a microphone, and we'll go from there.
Hi. I really respect all of the work that you've done on the pro-life movement and speaking out against abortion and all of the things that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is doing against unborn life. I would love for you to speak a bit about the IVF industry and then what that also does for unborn life and what we need to be concerned about with in vitro fertilization.
I actually think that I hold the same position that the president does and that IVF can be done in a responsible fashion. What I will tell you is that I think the conversation surrounding that, though, right now is very convoluted. In my experience and from what I've heard, when people are being impacted by fertility issues, and this goes into what's in our food product, what people have been exposed through the medical industry and why there's such a big population decline right now. I've actually been one of the few Republicans to co-sponsor legislation on that exact topic. And so I think the whole idea that there is an IVF industrial complex does prevent, I guess, the discussion on if you have a one-to-one embryo transfer and you're respected in that sense, how much of a beautiful thing it can be for actually families that struggle with infertility. But again, it takes a responsible conversation, and I think that we have to not run from those conversations, but have them face to face.
And then on your right, this will be the last question.
Hi, my name is Mayan, and I was wondering if you thought that we would ever have a female president as a female congresswoman.
Yeah, I think that it's going to probably happen in my lifetime, but I think that when someone's running for president, they should not run on the fact that they're just a woman. I think that qualifications get us there. But on that same topic, I do think that there's going to be many Democrat females running for president in the next election cycle, and I think that they're going to run on a few things. I think that they're going to run on immigration. They're going to run on the images of deportations. And so it's going to take everyone, whether or not you're a man or a woman, taking a stand against them and their propaganda machine. I want to take a few more questions, though. There was a lot of young kids lined up, so if that's okay with you guys, if you guys can just, some of the kids that came back over here. Thank you. Spot's on you. Hold on, wait 1 second so there's a mic so they can hear. We'll take 5, so rock, paper, scissors.
Congresswoman Luna, I have a lot of respect for you as a congresswoman because you sponsor legislation that would give child abusers the death penalty. That's a big reason why I respect you. I got a question. What type of work have you done with the Trump administration to crack down on child abusers, especially right near the southern border, and what more is there to be done?
I'm really glad that you asked this question. So what you're not noticing in the press and the media, any mainstream outlet aside from, I think, Fox News and then, of course, some of the independent networks, is this administration has done an incredibly amazing thing in deporting actual rapists, child exploiters, all of it. In fact, just today was announced that they actually found 10,000 of the over 300,000 missing children under the Biden administration. Now, it's not up to the White House, though, for the policy changes. It actually has to come from Congress. And so I'm going to call out my own party. Why have people not got on board to legislation to increase the mandatory minimums for child rapists and pedophiles in this country? Should it not be the platform of the pro-family party and the GOP to do that? So yes, we absolutely have to get aggressive, but there's been a lot of lethargy, and frankly, people who don't want to take tough votes, but in my opinion, pedophiles deserve the death penalty. There's no rehabilitating a predator.
Congresswoman Luna, thank you for all the work you've done on releasing the JFK files and trying to get the Epstein files released. A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that, but yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that footage, and I think the American people would too.
Moving into the 2026 midterms, how do we get over the trend that the party in the White House loses seats in Congress, and just how do we move forward?
Well, according to the polling I'm seeing, we're not losing any seats. That's I think that's a historical record will reflect that. But again, you know, I feel like 10% of us in Congress do 90% of the work. And so it's our whole goal and objective to push the party into codifying and getting off our bums and actually doing the right thing by maybe doing our jobs in Washington. And so if you guys can continue to help with that message, that would be great. Thank you guys. God bless. We'll talk soon.
I love adrenaline. I love butterflies you get in your chest on game day. Oh, people don't like me because I speak the truth.
One of the most important things about survival is remaining positive and having a good attitude. We all have this weird fascination with challenging ourselves and pushing our minds and our bodies to the limit. And I think that's so beautiful, and I love it. We should relish the opportunity to live another day. I have another day on this earth, and by God, I'm going to live it to the best of my ability.
Man, wow, you guys, this is awesome. It's an honor to be here. It's good to see your faces. It's an honor to stand on this stage where we've seen all the legends of the conservative movement being here, and thanks, buddy. Nice hair. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here. And you know, my favorite line from the weekend was actually Tucker Carlson last night when he said, "I'm just an American who loves my country." And anybody else? Anybody else? And I guess that's why I'm here, okay? I'm not going to be building any primitive fires or starting any shelters today, but it was funny when Charlie and the team asked me to speak, you know, I'm like, sure, yeah, I'll come down. I was thinking it was a workshop or something. I'm like, what do you guys want me to teach, you know? Like primitive hunting, shelter building in the jungle. They're like, no, Jeff, we want you to talk. And I'm like, you guys know what I do for a living, right? I literally, you know, spear electric eels and wrestle alligators. And they're like, no, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's okay. So, Lord be with us. All right. You guys, usually I'm a bit too feral for big events like this. Okay. But actually, this is the first time anybody has explicitly asked me to put clothes on for a speech. True story. True story. They had to make sure I knew that. So you're welcome. But you guys, my name is Jeff Zausch, and most of you probably know me as that guy from Naked and Afraid who spends way too much time running around the wilderness trying not to die. Okay, and unlike the polished, brilliant speakers we've heard from this weekend and today, like Congresswoman Luna, Scott Jennings, and others, I'm probably the only guy up here that's wearing a dirty cowboy hat, sporting a few too many scars, and can honestly say that I've eaten more snakes and bugs for dinner than I'd like to admit. But I'm actually talking about something deeply important today. What does it mean to be a conservative in today's world? Conservatism isn't just about politics, all right? It's about optimism, hard work, resilience, and courage. And these aren't just buzzwords either, they're survival skills. Let me tell you from experience, when you're surviving out there in the Philippine jungle, suffering, starving with 105-degree fever and losing hope, it's resilience, conservative resilience, that keeps you alive. Now, while I'm suffering out there in the jungle, I'm thinking about my dad and the lessons I learned from him, the greatest survivor I ever knew. Now, my father, he wasn't a survival expert per se, but he taught me more about life and what it means to live and survive than anybody else ever could. My father was born in the winter of 1962, and he was born with a severely deformed heart, one that would only keep him alive for several months at best. Up until this point in human history, no other child born with this deformity lived more than a few years at best. At that time, hope was scarce. to say the least. But my grandparents were built for it. They were armed with courage, faith, and an unyielding optimism. My father had a first-of-its-kind experimental surgery, replacing his damaged heart valve with one from a pig. This had never been done before in an infant so young. Up until this moment, it had been considered impossible. But through prayer and faith, somehow the surgery worked. And because of that miracle, I'm here today. But despite that surgery's success, my father underwent 13 open heart surgeries throughout his lifetime, a record. I think he probably survived more days in the ICU than I've survived in the wilderness, which is saying something. The pain he endured was unimaginable. The fear he must have felt before each one of these surgeries, indescribable. Yet each time he faced it with courage, resilience, and relentless optimism. As hard as all this must have been for my dad, I was in a unique position to watch it and learn from it. I grew up watching him literally survive. I watched a man battle through hopeless moments, overcome near impossible surgeries, and still refuse to give up. My dad could have taken disability at the age of 18. He could have survived off of government assistance the rest of his life, and no one would have blamed him for it. But he chose a harder path. He went to college, got an education, studied in hospital beds when necessary, and became an architect, later designing the exact hospital that I would later be born in. He didn't quit. He refused excuses. He never accepted convenient handouts. He chose resilience, hope, and hard work every single day. Years later, after a lifetime spent watching him survive, I found myself lying in the mud on day 52 of a brutal 60-day survival challenge. I had a 105-degree fever and was losing consciousness. As part of this survival challenge, I could tap out at any time for any reason. And when I was laying there in the mud, I tell you, I thought, geez, I could just quit. I could receive assistance, go to a hospital, nobody would blame me. But then I remembered my dad, and I remembered his example and his strength. So in the dead of night, I got on my knees and I prayed, and then I dragged myself to the edge of the river, submerged myself up to my mouth in what felt like glacial water, and my body started shaking so violently, I actually remember I had to consciously clench my jaw shut just to keep from biting pieces of my tongue off. And I endured that agony for 5 straight hours, wondering if my heart would give out. In this moment, optimism wasn't just useful, it was essential. While shivering in the water and looking up at the stars, the darkness felt endless. But optimism wasn't a choice. It was survival. The ability to see hope in darkness is the cornerstone of conservatism. Knowing that no matter how hard things get, tomorrow can always be better if you persevere and push forward. When the sun rose the next morning, my fever had broke. So I went on and I finished the final 8 days of that survival challenge, becoming the first person to ever survive 60 days in the wilderness with no clothes and no tools. After successfully completing the challenge and returning home, the fever came back. And I found myself in a hospital in an ICU in Dallas, Texas. And it was there that I learned the reason for the fever. It was bacterial meningitis, a disease that kills or permanently disables 60% of people who contract it. My father had passed 5 years earlier, but I know he was there in that hospital, supporting me, holding my hand, and giving me the strength to pull through that. Through prayer, fasting, and the doctors who treated me, I survived with only a 35% hearing loss in both ears. A small price to pay for such an extraordinary life lesson. And if my dad were here today, he'd remind us, conservatives don't quit. We adapt. We persevere. We thrive under pressure. And this mindset's the same mindset that kept me alive. And it's the same mindset that has supported and carried on our country for 250 years. A couple years after that fateful survival challenge in the Philippines, I found myself on a mountain summit in the Himalayas. My fingertips frozen with the beginning stages of frostbite, my lips so numb I could barely speak. But while watching this sunrise come up over the summit of Mount Everest, it was like all those lessons from my dad crystallized and came into focus. And so in that moment, I turned on my camera and I filmed a video for my future self, for my friends back home. And I want to show you that video right now.
Right now, I'm on the summit of Kalapatar, elevation 18,550 feet. And this is Mount Everest. This is the peak of planet Earth right here. And I want this video to remind everyone that anything is possible. Everything is achievable. And you are capable of more than you even understand. The wind chill right now is lower than 20 below zero. I can't feel my fingers or my toes. But I know one thing, and this is the glorious, most beautiful view I have ever seen in my entire life. And it is worth every bit of pain that it took to get here. And that is true for your journeys too. Be strong, everyone. Be strong. And I want you to ask yourself, what is your Everest? What is your Everest? And whatever it is, I want you to chase it. And I want you to think about it daily. Dream about it. And one day you will see it. And your dreams will come true. Happy 2023, everyone.
Oh man, watching that's crazy. I'll be the first to admit my brain was a little oxygen starved in that moment, okay? But I tell you what, I had never seen the world so clear. So, you guys, I'm here to challenge every single one of you. Young conservatives, you're the future of our movement. To embody these values, be tough, resilient, courageous, embrace optimism, and never shy away from hardship. You have unlimited potential. Nothing is impossible if you meet every challenge with prayer, optimism, and heart. Look, if a feral survivalist like me can put on a shirt and get up on a stage like this one and give a speech, you guys, just imagine what all of you can accomplish. You guys, thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, guys.
I've been with
CNN for 7.5 years as the resident conservative and contrarian, and I'm proud to do it because I think half the country needs a representative. I'm trying to deliver that every day, an authentic representation of what the average conservative is thinking.
The fight is for the future of the country. The fight is for the future of the West. This radicalism on the left. It's anti-Americanism. It's anti-Western civilization.
National discourse requires courage and honesty. We cannot recede, not in politics, not in education, not in culture, and certainly not in the media.
Good afternoon, Tampa. I'm not used to hearing applause when I walk out onto the stage at the office these days. It's all garlic and crucifixes for yours truly. Or should I say, how do you do, fellow comrades? That's what they'll be saying in New York City soon enough, right? You know, I'm not sure why people are mad at me on these cable panels all the time. I'm just a designated driver at a party where everybody else is trying to crash the country into a ditch. I don't know whether I'm the Caitlin Clark of CNN or she's the Scott Jennings of the WNBA. Either way, we take a lot of abuse, but we score a lot of points along the way. I actually admire her, but I don't get it. They finally found someone who can make a layup and sell tickets. And their reaction is, let's see how smart she is after we gouge her eyes out. The trick to being a good pundit, it's also good advice for life. Just tell the truth and keep smiling. You'd be shocked at how few people can do it. But I'm not here today to talk about cable news or basketball. I'm here to talk about something bigger, about what's happening in the heartland of America. I'm here to talk about the revolution of common sense. That's the title of my upcoming book, and the phrase is courtesy of Donald J. Trump. And I wrote it, absolutely. And I wrote it because half the country deserves a defense of perhaps the greatest opening 6 months of any presidential term ever. And because I am tired of mindless liberals telling me every night, any day now, you all are all going to regret your votes from last November. Does a single person in this hall wish you could hop in a hot tub time machine and go back to November and vote for Kamala Harris or that buffoon Tim Walz? Hell no. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I voted for. This is what we voted for. I wrote this book because I'm tired of gender studies majors lecturing welders about economics. I'm tired of condescending garbage from a political party that cares more about dudes who want to be women than dudes who just want to be dudes. The truth of the matter is, in America, common sense is back. And it's not coming from the people who pump out the narratives and the BS. It's coming from places like this, from the grassroots, from middle America, from the bottom up, from people like our friend Charlie, and from every single person in this room. And who kicked this revolution into high gear? Who turned common sense into a battle cry? Who campaigned without flinching and who governs without apology? The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now here's a reality check for my colleagues. The president's having the best 6 months of any president of the modern era. His policies reinforce and advance the conservative movement, and they've put America back on track. We encourage work instead of government dependence. We prioritize American citizens over illegal aliens. We secure the border instead of pretending that it doesn't exist. We unleash American energy instead of bottling it up. We keep taxes low on the people who actually pay them. The working men and women of this country, from the assembly lines to the barber shops, to the diners, to the garbage trucks, to the farmers in the fields. Hardworking Americans that just want to get up and go to work, provide for their families, make their lives a little bit better without being condescended to by the elites in Washington, D.C. They now have a champion in the White House. Oh, and by the way, he's delivering world peace along the way. The Middle East, Africa. For God's sakes, give this man the Nobel Peace Prize already. And he's doing it all in the face of a hysterical opposition that has not recovered from the trauma of last November. Let's see. The Clintons, the Obamas, feel free to boo along. The Bidens, the Harrises, the never-Trumpers, the leftist media, the narratives, the lies, the political information distribution complex. Gone, 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 gone. All thanks to our president, Donald Trump. But here's the best part. He's not alone. He's got a movement. It's young, it's smart, and it's hungry to win. Now, judging by the statements of some of my sparring partners lately, the left is panicked. Why? Because you aren't playing by their rules anymore. They want you to sit down and shut the F up. They want you to stay in your lane. Little did they realize that you would build your own road and go right through them. You all stand unapologetically for free speech in the places that they thought they owned. And Trump is bringing radical campuses like Harvard, Columbia, and UPenn to heel as we speak. Now let me be blunt and give you a direct message. We cannot concede any ground. Not an inch, not a campus, not a corporate hallway, not a school board, not a TV network, not a single corner of our culture will we concede. And certainly not a dictionary, which is under assault from people who think words and DNA no longer have any meaning. Trump scares these people to death because they know he's going right around them, straight to the American people. Our old cultural and political emperors have no clothes. Now it's just a hateful, buck-naked mob, desperate to regain some relevance. But the thing I learned, and I have learned, is never ever give an inch to this mob. Everyone learns sooner or later. No appeasement is ever enough. But you know what scares them even more, I think, than Trump? It's actually young conservatives with microphones, cameras, facts, and no fear. They thought they could cancel you. You fought back. They thought they could silence you. You got louder. They thought you'd eventually give in and give up. But it looks to me like you're just getting started. They thought when Trump was gone, their nightmare would be over. Nope. This is how we win. Not by hiding, but by marching right into the heart of their spaces and saying with a smile, we're here to tell the truth, and the truth shall set us all free. Let me say this clearly. Western civilization is not a crime. It is a miracle from God. It is the worldview that gave us liberty, dignity, reason, beauty, and yes, our common sense. But it is under assault. The barbarians are at the gate. It's our job to defend it. You are the vanguard. You are the next chapter in this American story, the heirs to the Minutemen and the patriots who gave us this country in the first place. And with Donald Trump back in office, you have a president who believes in you. So, let's keep going. Let's fight for the dignity of work. Let's defend the necessity of borders. Let's stand up for women instead of deviling and devaluing them. Let's build a future that rewards truth and talent instead of identity politics. And let's remind every radical university president and professor, every smug pundit, every one of these free Palestine yahoos, every never-Trumper who threw in with the enemies of Western civilization, We're not going anywhere. You know, my first job as a teenager back home in Kentucky was taking care of people's yards. I'm still in that business over at CNN. Mowing down fake narratives, trimming the hedges of hysteria, planting the seeds of common sense. And friends, I can report to you today that business is good. I want to thank Charlie for this invitation. I want to say God bless you. I want to say God bless this movement. I want to say God bless our president and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. We ready?
Just a few months ago, I was trapped behind those prison walls, and now I'm free. I'm free, and it's because of you. You made this moment possible. This is bigger than Bitcoin, bigger than crypto. Freeing me took many, many people from all walks of life coming together and saying, we care about freedom. And keeping somebody like Ross in a cage until he dies is a threat to freedom itself.
So let it be known that Donald Trump is a man of his word.
Hello, thank you for that warm welcome. President Trump had a profound and deeply personal impact on me and my life. He gave me my freedom, and for that I will always be grateful to him. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ross Ulbricht. Some of you know me. For those who don't, I created an e-commerce platform when I was in my 20s, and I called it Silk Road. It was kind of like Amazon, except I used Bitcoin and Tor to protect the privacy of my users. However, people use Silk Road to buy and sell drugs, and I did not try to stop it. I didn't try to stop it because I believed that it was a good thing that people be allowed to buy and sell whatever they wanted, so long as they weren't hurting anyone else. I thought I was giving people freedom. I was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years without parole. That is a slow motion death sentence. I was not supposed to be on this stage talking to you today. But President Trump changed that. He changed that. On his first full day in office, he pardoned me. He wiped the slate clean, and he let me out of prison. It was an act of incredible mercy, but it was also an act of defiance. Here's what he said when he did it. The scum that worked to convict Ross were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day weaponization of the government against me. So the people who went after me are the same people that weaponized the government against him. Let me tell you, having the most powerful organization in the world, the U.S. federal government, weaponized against me was terrifying and brutal. And I don't know how I got through it, but somehow, with the help of a lot of people, my family and I made it through. And I want you to understand that by voting for Trump, those of you that did, you helped him win the election. And by helping him win the election, you also played a role in me getting my freedom back. So, thank you. Thank you. So another person who played a really significant role is the man who invited me to speak here today, is Charlie Kirk. He advocated for me behind the scenes and in public. So a big thank you to him as well. So I made it through, and I learned a thing or two along the way, and that's really what I want to do here today is share you some of the things I learned from that experience. So because I sat behind a computer screen when I broke the law, I was sealed off in this kind of sanitary bubble. Nothing bad could get through to me. And I hid what I was doing from the people in my life because I didn't want to get in trouble. So I had no one to give me critical feedback, to question what I was doing. All I heard was encouragement from the Silk Road users and my own thoughts, which told me, hey, you're a hero for standing up for freedom and for what you believe is right. I was never exposed to the terrible consequences of addiction and the negative effects that rippled out from Silk Road into the world. But that changed when I was arrested. I spent over 11 years in maximum security federal prisons. I met scores of men who are addicted to harmful drugs. I helped some of them in the long, arduous process of overcoming those addictions. And what I learned is that addiction destroys lives. It destroys families. It destroys communities. And I see now that equating drug use and freedom is hopelessly naive. And here's why. Someone who's addicted to drugs, their neurochemistry is hijacked. They're not free. They are hopelessly enslaved in the most pernicious way imaginable. Imagine this. Imagine there's a button. Imagine there's a button right here on this stage, on this podium. And if I push that button, it will eliminate all drugs from our world. It will make them chemically impossible to exist. Gone forever. Imagine that. Would you push that button? I believe that I would push the button. And I believe that the world will be a better place for it. But here's the thing to understand. The government is not that button. That button does not exist. That's a fantasy. Drugs exist. Outlawing them is not that button. Outlawing drugs is not a viable way to make them go away. Unfortunately, sadly, because the addiction is incredibly harmful. Addiction and drug use is complicated. It raises deep, important questions about freedom, about political freedom and personal freedom. Making a website and giving people free rein to buy and sell drugs is not the answer. And I want my supporters to hear this. Okay, it's not the answer because now I have to live with the fact that I played a role in people losing their freedom to addiction. That'll weigh on my conscience for the rest of my life. It's kind of like people that work in the tobacco industry. They have to live with the fact that they play a role in people's addictions and the harm that comes from it. But on the flip side, making drugs illegal and throwing people in prison for it is also not the answer. It's not. We've been trying it for a long time. We're getting the answer wrong. So what do we do? It's complicated, right? I'll give you an example. There is a harmful, addictive drug that most of you have already tried. It's called alcohol. Alcohol's legal. It's sold in bars and grocery stores. And as a society, we leave it up to the owners of those stores to decide whether or not they're going to sell it. And we leave it up to individuals to decide whether or not they're going to buy it and consume it. Personally, I don't drink. I stopped drinking when I went to prison and haven't had a drink since. Just a personal choice. I think it's a good one. So, lost my train of thought. So the point is, well, okay, so I'm telling you I don't drink, right? It's not that easy for everybody. Some people succumb to alcoholism, right? And it's a terrible thing. Alcohol can tear apart marriages and families as surely as any other drug. And we have churches and AA and rehab to help people with that problem. But alcohol exists. And it always will. And it doesn't matter if we legalize it or make it illegal. But we know that if we make it illegal, it doesn't go away. It only makes things worse. Look what happened with alcohol prohibition, right? Earlier last century. People kept drinking, but it also led to organized crime and violence. Those are awful. Those are terrible things. So what do we do? Keep coming back to this question. It's complicated. What do we do? Take tobacco, nicotine. Extremely addictive, extremely harmful, legal, not widely used. Why? Persuasion. Persuasion is why tobacco is not widely used anymore. Used to be, for generations, Americans were free to, have been free to decide for themselves if they're going to smoke or not. And many people have been persuaded not to. I was one of them. Remember those anti-smoking campaigns? Maybe they still have them. I haven't been out of prison that long. Just a few months now. Back when I was a kid, you know, they had these posters on the school walls. And they were persuasive. I didn't want my lungs to look like these tar-covered blobs on the posters. No. It worked. I didn't smoke. And most of the people in my generation didn't either, and people quit. It was effective. The important thing is, nobody had to go to prison over tobacco and nicotine. There was no cigarette mob. There's no nicotine cartel. There's no blood in the streets over cigars and dip. It was just peaceful persuasion. So, when we look at alcohol prohibition and we see the havoc that came of it, and that the havoc disappeared when it went away, the exact same thing's happening with drug prohibition. Exact same thing. The cartels, the street gangs. I met all kinds of people in that world in prison. I have a very good sense of how that works. They would not exist. It would cut the legs right out from those organizations if drugs were legalized. I'm here to tell you the truth, not necessarily what you want to hear. And I see both sides, you know, I do. You want to make it go away. You want to push the button. You want to say, make it stop, make it stop. Stop all this bad stuff. And the sad truth is, by pressing that button over and over, you're just making more bad stuff. So, it's complicated. It's not a simple problem. So look, here I am. I've just spent over a decade in prison over drugs. And on the one hand, I'm telling you, I would push the button to make drugs go away if I could. And on the other hand, I'm telling you that we'd all be better off if drugs were just legalized. And if that still seems like a contradiction to you, just remember, government is not that button. Government is not some magic genie that will grant you wishes if you can just get control of it. I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't work that way. Here's the thing. If the government isn't there to tell you what to do, then you have to govern yourself. Okay? You have to make choices for yourself. So please, make good choices. And, you know, please, don't do what I did and rush into something that you'll regret later. Okay? Try to be patient, seek that feedback that I shut out, and be responsible for the ripples that you send out into the world through your actions. Okay, are they going to be a force for good or not? And that's the question I'll leave you with today. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. God bless you all.
Anyone who identifies as a woman.
I get asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election? We want a country based on content and merit. You are a perfect reminder why we won in November. So thank you for that. The American left in one picture. They are intolerant, they are mean, they are ugly on the inside, and they are losing, and we are winning in this country, everybody.
We have sat back for far too long as our towns, as our cities have been turned into dumps. They've flooded us with infinite migrants, and we are here to say no more.
There are more of us than there are of them who believe in the truth, who believe in borders, language, culture, and believe in the faith of Almighty God.
The American people have woken up. This is why we do everything. This is why we do everything. Right here. For God Almighty, we fight. For our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, we fight. My Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ. If the left want to say there's no kings, I agree. No kings but Christ, because Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. Jesus Christ's blood is the blood of the new and everlasting covenant that will be shed for others so that we may live eternal life in Him. And that is why we remember what He did for us every single Sunday morning on our knees. So, on a lighter note, but, well, and it's why we do this. I've got my wife, I've got my children right here in the front row. My brother's right here in the front row. This is all about family. It's all about family, but let me tell you something, folks. I'm not feeling well. I know, it's okay, don't worry. I'll be okay. But I'm getting sick. I'm getting sick and tired of being lied to. I'm being sick and tired of all the lies. And by the way, I don't care if those lies are coming from someone with a D next to their name or someone with an R next to their name. I'm sick of the lies and I'm calling you all out. So, I got a question. How many people in this room, raise your hand, you hear about January 6th? You guys remember January 6th, right? How many of you supported a January 6er through donations, through money, through tweets, through social media? How many of you stepped up to support January 6th? Let's see a show of hands. Incredible. Well, let me tell you something right now. I will not rest until we go full Jan 6 committee on the Jeffrey Epstein files and every single client that was associated with this thing has an FBI agent at their door on their phone going after them the same way they went after the Jan 6ers and the peaceful patriots and the praying grandmothers that were on those steps. That's how we should go after every single person that was in the Epstein client list. And Pam Bondi brought me to the White House and handed me a stack of papers. And I got to tell you, folks, it was about as valuable as a bunch of blank pages. It was baloney. It was a binder of absolute baloney. And Pam, if you can't do your job, we'll find someone who will. Because that's what this is. But this isn't personal. It's not personal at all. It's about understanding who controls this nation. Who rules? Do the people rule, or do the men in dark suits in Washington, D.C. rule? The men in shadowy networks and shadowy ledgers going to tropical islands. That's what we need to find out, and that's what we need to know. And boys, earmuffs for a second, but let me tell you something. If anyone out there with an R or a D is caught suppressing information to protect a child rapist, then you belong behind bars too. And anyone who is participating in something like that, like Jeffrey Epstein was. Now look, we don't know exactly what went on in that cell when Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. But I'll tell you one thing, folks. I know Jeffrey Epstein right now is exactly where he belongs. Straight in the pit of hell where all child rapists go. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all of it. And I'm sick of being lied to. I'm sick of being personally used in these discussions. So look, if you want to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation. But if you want to fight, you got one. Because that's what MAGA is all about. MAGA is all about fighters. Now, President Trump had a very interesting tweet earlier this morning, a Truth Social post. I think you all saw it. Rosie O'Donnell. And he said, you know, Rosie O'Donnell, maybe we should go and take a look. You've left the country. You've fled. You've spoken out against the United States government. Maybe we should look at taking your citizenship away, Rosie. Maybe we should talk about denaturalizing Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. And I want to talk about that. I do want to talk about that because we've got a huge problem in this country, and I think it's been a problem for a long time. And the problem number one is 40 million illegal aliens that every single one needs to go home. All of them need to go home. And we need to look at the H-1Bs, we need to look at the H-2As and the H-2Bs and every single one of these as well, because why should we be bringing in foreign students and foreign workers to work in tech when there are American people who are out of work, when there are STEM graduates who can't get a job, and they're bringing in scab labor from overseas? It's disgusting, and we need to shut it down until the American people are made whole. And this idea that I think we've been laboring with, this experiment that we've tried in mass immigration, has been a mass failure. It has been a failure. And this idea that if you just hand someone a piece of paper, that makes them American, guess what? It's failed. It's wrong. It's not true. And as I stand here before you today, I'll ask you a question. Does Kami Mamdani, does Zohran Mamdani seem like an American? No, he's not an American. Is Zohran Mamdani an American like we are? No, he's absolutely not. Is Ilhan Omar American like we are? No, and I can do the list all day long. I can do the list all day long of this. What I would submit to you then is if you are a naturalized citizen who lied and committed fraud in your naturalization process, because you are asked in that process, to whom do you owe allegiance? Do you owe allegiance to the United States of America or not? And you are required to swear an oath. And if you have broken that oath, then you committed fraud. And if you committed fraud, your citizenship should be stripped and you should be sent back to wherever you came from. That makes you an illegal alien. And we are just a few months away, I'm telling you. That means New York City could be run by an illegal alien. That means that you've got members of Congress who have immigration through fraudulent means. Ilhan Omar, just saying. There's some questions, Ilhan. There's some questions, some familial questions, Ilhan Omar. Look, what does it come down to? It comes down to this idea, and I'll explain it this way. What is America? Is America just a place and a system called a constitution? So if we were able to take the entire population of, say, Afghanistan, and bring it all to America, and then take the entire population of America and put it all in Afghanistan, would that make us all Afghanis? No, of course not. Of course it wouldn't. That'd be ridiculous. The same way that it wouldn't make them American. And yet why do we keep saying that if we just hand them pieces of paper, they'll turn into Americans? That's not how it works, because America is not a place. America is a people. America is a country. America is a nation with borders, a nation with language, a nation with history. We all know that that's what an American is. And the lies that have been told to us by corporate America that want to bring in this cheap labor, and the lies that have been told to us by these Democrats who want to bring in fake votes and dilute our national census, it's done. I'm done with it because I'm so sick of all of this. I'm sick of these fakers. You are fake Americans, and we are going to smoke you all out. Every single one of you. And that's what it comes down to. That's what it absolutely comes down to. There is no nation on earth that treats its own people this way, and it's high time that we stop treating our own people this way. When I say America first, I mean the American people first. And it's as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. It's as simple as that. You want to know what my politics are?
you know, when people used to say, what are your politics? What are you more conservative? Are you more libertarian? Are you more like, are you in MAGA? Are you this? I say, here's my politics. At this point, it's very simple. When somebody asks me what my politics are, I say, if it's good for American people, I'm for it. If it's bad for the American people, I'm against it. That's my politics. That's my politics from here on out. If this is good for the people, I'm for that. And there's so many people in Washington, D.C., and I see them every day. I've been there for a decade plus, folks. Oh, I know, it's terrible. And they sit there until they're blue in the face and they say, oh, well, this is going to be good for some corporation and this is going to be good for that. No, we're done. This is a movement behind Donald Trump that 1 year ago tomorrow, 1 year ago tomorrow, and we can never forget this, never let anyone tell you that on that field in Butler, Pennsylvania, exactly 1 year ago, that you did not witness the hand of God reach down from heaven and protect Donald Trump from being killed in front of the entire team, entire crowd of people. And when that man was down on his knees, and he was hearing the voice of God in his ears, and the bullets were still flying all around him, and he had no idea if the threat had ended. He could have rushed away. He could have ran off to his car. He didn't do that. He got up and he went back for the podium. He went back for the microphone. He went back for the people, and he said, fight, fight, fight. And don't let anyone tell you that that wasn't a miracle from God Almighty sending Saint Michael, the archangel, down with the sword of Saint Michael to protect him, to deflect that bullet from striking at the fateful moment. I truly believe that God is with us. And I truly believe that this movement and this country has God at our backs. That's what's called heaven reaching down and giving you its mandate. And the mandate is simple. The American nation must be restored. The American people must be restored. So you come to me and say, oh, you know, we got the big issue that's going on. I say, 40 million have to go. No, but you've got 40 million have to go. No, let me stop you right there, because 40 million have to go. They can go home and make their countries great again, okay, if immigrants are so great. They can go and make their countries great again. Why is it only Western countries, by the way, that we're told need to have open borders and mass immigration? Why is it only Western? Nobody ever says this for Japan. Nobody ever says this for China. And yet these countries, China doesn't take in mass immigrants, yet we're supposed to for some reason. It's ridiculous. And by the way, amnesty should be the biggest slur in the entire English language. Amnesty is a repugnant word. Amnesty is disgusting because it's a slur against you. It's a slur against the American people, that someone who jumped the line, that someone who broke the law should be allowed to stay. Absolutely not, because it is a sin against the American nation, and we cannot encourage sin. Although I certainly know that we live in a sinful society, but we're working on it, folks. We're working on it, because what I see when I look out and see a Turning Point audience and this incredible audience and the movement that Charlie has put together, and I talk to media all the time and they say, oh, well, the youth are against you, the youth aren't going. I say, excuse me? Come to a Turning Point event and tell me the youth are not on our side. Come to a Turning Point event and saying the youth aren't there. Come to a Turning Point event and say that the youth are not as based as they come and willing to do what it takes and fight the fights to bring this country back. So I say this to all of you, who are the youth who are here, the people who are watching. We will never stop fighting for this country. We will never stop fighting for truth. And no matter what you put in our way, no matter what comes after us, we will take the hill. We are going to go up on the top of that hill and we will plant our flag, the American flag, not the flag of another nation, not the flag of some gender group or whatever else. No, one flag, the American flag, the red, white, and blue. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless all of you. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Thank Charlie Kirk so much for putting this on. God bless America.
People will seek praise from the mainstream media and use any opportunity to get it. They believe what they're doing is...
Hello, everyone. Wow, this is incredible. It's great to be back here. I don't have the bulletproof vest on. I'm just wearing the cross today, so hopefully that protects me. Because we tend to make a lot of enemies telling the truth, don't we? You can tell a man's virtues by his enemies and his vices by his friends. Thank you, Charlie Kirk, for having me. I got a lot to get through in 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone. This is incredible. One of the largest crowds I've ever seen. It's my 10th only in private. Why do they not say the quiet part publicly? But maybe they say it privately. Let me take you back to the month of April. This is April 28th in a restaurant in Washington, D.C. This is the Attorney General of the United States talking to someone. They recorded it, sent it to us, talking about tens of thousands of videos.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI's been...
Okay.
So,
any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Now, we sent the Attorney General an email requesting comment. This is on May the 1st. A couple days after the 28th, we quoted what she had said, tens of thousands of videos of little kids, not something that's been reported publicly. After we sent the email, suddenly we saw this at the White House.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. They still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
It seemed to mirror quite identically what we had captured just 9 days prior.
Tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Something didn't seem to add up. It raised questions. The questions for me and my team was, and this is not an easy story for us to publish, is why share that with someone at a restaurant but not share it with the American people first? We also saw this on Joe Rogan.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
And is there video from the island?
Not of what you want.
But is there footage?
If there was footage of anyone doing anything else, we would have opened a case.
There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids.
Something doesn't seem to be adding up. Now, the Department of Justice issued this statement, which you probably all saw this week. There's no client list. There's no evidence of any blackmail. And there was no evidence that could predicate an investigation against anybody else. There's no story. There's no evidence. Now listen, as a reporter, as a journalist, I can always tell you, there's always a story. It's just a question of to what degree. But to see the government tell us there's no story, it just doesn't seem to add up. And I'm a little biased on this issue because I myself, my team, as you know, have been raided by the FBI. Granted, it was the previous administration that did this. You're looking at a search warrant. The FBI taking battering rams to our doors a couple years ago.
I'm sorry, so what is this regarding? This is the search warrant. Open up.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. They go after teachers. They go after mothers. They go after journalists in the United States of America under the flimsiest of pretenses, often a pretext, often a false pretense, and they lie about it. They ruffle through our notes. They go through, and by the way, the previous Attorney General expressly forbid this, Even the liberal news media was against it at the time that it happened, but this administration did get around to releasing the affidavit, the probable cause. The case is now closed. In my case, they closed the case and they had to release what's called an affidavit. That is the justification for the search warrant, the probable cause. Thankfully, hopefully, we'll now see who lied to the FBI. We'll see the transparency. We'll get the accountability. But when they released this affidavit, this probable cause, they redacted every single word. You are looking at the justification for the raid of my newsroom. The Department of Justice right now could wave their magic wand and show you what's behind these black lines. Does the public right to know outweigh whatever marginal concern the FBI has to protect their confidential informants? And by the way, it's a crime to lie to the FBI. This is over the Biden diary stuff. Did actually Biden lie to the FBI? If you or I lied to the FBI, we'd be in trouble. In fact, the only thing that wasn't redacted on this document was a footnote that said, based upon my training and experience, I have learned, this is an FBI agent talking, that cell phones are capable of sending emails. This is just bizarre. Even the ACLU protested this. This is another liberal organization defending me in federal court. This is just bananas. What does it mean to be liberal anymore? What does it mean to be conservative anymore? I consider myself a constitutionalist. I believe in the First Amendment, I believe in the Fourth Amendment, and I believe in the public's right to know. So let's go back to this. Department of Justice statement this week. Much of the material is subject to sealing. We need to protect victims. Well, I'm all about protecting victims, and I don't believe we should publish any child pornography. But this did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. By show of hands, how many of you think that's a lie? 100% of you. I mean, this is crazy. So, I'm announcing, and I have announced previously, but I'm going to release some new information here on stage with you today. It's time to take matters into our own hands. If we can't get transparency, then we need to be the change that we seek. We need to have people come to us, sources on the inside, brave people, often speaking out of turn, and we released images. These were images given to us by people in the government, people who don't trust the government. First, we got some images inside the Epstein temple, never before seen. Very strange stuff, including something on the ceiling. We were trying to decipher what that was. Then we got images inside his library, including on his blackboard. I presume the FBI has all this. Strange things, power, deception, various words. A lot of people online trying to decipher or crack the code. We even got images inside his bedroom. Next to his bed table, there was a phone. On the phone, there was a series of names. Karina, Darren, Rich, Mike. I wonder if any of these people know what happened with all this child stuff that happened. We even were able to find out the names of these people by doing some research. His last girlfriend, his advisor, his lawyer. You're trying to tell me that none of these people had any knowledge about any illegal activity? But I think it's time for us to just hear directly from FBI agents. What do you guys think? You know, I have an idea. What if we launch something called FBI Leaks? How about that? How about we release audio and video? Listen, you know, whether they come to me on the record or off the record, they tend to be more honest off the record, so perhaps we need to publish what they're saying off the record. We have to do that. And in our first video, released right now online, we're going to release the Deputy National Intelligence Officer of the FBI, whose name is Rami Hassan, and he's talking about the Epstein case, and he says, I'm with the FBI, quote, it's a shit show. And this is, I'm just going to play a little clip. You can find the rest of it online.
I'm with FBI. This is a shit show.
It's small coincidence.
I'm with FBI.
He also talks about that you can kind of see where law enforcement kind of either turned a blind eye or missed things. This man is a director, and he's saying law enforcement turned a blind eye. The question is, what did they turn a blind eye to? And I'm calling on everyone on the inside with knowledge of the situation to come out, to tell the truth, because we, the American people, have a right to know. Now, I have been doing this a lot recently in the deep state, and some of this stuff you can't make up. We've met with people in the Pentagon, the Department of Defense. You remember this guy, Jamie Menina? He's a former FBI special agent within the Department of Defense, caught this year during the new administration, talking about what he does inside the intelligence community.
To the intelligence community, and I became an FBI special agent. So I became a spy hunter. So I was a counterintelligence agent, special agent at the FBI.
Now he then proceeds to, by the way, what about the irony of a guy who's a spy hunter being caught on hidden camera by my team? Thankfully, I'm not a Chinese spy.
To the intelligence...
Jamie, you're a spy hunter, you say. Well, I'm a spy hunter too, but I'm evidently a better spy hunter than you.
We have no permission to use it.
Actually, we do. It's called the First Amendment. You talk about hunting spies. What if my undercover person was a Russian spy?
Go away, you liar. You're a known fraudster. You have a poor reputation. No one believes you. Go away.
What the fuck out of here. Okay, so this is the former FBI. This is what they do, by the way. They attack you, little slings and arrows, little paper cuts taken 100 times over. People stop trusting you, but you got to keep going anyway, screaming at me that I'm a liar. In fact, they even got a lawyer to sue me. This guy, who's what I call an ambulance chaser for intelligence agents, and he sued me and said he's going to expose all of our undercover people. He even tried to blackmail me, saying that, well, if you cooperate with us and give us funding, we won't post the names of your sources. These people play dirty, but we're not going to give up. Sometimes I meet with them myself. You might be saying, how is that possible in Washington, D.C.? It's possible because these people have some type of psychosis where they're not even paying attention to who's talking to them. You have to understand how these people in Washington, D.C. work. They don't care about you. They want money and they want power. But we have to expose that. This guy was one of the guys at the Biden White House telling us all about what was happening inside the Biden White House. I was sitting right across from me. At one point, the guy actually, they never asked me a question about myself. Our undercover people, they never ask us questions. At one point, he actually says, so tell me about you. I was like, whoa, I've never been asked that question before. No one's ever asked me that before. So I turned it right back around on him and I said, you're like this famous person who's like a spy. It's like you're James Bond or something. And he was like, oh, thank you so much. He kept talking. Just flattered him, kept going. Pretty remarkable stuff. I took my glasses off, revealed who I was. This guy is so dumb, he doesn't recognize James O'Keefe, who is not so heavily disguised, but simply wearing glasses. And again, it has nothing to do with my disguise. These people are in some type of psychosis. They have no idea. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. They want power. If you think people in politics are in it for changing the world, then you got to spend some time in D.C. This is one of the funny anecdotes. As I'm doing this, there's a couple beside me. They must have been having an affair or something, because the woman said, I can't be in this video. I can't let my children see me in this video. Some of the damnedest things happen when we're actually doing this sort of thing. We've also confronted this guy. He's in the Pentagon. His name is Jason Beck, Total Force Requirements and Sourcing Policy, Office of the Secretary of Defense. This is the deep state. These are the names and the faces of the people that are behind the scenes, unelected, really running the show. Jason Beck says we need to abolish the Senate. He says we need to pack the Supreme Court. He says we need universal health care. At one point, he started talking about sharing all this classified information. I told him, you're making me horny by doing that.
Universal health care, we could start there. Abolishing the Senate. Gosh, there's so many things that you could do. They do have the classified stuff, but that I can't talk about.
Oh, you're turning me on already. I can neither confirm nor deny.
So it's important to hold these people accountable. We have to use whatever legal means necessary to hold these people to account. Because without accountability, freedom is just an illusion. So we got creative. This time, we made a Netflix episode on the television in my apartment. And we put his video in the Netflix episode, sat down with him, and I said, there's this show that I want to watch with you about this guy named James O'Keefe. And he catches all these people in the government. And the guy proceeds to criticize this James O'Keefe, to me, James O'Keefe.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy, James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
And I think the organization was Project Veritas.
Oh, Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a terrible person.
He's a terrible person. It's horrible.
Yeah.
He like sets.
So then we line up the episode and hit play.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy.
Now, this, I think we have the actual episode.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy, James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
And I think the organization was...
I think when I play him the Netflix show and he's caught red-handed and he says, oh my God. And we also released this story about the Disney tapes. Now, last time I was at Turning Point, I actually said I was going to investigate Disney. Well, we did. And we caught this guy at the vice president of Disney saying he doesn't hire white people, because we don't just go into government, we go into corporations too. Oftentimes, government and corporations work hand in hand.
How would they say it?
There's no way we're hiring a white male Mitchell. They might say something like, you know, look, we're not looking at like the usual suspects for this job. You know, for writers and actors, we hear all the time, like, you know, looking to hire writers and actors who bring diversity.
So we confront this guy, but we have to be creative. So this was a very unique one. There were two different female undercover journalists simultaneously meeting with this vice president of Disney. Two different ladies. None of them knew each other. They both worked for me, but he didn't think they knew each other. And as the second woman was meeting with him, the first woman shows up, pretending to have the other lady's apartment keys. He had told the first lady, he told the first undercover journalist that he had a tickle in his throat, therefore he can't meet with her.
Oh, hey, babe. Hey.
Hi.
Do you guys know each other?
Yes.
Wait, do you guys know each other?
Yes.
Are you guys on a date?
We are.
Oh, wow. You told me you had a tickle in your throat.
I did.
Is this what you call tickle? Going out with my friends?
Now, if that wasn't bad enough, then I show up. He's got a white Tesla. He gets in the car. He sprints away, but because of LA traffic, he couldn't get away fast enough, and I caught up with him.
You don't have authority to put me on tape. Bye.
I will put you on tape, and I do have that authority under the First Amendment. You know, just because you work in Hollywood doesn't give you entitlement to discriminate against people on the basis of race. Michael Giordano. We run after him. We actually catch up with him. He's going to stop.
Sir.
And we caught right there. We stop.
He's got the Tesla.
Wait, not yet. Not yet.
See if we can catch up to him.
And we do catch up to him. We caught up to him.
Hi, Michael.
Now, you know, it's interesting. And by the way, Disney fired this vice president. So how about we just do this thousands of times? Well, how are they they're gonna recognize you. They don't recognize me. They don't recognize you. Speaking of chasing Teslas, we caught another guy who was talking about getting around the Doge standards. Charlie Kirk tweeted this out. He was admitting on camera changing the words to avoid the scrutiny of Doge, casually admitting to want to shoot federal staffers. He also drives a white Tesla.
We're here with the guy inside the NIH who's driving away in his Tesla. Listen, you work for the government. You know, yes, sir.
You're avoiding accountability by changing the words from race to ancestry. Isn't it true that ancestry isn't the same thing as race for medical clinical trials, sir? He's driving slowly.
You don't care about people or their health.
You don't,
I'm a journalist.
You don't care about people or your health. One of the great ironies in my life is I'm only wearing athletic clothing at events like this. I'm running through the street in a suit. I think he was driving slowly because he wanted to hear what I had on him. So I caught up to him. Now, what's next? We got more FBI tapes. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm almost done. 2 more slides. We got more FBI agents that we're going to be releasing, but I want to tell you what we're releasing this coming week as well. You know the story we did 2 years ago on this guy? We need accountability of the pharmaceutical companies. Now, I just want to play this clip, remind you what happened, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm doing next.
Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No, don't tell anyone this. You probably don't tell anyone. We're exploring, no, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is, why don't we just mutate it ourselves?
Why don't we mutate the virus ourselves? But don't tell this to anybody. You remember this guy, he's the one who assaulted me and assaulted my cameraman 2 years ago.
Wait for me.
Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Unlock the door. Unlock the door. Unlock the door. These are the medical professionals in our country. Unlock the door. Unlock the door. This is remarkable. This guy, Yale-educated mRNA director at Pfizer. So, we know the vaccine had issues. We know there was a cover-up. So this week, what we exposed with Pfizer Pharmaceutical? Next week, we're going after Johnson & Johnson. Okay.
Is amazing. They are the sponsor of our upcoming Student Action Summit happening this weekend. If you don't have your tickets yet, I encourage you to get them. It's going to be an amazing event. Let's first play Cut 53. Why Refi is a primary reason why this event is happening. Play Cut 53.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of patriots, future leaders, and freedom fighters of all ages. Register now at sas2025.com.
Okay, everybody, it's whyrefi.com. Whyrefi is not a debt settlement company. If you know anybody that has private student loan debt, go to whyrefi.com. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to be that way. Call Whyrefi. Can you imagine being debt-free? Go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Whyrefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months with 12 times that penalty. Go to whyrefi.com.
Unless politics comes in and says you cannot work with Chinese companies that have any ties to Chinese government finance or to the Chinese military, which is almost all of them, then you can't work with us.
Thinking of the Chinese Communist Party was then and still is that the Chinese Communist Party cannot coexist in the same world as the United States. You're watching every one of our values get flipped upside down. They build social movements around the inversions of it, and they use that to agitate the incumbent values and politics of society. That is what communism is. That is communism.
Thank you all so much. When we hear about the Chinese Communist Party, it kind of goes in one ear and out the other for a lot of people, because frankly, how many stories have we heard about where we hear the CCP's involved with it? We hear about China buying up land and farmland, and everyone's like, all right, that's a big deal, I think. They spying on our military bases? Are they doing it for food? What are they really up to? Just this last week, actually, they arrested one of the first Chinese hackers. This individual is, of course, breaching military systems and so on. Right during that, they arrested other alleged Chinese spies. These individuals were trying to steal missile technology, apparently, and they were also involved in trying to get spies within our own military. Around this same time, we hear other stories. China, of course, in their own state-run media announced they will not allow Russia to lose the war against Ukraine. The reason is they want to keep the war going because they're worried America will pivot its military to focus on the Chinese Communist Party. We know that ahead of the October 7th attack against Israel, what happened? The Chinese Communist Party met with the leaders of one of the main terrorist organizations in that area. Same thing we saw with the Taliban. Right before the Taliban went and took over Bagram Airport and undid everything our veterans fought so hard to accomplish in Afghanistan, the Chinese Communist Party met with the leaders of the Taliban. Recently as well, what happened? Chinese individuals were caught laundering money, at least accused, when it came to the drug cartels. We hear the Chinese Communist Party is the main force behind the drug trade. They supply the precursors, they supply of course, synthetic drugs, and they do the money laundering. What I find most interesting, though, is nobody talks about what ties all of this together. What is the big picture? Why are they doing it? And when you talk to individuals who work in each individual case, it's like the elephant in the room. Everyone's feeling one little part of it, but nobody can tell you what creature we're looking at. So my work as an investigative reporter started when I was probably the same age as a lot of you here. I was still a student. And back, a long time ago now, back in 2008, I accidentally uncovered one of the largest Chinese spy networks in the United States. Which was, of course, the United Front Work Department. This was tied in with the Chinese consulates. It was also tied in with the Chinese mafia. And what I uncovered over time was a large-scale program to infiltrate our government. This included bussing around voters for elections. This included getting straw donors for political campaigns. This included trying to bribe and blackmail government officials. This included programs to invite business leaders on trips to China. And if you look at the entire picture, what was this? This was a system still in place as we speak to infiltrate our government and make it not represent the American people, but to instead represent a foreign government. And I know that's a lot. How does this all work? If you want to understand what's really going on in the world when it comes to China, let's start with the farmland. We can go back to last year. Congress actually released a report on it. Republicans in Congress had a big hearing. They brought together 24 heads of government agencies, among them the head of the USDA. And what did they say? They said China is trying to take over America's food supply. That was the reason they're buying up the farmland. Why are they doing that? Two different reasons. On one side, it's because, well, the Chinese Communist Party, they've essentially destroyed the environment in China. They have swine flu, they have avian flu because of soil pollution, because of water pollution. They've relinquished their programs for grain self-sufficiency. They need to import their food. And what are they doing? Well, they're getting countries in debt traps. They're bribing governments in Africa and Latin America. When they default on the loans, they gain control of the natural resources, of course, rare earth minerals being among them, but also farmland. When they do that, they effectively control the food supply in those countries. They hold the lives of the countries in their hands. And they've been doing it in the United States as well. They've been buying up farmland in the United States, according to the U.S. congressional report last year, because they want to take the food, grow it here, and send it back to China. During COVID-19, when there were American meat processors who shut down and said there's not enough meat for the American people, members of Congress sent letters to those companies asking, why are you telling Americans there's not enough food for Americans, but you have record amounts of food and meat being sent to China? You're telling us you can't feed us, but you're saying you can send it over to the Chinese Communist Party? How does that work? What this all ties into is a program I briefly mentioned, the United Front Work Department. And what is this and how does it really work? Because, as I mentioned, USDA farmland, the report last year, It wasn't just that. They found across our entire government, 24 US government agencies, the Chinese Communist Party is infiltrating, it is bribing, it is buying people off, it is subverting. This is, we talk about Epstein, this is honey traps, this is debt traps, it's business deals. Maybe your cousin or your wife or your brother or your son gets an advisory role in a Chinese company and they pay you through that. This is the taking over of our government without having to invade it. The exact slogan of the United Front Work Department, the exact mission of it, is to overtake what they call the civil society. This is how you conquer a country without invading a country. This is how we will lose our country if we don't wake up. What does that mean? The theory of Chinese espionage, of the Chinese Communist Party, is this. What is that which constitutes a government? Well, our Constitution, of course. The Constitution lays out what defines our government, how it works, our laws, our protections, and so on. But how does that actually get implemented? That is the civil society. That is your politicians, it's your business leaders, it's your ideological leaders. Think your YouTubers, your TikTokers, and other agents of influence, or your business leaders. If you can take those people, if you can win them over and serve the interests of another system, you control the country. You've created a puppet state. And think about what's happening. The United Front actively goes to every government official, invites them on trips to China, and then tries to bribe them or blackmail them. In fact, they do this pretty aggressively. They do it to business leaders. And why is it that businesses, Hollywood, cannot create a film and get it shown in China without co-producing with the Chinese Communist Party? They have to show core socialist values. A basketball player cannot write on his shoe a message against current-day slavery in Xinjiang province in China because it offends the Chinese Communist Party, while other players are kneeling in criticism of the United States in slavery over 100 years ago. So they can't criticize, of course, the Chinese Communist Party in current-day slavery, but they can criticize the United States. The CCP recently, they have a program inviting YouTubers on trips to China, anyone over 300,000 views. The element which ties all of this together is a program to subvert our country, to make these people serve the interests of a foreign government while masquerading as having us still remain a free country. And of course, my work at the Epoch Times has been actively exposing this for the past almost, 20 years. And I can tell you all right now, for all the aspiring journalists out there, you can do it too. To stand up for what this country is, to stand up for what we are as a nation, take up the mantle of an investigative journalist. If you want to do your own work, it is there for you. And again, God bless America, because I do think the true battle in this world is between freedom and socialism. And the way that manifests right now in front of our eyes is the battle between the free world and the communist world. And that battle is defined as the United States against the Chinese Communist Party. So thank you very much.
The first time that I sat down and started and tried out a Christian prayer, I felt like it was very genuine. I felt like I am speaking to God. I am expressing something that I truly feel. We are allowing Islamists to spread their poison while fighting among each other about nonsensical things. I mainly had my problems with Islam because I saw it as a global threat. It is good to be forgiving, but you have to recognize that the wolf is out there to steal you. Unfortunately, Islam is a perfect culture that will happily take advantage of this.
Wow. Hello, everyone. This is a huge crowd for me. How's everybody doing? I personally have no idea why Charlie put me on here because I don't speak English very well. I'm an immigrant. I've just learned to speak English. And the biggest crowd that I spoke to was like 200 people, and now we have thousands of people here. I normally do this on YouTube, so I don't have people looking at me and giving me all the reactions when I say dumb things. So this is definitely very, very exciting. See how I tied that in? I tied it into my YouTube channel. This is how you do it. You can find me on YouTube as Apostate Prophet if you look it up. Who's actually here for me? Who even knows about me? Three people, 4 people, yeah. So we want to change that today. You can just go and look me up on YouTube, Apostate Prophet. In fact, I'm going to wait. Everyone subscribe right now, please. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So I want to really thank Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA for doing this and for giving me the opportunity, because we have a very important job to do. We have a lot of very important things to do. If you do indeed find me on YouTube, you will see, what you will encounter is that I represent myself and my channel with a little cartoon that looks like a certain figure, a religious figure, by the name of Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad. I specifically chose to put that as image out there because drawing Muhammad, making a cartoon of Muhammad, is a very dangerous thing. You shouldn't try that at home, because if you do it and you publicize it or people know about it, your life will be in danger. Many of you might know about it, but a little over a decade ago, or I think about a decade ago, in France, a magazine, Charlie Hebdo, put out a cartoon of Muhammad for which the entire place was attacked by Islamic terrorists who opened fire and killed several of those journalists and cartoonists. This was, of course, horrific. Lots of people around the world, in Europe, in the West, and also some in the Muslim world condemned it. But the general idea in the Muslim world was that those cartoonists, when they were killed, basically deserved it because they asked for it. This is the culture that we are dealing with, that I am dealing with on a daily basis. We don't have the freedom in an Islamic environment to mock or to critically speak of the Islamic beliefs and of the Prophet, the so-called Prophet Muhammad, despite the fact that this so-called Prophet Muhammad was a warlord and a pedophile, but he is also considered the perfect moral conduct for Muslims all around the world. I would know this. I didn't have the privilege, unlike most of you wonderful people here, to be raised in a Christian environment with Christian values and Christian rules, or to be raised within a country, a beautiful country like America, where you have the freedom, where we have the freedom to say whatever we want without fearing repercussions. The same thing cannot be said about different places in the world. I was raised in an Islamic environment. I was raised in a religious Muslim family, and I am what you would call an ex-Muslim. I was raised with the idea that I should be loyal only to Islam as a religion. I was raised with animosity, with hostility toward the West. I was raised as an enemy of the United States of America. Today, I am standing here with a huge American flag right in front of me, and I proudly and happily call myself an American. America has given me the ability, the freedom to be free and to say whatever I want, to do whatever I want, to be free, to speak freely. I appreciate this to no end. I have also, after I left Islam, after I turned my back on it, I spent about 10 years as an atheist, as a very hardcore skeptic. I have recently become a Christian, so I am... So I can finally share the beauty of Christian values and Christian beliefs, which I didn't know, which were taught to me in a very limited way, but which were also demonized by my own culture and by my own religion. Charlie Kirk recently said something for which he got in huge trouble. He said Islam is incompatible with the West. He also said Islam does not belong in the West. It has no place in the West. But unfortunately, it is rapidly growing in the West and having a lot of influence. I can tell you, as an ex-Muslim, as somebody who has left Islam, who has it behind himself, and who is now in your culture, in this free culture, I can tell you that the Quran, the Islamic fundamental text, equivalent to the Bible in Christianity, has certain ideas and doctrines such as it tells Muslims directly, do not befriend the Jews and the Christians. Whoever befriends them is one of them, because they, the Jews and the Christians, are allies of one another, and they are basically, hostile enemies of Allah and Islam. It further says in chapter 98 verse 6, it says that the Jews and Christians and all the other disbelievers are the worst creatures. I'm not joking. It's right there in the Quran. This is what it says, that Christians and Jews and disbelievers are the worst of creatures. It further also, Muhammad himself, the Prophet, very clearly says that people like me who leave their religion and say it deserve to be executed. And these are not just old ideas that are long gone. These are still ideas held by the majority of Muslim scholars and apologists and educators and Muslims around the world. So, unfortunately, in the Muslim world, I would never be allowed to give the speech that I'm giving right now. If I did give this speech, I would probably be lynched and brutally murdered, like many others have been over the many years. In Pakistan, this happens again and again, where somebody is falsely accused of disrespecting Islam. It only has to be an accusation, and people will go after that person and will brutally massacre them. In Europe, unfortunately, this problem is getting bigger and bigger, because Europe made the stupid mistake, the very stupid mistake, of allowing massive numbers of people to simply come in unchecked and to give people this idiotic impression that we all are the same. All cultures are the same. They are, anybody who comes from a different culture, no matter what they do, if they are among us, and they just see our kindness and our goodness and our civilization, they will just change and be just like us. It doesn't work that way. Now we have massive numbers of people in the UK, in Australia, in France, in Germany, and many other countries that actually want to start imposing Islamic rules. They have already started it. In the UK, it has become very much impossible to openly criticize Islam and get away with it. People go to jail because of it. We don't have that in America. America is still a free country where we still have freedom. But the issue is, it wasn't always like this in Europe. Just several decades ago, the state that Europe is in right now was considered unthinkable. The same thing can happen very quickly if you do not watch out. In America, it can become similar quite quickly. We have, for example, a rising candidate for mayor in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. What do you guys think about him? Zohran Mamdani has said things such as that the end goal is to seize the means of production, which is an explicitly Marxist communist slogan and idea. He has condemned a statue of Columbus and said that we should take it down. He has called for defunding the police. He has been seen wearing terrorist rags and aligning with Hamas propaganda, for example. Hamas, by the way, right now is a very heated topic, but is the very same organization that openly praised Osama bin Laden, who explicitly took responsibility for 9/11. This is the organization, and we have their allies here in the United States, unchecked. Meanwhile, we have another state in the Middle East that some people, and I don't want to say any names today, that some people have an obsession with and that they likely would rather attack: Israel. Israel is often targeted by the very same people who will stand up and defend certain countries, like the Islamic regime of Iran, which very explicitly has it in their policies and every day says, death to America, death to Israel. The Islamic regime of Iran explicitly and officially calls America the great Satan and Israel the small Satan. On July 4th, on our day, on the Day of America, a clergyman in the Islamic regime of Iran openly and publicly declared that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are two people who should be executed. These are his words, executed. I want to hereby, in solidarity, send all respect and greetings to those people of Iran who are not on the side of the Islamic regime and who are fighting for their freedoms. Because the Islamic regime of Iran is not just a danger to their own people, it's also a danger to the entire world. It is in their constitution, believe it or not, that the Islamic revolution that they accomplished should also be spread abroad, and other countries should also be led toward an Islamic revolution. And we have many Muslim scholars and apologists, and you will see that if you engage with my content, who very proudly and happily say that. So what is the solution? As an ex-Muslim, I think there are some things that we should not be afraid to address. There are certain things to do, such as learn about Islam, learn that it's not simply a religion, it's a political system. Yeah, not all Muslims are bad, whatever, I don't care. But the religion itself is pretty bad. If a person does not explicitly identify with political Islam and an attempt to overthrow the government, he is still part of a religious system that is pretty bad. So learn what Islam is, or amplify those who know about it, like me, shamelessly plugging myself here again. Another thing to do, the Muslim Brotherhood should be designated as a terrorist organization. Islamic influx and influence should be limited. There should be a prioritization of deporting explicitly Islamist organizations and people. I'm an ex-Muslim, I'm warning you here, my time is up, I see it, and I don't want to kind of, mess up my first speech here at Turning Point USA, so I just want to thank everyone who is here, all you wonderful, beautiful people. I want to thank Charlie Kirk for this opportunity. I want to thank Turning Point USA. Big applause for Turning Point USA, please. I want to thank all other ex-Muslims struggling out there. My friend David Wood, whom people should also follow and know, he's fantastic. All who give their lives. Recently, Salwan Momika, an activist in Sweden, was brutally murdered for daring to burn up the Quran in a protest. So I want to remember him. I want to thank you all. I want to thank God. And God bless you all, and God bless America.
When I weigh the pros and cons of each side, I find the positions on the left are so radical and so dangerous. And we had hoped they would take a stand on the health issue. This one is not nuanced. It's black and white. It's right and wrong. It's good against evil. Americans are sicker and more unhealthy than ever. What the food companies are doing to people is disgusting. It is strategic. It's deliberate. It's by design. They're putting profit over people. That is structural violence.
Hey! You guys hear me? I don't think so. I said, can you guys hear me? There we go. How are you? Small little shindig here, huh? Wow. First, I want to take a second to thank Charlie Kirk for having me. What a cultural force that guy is. Unbelievable. All right, so question. How excited are you guys to listen to these incredible speakers? Megyn Kelly, Tom Holm, and Kristi Noem, Tucker Carlson. Wow, right? But you know what's interesting is that all of us across the spectrum are equally as excited to come and talk to you. Because we realize that we are simply stepping stones to something much greater than ourselves. And it's you guys. You guys who are going to inherit the country and inherit the world. You are the future of our country. And subsequently, the future of all human race. You guys are super duper special and important. So there's been a lot of My blood pressure's up. My God, it's like China wants to get you, and Iran wants to get you, Israel wants to get you, and the deep state wants to get you. Let's take a step back from that for a second. Let's talk about you guys and what you guys want for yourselves and why you're here. So show of hands, who's here because you want to focus on your purpose, you want to hone your vision, you want to contribute? Oh, I need a little more, come on. Okay, so let's talk about the ways in which you can do that really effectively. The first thing is to be authentically yourself. And I saw that Megyn Kelly said this last night, and she was talking about kids in college and don't kowtow to narratives. I'm not going to ask you, to plant your feet firmly in the sand and not move. But what I want to lean into with regard to that message is that don't get caught up, and this is a broader conversation, it is not political, do not get caught up in the shoulds. And I think that message that she was giving you is really important to reinforce. Because along the way, we get so sidetracked by the things we think we should do that we don't end up doing the things we are meant to do. And what we're meant to do are the things that we love, that we're uniquely passionate about. Now, oftentimes, the how, the work associated with the goal can seem really intimidating and overwhelming, especially for youth right now. We're hearing it all the time, like, I can't afford a house, interest rates are insane, you can buy policy, democracy isn't working for me. We've heard it a million times, but you guys are smarter than that, you're entrepreneurial, and you'll use the tools that our generation doesn't really understand and doesn't know to outthink all of this, and to take the country and take your lives to a better place than we've all achieved, hence the concept of us being stepping stones, and I want you to believe that. And the more you focus on this long-term goal, the more the how will be tolerable. It's been said that if you have a why to live for, you can tolerate the how being the work associated with the goal. What do you need? You need discipline. What do you need discipline for? You want a healthy, strong body. When you're feeling strong physically, you're feeling strong, you're feeling empowered in every facet of your life. It's true that your health is your number one wealth. That's important. I think we can put that one aside now. I think we've established that. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me about that. I want to talk to you about diet for a second. And I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about the information that you're taking in. It's really important that you fortify your mind with different perspectives. And I know that's hard, and I'm not asking you to compromise your principles. But the reason that you need to do this is because you need to seek to understand, because the vision that you have for yourself and the vision that you have for the country and the vision that you have for the world takes cooperation. So while we sit here and we point out different enemies, and I appreciate that threats are real and I get that, what does Charlie do? He goes behind enemy lines and he makes inroads. How did I get here? How did Trump win? He built a broader coalition. Not everybody agrees on everything. You see people within the Republican Party disagreeing. But it's how you communicate your ideas. You're not just fighting to win an argument, you're fighting to win people over. And you do that by truly listening to understand. And it's so easy, right? People keep telling me, I saw you on Fox, I saw you on Fox, I saw you on Fox. Click, like, picture, and feels good, right? It's quite honestly, it's like eating pizza. It's like eating French fries. It's like a dopamine hit that you don't want to deny. And you want to see those numbers go up, and you want the clickbait, and we're rewarded for that. But it's instant gratification, and it doesn't actually get you where you really want to go. If you look at the people that are exceptionally successful, it is people like Charlie and people like Trump. Whether they like him or not, he is the most powerful man in the world. He got there somehow, and he built a bigger coalition. Huge, sweeping red wave. How did I get here? I didn't vote for him the first 2 times. Because he continued to speak his message until it broke through, until I varied my information diet. And I'll admit, the left got exceptionally radical, and that forced me to start listening to other perspectives. I wish I had done it sooner, but I'm here now, and I'm grateful for it. So while I while I love going on Fox and I love sitting with Jesse or Sean or Gutfeld, and I take it as a huge privilege and it's extremely enjoyable, it's a really good way to become intellectually lazy because it's an echo chamber of your own ideas. But when I had to go on CNN last night, yeah, I wasn't fighting with the yellow belts anymore. And it's 4-on-1, and each and every topic is a trap. Orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad. But by putting yourself in that environment, not only are you sharpening your intellectual skills, are you learning what's important to the people you disagree with, you're learning how to fight more effectively, how to communicate more effectively, and you're learning what's important to the, quote, other side. And if you want to achieve that bigger vision, not just for yourself, but for your country and for the planet, you have to do this. And I'm here to tell you something. And we talk about enemies, and that's fine. You know, I've watched my fair share of stuff on China and Iran and all, and the deep state. I get it. But the reality is that the vast majority of us, guys, we want the same things. Who wants to be physically healthy? Oh, Lord. Okay. Who wants to have love in their life? Right? Who wants to be successful in their career? Can I get an amen for world peace? Guys, okay, we want the same things. We have far more in common than we do apart. And I know it's a big dopamine hit, and they're the bad guys, and they're the others, and they're othering you, and it radicalizes you. I even had this talk with Megyn Kelly. She's like, they radicalized me. There was no more talking to them, and she is a brilliant mind, 100%. And she does more for the conservative movement, arguably, than pretty much everyone on the stage. I think she's that impressive and brilliant. But I would simply ask you to keep in mind that while you can share the ideas and you can share the values, if you want to facilitate even greater change, you're going to have to speak to the people who watch CNN. And I promise you, they want the exact same thing you do. They just have different ideas on how to get there. So, in your mind, I want you to think about right now, what are the greatest obstacles to your success, moving from high school and college into your future adult lives? What is it? Do you feel like the system is stacked against you? Do you feel like the left is tearing apart the fabric of civilization? I want to hear ideas. Come up to the mic and tell me what the greatest problems are. So I want to hear it. Who's got an idea? Who wants to share with me the biggest problem that you think young people are facing today? Let's try to troubleshoot this. Can't afford a house. That's a big one. Okay. Here's what I would say to you about that. Is it the best way forward financially? And I'm not suggesting you don't want a house. But have you ever listened to Grant Cardone talk about home ownership? And he's a billionaire? Maybe that's not the best way forward to build wealth. Maybe you build wealth without owning a home, and then later, when you have an excess of money, you can own a home because it's a liability and you have the money to spare. I'm not here to talk to you about real estate. The point that I'm making is, how can you think differently? How can you go outside of the box? We do get caught up in narratives, and it's important for you to be aware of that. It's important for you to vary your information diet so that you're aware when you're being brainwashed a little bit. But is that one? I mean, is it? I just did an hour-and-a-half long interview with Grant, and he laid out for me all the ways that we invest our money that end up not working for us, that doesn't make money, that it becomes a liability. Is it possible that that's the case? Is it possible that you rent and you buy an income property that makes you passive income and you build your wealth that way? And then you can sink money into a home. How can you think differently? How can you expand on the ways that you approach a problem? What's another one? Grant Cardone's a psychologist? A Scientologist. He's also a billionaire. So table that concern and look at how he built his wealth. You actually make a great point there, okay? You made him all bad just with that statement. But nobody's all bad. So instead of wiping away all the lessons that you could learn from a billionaire on how he became a billionaire, The left is doing this with Elon Musk. He's a genius. Maybe the right is now. Maybe they don't like him. What can you learn from how this man is changing the world as we know it? What can you learn? This is why the all or nothing mentality is dangerous. Okay? Who's next?
We've got a question back here on your right.
Go.
Hello? Does it work?
It does.
Anyway, probably you didn't mention this in this conference, but sometimes in universities, I see this false dichotomy between transgenderism and homosexuality, and I see that. Aren't you unwittingly engaging in, let's say, the new conversion therapy?
Am I?
No, okay. I'm talking about the issue. Whenever I think of transgender, I think of, oh my God, is this the new conversion therapy?
Okay, conversion therapy of kids, you're suggesting.
Kids or minors.
But is that actually stopping you from being successful? Which,
no.
Again, bring up another point. And it isn't about transgenderism.
Okay.
Here's what it's about.
Well, there's an epidemic of loneliness and...
Well, hold on. I want to actually address the transgenderism piece for a moment. Personally, for me, I think sex changes for kids is darker than dark, okay? And that is something that I will fight to the end of the earth, all right? And it's not because I care what adults do in their bedroom. I don't. It's because when you give off-label cancer drugs and castration drugs to children, it irreparably harms their body, and they cannot comprehend the consequences of the choices they are making, like sterilization, sexual dysfunction that is permanent, impairment of brain and bone development. So that's something I'm going to fight for. That's a cause that means a lot to me, because for me, I believe we are protecting innocent kids. Now, if an adult made this choice, I could not care less. And the reason I don't care, and I appreciate that it might go against your religion, and I understand that, but here's what I would say. While you're trying to build a path to a better life and build more wealth and more affluence and more love, what do you care what that guy's doing in his bedroom? It's gonna waste your time. Focus on the things that really matter so that you can make an impact. So that when it comes down to fighting for things that are serious, real problems, very serious stuff, you've got the energy and the bandwidth to make a dent. That's one thing I see a lot of kids getting caught up in, is all of these different culture wars. Who cares? Cut through the noise. What do you want, and what do you need to do to achieve it? That's what you need to be thinking about. Who else?
Yeah, I want to know why.
I feel like the thing that...
Oh, okay, I'm coming back to you. Go.
I feel like the thing that stops me and a lot of other kids my age the most is others forcing their opinions on others. So what do you think about that?
I think that you have to find the self-esteem and the confidence to stand your ground. And I know that sounds easier than it is to do. And I'm going to speak personally here for a second, okay? So for years, I'm a health person, right? Last thing I really want to do, I sell lunges. I want to sell them to everybody. I don't care what side of politics you're on. That's what I do. But the world started getting crazier, and I wanted to speak out. But my business partner and I were like, it's not what you do. Don't get out of your lane. We don't want to alienate anybody. We really want to get people healthy. And I was afraid to say something until it got so loud and so scary, I felt I had a responsibility to do so. But my point here is that while I tell you, stand your ground and speak your truth, I didn't do it for quite some time. So what I'm saying is, the more you take these little baby steps, the more you'll stretch your emotional fabric. In other words, you'll get more comfortable with being uncomfortable. You'll realize that you can step outside the box and face down fear. And what is it, Dr. Seuss? The people that mind don't matter, and the people that matter don't mind, and you'll find your people, and you'll build your community, and you will flourish. But you have to do this bit by bit, gradually. Don't take it on and come out to the whole school and you don't need to get into a gang fight. where the odds are stacked against you. But put yourself in an environment where you're in that crawl, walk zone, the learning zone, where you can expand your skills and practice the things you're working on so the setbacks aren't catastrophic and you can learn from those failures. We learn more from failures than we do from wins. Baby steps. Okay, I think I get one more question.
Why do you think there is now a norm of older people holding positions in government when the Founding Fathers were younger?
This is a problem. But are we not working on term limits for senators and all of that? Jeez. Unbelievable. Here's the real answer, and it's an unfortunate one, and it's got to be, well, maybe it's not the real answer, but it's definitely part of the problem, and it's got to be fought on two fronts. Truthfully, old people don't want to become obsolete. But what they don't realize is that by shutting out the younger generation, they're inherently obsolete because they're rigid in their ideas. They're ossified. This is why I embrace younger people, so I can learn from them. They can teach me all of these tools that I didn't grow up with. I can learn from their perspectives. They can reinvent all of the basics that my generation laid down. So ultimately, they will beget their own demise by trying to avoid it. But at the same time, what I would say to each and every one of you guys out there, and this is a good note to end on, is you don't stop fighting. You guys need to go for those jobs. Don't become nihilistic because they won't let go. That doesn't mean you get discouraged. That doesn't mean you give up. That means you fight harder and fight smarter. Reach out to them, embrace them, quite honestly, charm them. Get in their good graces, have them take you under their wing. Be an asset to them. Learn how to bridge that gap. Bridging ideologies does not mean you're giving up on your principles. Seeking to understand does not mean surrender. If something's wrong, it doesn't mean you reject it entirely. Learn how to outthink it, outsmart it, and make it right. Go find one of those rigid old people, show them what an asset you are, and find a relationship that is mutually beneficial. How you think is going to be everything. Don't get bogged down in the bullshit, guys. This is it. My time is up. Thank you so much for being here. What a real honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion, but $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. That is whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. Just call them at 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. Do you have a co-borrower? YREFI can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. If you can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without a penalty. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is to contact YREFI. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to. Just call YREFI. I think very highly of YREFI. We're working with them on a lot of stuff. They're helping sponsor our campus tour. We're all in with them. That is YREFY.com. Over $30 billion in private student loan debt. If you guys have student loan debt and in distressed fashion, call YREFY.com. That is YREFI.com.
And it's not going to get us if you like win.
Hello to the America First generation. Greetings to the Trump generation. I salute you. You're the generation chosen of God for a time such as this. This is the new American golden age, and you're going to usher it in. You're the ones. You are in the front, the vanguard of the great column of Americans who want our country back. Every generation of Americans has their opportunity for destiny. This is yours. Every American is here, represented in you. You're in your place. This is the place where you have the opportunity to fulfill a magnificent calling, a radical change, a change of forward, conservative, America first thinking. Yours is the greatest duty of all. The greatest duty of all is to save freedom. Are you ready to save America? Your legacy is now, and you are the foundation of a future of freedom. John Adams, a guy who lived a long time ago, who helped give us this great country, he spoke in terms of 3 generations. He said, I study politics and war. I study politics and war so my children can study economics, so my children can study how to live freely. They can study mathematics, they can study philosophy, they can study commerce. And they study that so that my grandchildren can study arts and music, and that freedom can perpetuate. That's what John Adams envisioned for America. Ronald Reagan said a little bit differently. He spoke in terms of 1 generation. He said, look, freedom is not in our DNA. It has to be taught if we're going to preserve freedom. If we don't teach liberty, we can lose it in 1 generation. My generation flirted with losing it. Will your generation flirt with losing it? I don't think so. That's why you're here. You're here to fight it. We haven't lost our freedom yet. But when Donald J. Trump dodged that bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, America dodged a bullet as well. Thank God for Donald Trump. So we who are gathered here today in this place, this magnificent crowd, gathering in freedom, exercising our freedom to assemble, to speak freely, and to speak boldly with passion and conviction. We are contending right now with the greatest assault on freedom in the history of America. Democrats and the left think that men are women. They think that women are men. I don't think anybody here believes that a man is a woman. Am I right? Do you think men should be allowed in women's sports and in their locker rooms? Democrats and the left believe that burning cars, vandalizing buildings, looting stores is a peaceful protest. Is that what you think? We know how to peacefully protest. We've been doing that for a long time. But the leftists are trying to prevent the enforcement of our border security laws. They're attacking our federal ICE and our CBP agents. Recently, they ambushed them in McAllen. They've ambushed them in multiple places. They've attacked them. The Democrats and the leftists are bent on destroying the rule of law. But you know what you have to have in order to have freedom? You have to have the rule of law, because the rule of law is what is necessary to protect everybody's rights. All the rights that we believe are given to us, not by government, not by some yo-yo in a cubicle in Washington, D.C., not by some politician, but by God Himself. Our rights are inherent in each of us. That's what we're trying to protect. The Democrats and the leftists have made our cities and our neighborhoods unsafe. They've attempted to destroy them. They're doing it because they seek power over you and I. And again, they want to curb our rights. They are trying to teach people that they're the ones that give you the rights, and then they can take them away. Well, President Trump, Turning Point, you who are here today, you're the ones who are really making the difference. You're making the difference for a new generation. We are going to enter Trump's new golden age. Do you want to enter that golden age? America is back. America is back. And we are on our way to once again being the shining city on the hill. We are the beacon of freedom and hope. And you are the generation called for this time. I look up to you and salute you. We have a foundation that we are building upon. But the generation that you are in now, the students in this room, those who just graduated, those who are on their way to graduate, you will make the future. And that future is not a future of, I want to say, I'm filtering right now. It's not a future of this authoritarian regime that we see coming out of Washington, D.C., or out of Karen Bass in L.A., or out of Gavin Newsom in California, or out of any of these folks. That's not the future of America. That's the regression back to pre-American authoritarianism. I implore you to continue on this destiny, your destiny, the destiny, the calling with which has brought you here today. I ask you to join me. Join me in speaking out. Join me in standing up and rising to this moment. This is our moment. This is the moment that we take the ball and the baton and we run with it and we go forward. You are the generation now. And you're the people who will save freedom. All that are here now have an obligation to those who came before. Those who died in war. Those who held up this country. Those who stood for the Constitution. Those who stand today are you. And we have an obligation for the future. We can't spin ourselves into oblivion. We can't shackle ourselves. We seek freedom. That's what we seek. That's what God has called us to do. And that is where we will be. Will you join me? Will you join me? I ask you to join me now to go into this golden age of freedom, where America is the beacon, where every nation in the world, which they are now, they are coming to us. They want to be free. They want to know how to be free. That's the remarkable thing of this generation and what Donald Trump has done. I pray that God grants us success, and I promise you that future generations will rise up and call your generation blessed, and they'll be filled with gratitude because you stood in the breach between those who want to dismantle this country and those who want lasting and enduring freedom. God bless you. God bless this country. Let's go do it. Thank you.
we need to become unafraid. We need to become uncancelable.
Free speech is not only is it the First Amendment, but it is a human right.
Here it says you have freedom to say whatever you want.
That protects free speech and the expression of one's opinion.
You can't tell me what to say or think.
When does your freedom of speech infringe on my right? Well, the answer is never.
We're allowed to have opinions that run contrary to the view of your government.
Every machine begins with a vision, a blueprint, a purpose, a spark.
We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
In 2024, that vision came to life. Not by accident, but by design. Against the noise, the chaos.
Are you going to stand by and watch this man destroy the democracy?
Said that there were very fine people on both sides.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
There will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
The truth doesn't flinch when the system lies.
You are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. I want our Turning Point USA students to receive a round of applause. These are the freedom fighters of America.
Our movement was forged from conviction, and it's being built by the youth.
What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day, because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
Turning Point USA is the engine driving this movement, engaging young Americans at every turn, on campus, online, in every battle. We've designed a media machine fueled by a new generation of young creators who are bringing order to the chaos.
Parents are being held hostage. They did not sign up to co-parent with the government. We want a divorce.
As I've seen so many videos of yours, where you're just taking them down. If I agree with you on the premise, it is a pure joy to watch that.
From TikTok to YouTube, podcasts to the public square, our voices are the gears shifting the culture and rewriting the narrative.
We are drawing people outside of the campuses that were working men, that heard that we were in town and they just
How'd they hear?
Social media.
Our decentralized, uncancelable content network has generated billions of views and influenced millions. We've built more than content. From campus tours and national events to education, faith, and school programs, every part working together in sync.
One young man who actually told me he was on the fence, but it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who have been in and around this campus that ultimately pushed him over.
Young men are becoming more conservative than they've been in 50 years. And the unthinkable happened. Gen Z woke up and joined the fight.
I used to be a Bernie Sanders supporter. You're an inspiration. Wow. Awesome. Thank you.
You are why I do what I do.
That was my first ever conservative event. Really, without you guys, I might still be a liberal. I would not have been here. Thank you, Charlie.
This isn't a passing trend. It's a movement with unstoppable force, led by leaders, anchored in truth, powered by you. The machine is in motion, and nothing can stand in its way.
I
Identity politics prevents you from actually saying you're an American because you've created the oppressor versus oppressed paradigm so that no matter what, America is always going to be the oppressor. I don't see anything good coming of it. Free speech allows for disagreeable speech, and you call that hate speech, then freedom of speech is in danger of being called hate speech. But the right, who are the defenders of free speech, whether it's on campuses like Stanford or in social media industries and now in government, if you look at every company that is doing wokeism, you could almost always find a reason. Follow the guilt. You didn't see the news. You were seeing manufactured narratives from a select group of progressives. That's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, Greg
Thank you. Good to see you.
How about Greg Gutfeld, everybody?
Thank you. I expected more pyrotechnics.
You know, as you see, we're downsizing. At
I want somebody
USA.
to lose a finger when I come out.
We, isn't Greg the best? I watch him almost every night, I'll tell you.
Stop it. Stop it. You crazy kids. I wonder if, has anybody here ever seen Red Eye? Oh. I was just wondering how old you were because that was the first show. It was
no hands went up around here.
I know, they're going, what?
This the student section's right up.
Yeah, they're going like, you mean the movie Red Eye?
Or, yes, so Greg, I know there's a lot going on in the news. Obviously, the most important thing that you want to talk about is the fact that we no longer have to take our shoes off at the airport when we fly on planes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the most important news of the week.
Yes. I like the fact that I can keep my shoes on and take my pants off. No, it's crazy. Every day is good news. It's like 365 days of Christmas. And once in a while you get something that's you're not happy about, but the whole package is amazing. It's like the election of Trump is like you wanted your parents to buy you a car for your 16th birthday, and you got the car, but maybe it's not the right color. So you stop whining. This is like the best thing that's ever happened to our political system in ages.
And Greg, you made a really good point backstage, which is, look, there's disagreements in our movement and people are fighting back and forth, but you look at this as a positive of an attribute of a movement that has strength.
This is a party, this is a movement that is so transparent that even their cover-ups are transparent. They're not even trying. It's like everything that you've seen is one collective wink. It's like, dude, yeah, we get it. Epstein was probably a honeypot operation, but it's like a CIA thing. It sucks. But the way I look at it is that, again, with the Christmas analogy, you got everything you wanted. You're not going to get everything, but you're going to get to see how it's made, and what's going on. You may not know who's stopping that, but what's important for you to know is right now the Democrats. This is all they have. All they have is the conflict that's going on the other side. So they are you'll notice certain alignments happening where all of a sudden CNN is now covering Epstein. Didn't do it before. And you'll start seeing these liberal alignments because they want the fractions. They want people to break apart. You don't want to give them that. So even when there's certain things that are happening that are upsetting to you, you have to step back, look at the big picture. Don't lose sight of the changes that you're experiencing and how together, I have to take umbrage with Tucker Carlson.
Go ahead.
All right, whom I love. When he said that the getting boys out of girls' sports was an appetizer, well, hell, I could eat appetizers all day. That to me is a really big deal. And you got to understand, I was talking about the issue of transgenderism and boys and women's sports. when people weren't talking about it. I was getting a lot of crap for it. People kept asking me, why do you keep bringing this up? Why do you keep bringing this up? And I say, because you compel me to. I don't want to think about this. This was never on my agenda. But the moment pronouns came out, I realized, wait, you're compelling me to think a certain way. And that's a line you can't cross. You may think it's a side issue, but the bigger issue is compelling you to obey. That was it. So the appetizer, you got to eat that appetizer to get to the main course. Or you can take all the appetizers and make a main course. That to me was probably the big issue for me. And it allows us to speak freely about one of the biggest delusions, one of the biggest hoaxes of our time. The idea that there are trans kids that you need to operate on, which 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there will be people that will be embarrassed to even admit they believed it. They will act like it never happened.
Well, and not only that, there are detransitioners here at this event. I think Chloe Cole is here somewhere, and it's not an insignificant portion of the population. And by the way, to your kind of analogy about President Trump and the good he's doing in his administration, Greg, we need to make it a goal, hopefully by the end of this administration, we are going to end every gender-affirming care clinic and child butchery in this country. We're not going to allow it to happen.
It's a good lesson that you're learning when you're young is pay attention to language. Think about the phrase gender-affirming care. No, it sounds wonderful. You're affirming a gender. That is your warning that it's something awful. Whenever the language camouflages its actual meaning, you cannot say irreversible surgery and put high-risk hormones. You say gender-affirming, affirming as the positive. They do this with everything. Let's remember that, abortion is now pro-choice, because pro-choice is an affirming phrase. So you always have to look at that and see, okay, what is underneath it? It's part of the, I think, the education of your brain, learning to question the actual words they use first and foremost.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many other examples. I mean, they'll use undocumented immigrant.
Yes,
I mean,
they will correct people on other networks if you say illegal immigrant. Somebody tried to do that to me on Fox once. I can't remember who they were, Geraldo, but it is like, again, why? So it's almost like they can't tackle the issue, so they dance on the edge of the issue.
And
words.
Yeah, they use virtue signaling, bullying over semantics.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You don't use my word, therefore you're a bad person.
Yes.
And by the way that we should talk about gender-affirming care, child castration and medieval butchery. How's that for language changes?
Do
you think we're getting better at language on the right?
Well, I think the great thing is that we're no longer afraid of sharing the risk, and people like you, Charlie, and Trump. People have to be the tip of the spear. A lot of people were too, you take the issue like trans. You don't want to be bullied online by people if you say what you feel. Like, if you think about the athletes that were too timid to say they didn't want to change in front of a guy. They didn't want to share the risk with the Riley Gaines, the people who did take the risk. But what you're seeing is it's a natural thing. When you see somebody that you know taking a risk, you're more likely to share that risk with them. So what's happening is now, because we are sharing the risk and being able to say what we want, the language changes.
And that's a new phenomenon, Greg. So you've been coming to our events 7-8 years-ish, right?
Yeah.
And
back when I was in my early 20s.
Sure, yeah. When I was in my early 20s, not you. But, Greg, something has changed profoundly. When you first started coming to these events, first of all, the crowds were much smaller.
Right.
But the energy was different because there was campus rebellion energy. That still exists here. But culturally, Greg, it's kind of as if we're winning. Am I allowed to say that?
In fact, I believe... We talked about this, I think, the first time I was here, and I had written about this, 20 years ago, about the ability to flip the script. You guys hopefully we'll never grow up in a time where everybody on the right was seen as evil. I mean, you kind of do now. But when I was growing up, in every movie, in every TV show, it was the person who believed in law and order, the conservative who was seen as evil. The person on the left was seen as hip and cool. This has completely flipped. A lot of it has to do with humor. Now, who are the humorless people? It's a complete flip. The least funny people on the planet are liberals. They're literally, it's hard to take a joke when you are the joke, and they cannot see that they're the joke. Meanwhile, the best thing you can do when you're in conflict with anyone is to have fun. While I watch, Charlie, when you do those, when you talk to people, you're never angry. You don't, it's not like you're judging the person, you're just having fun. It's an example that a comparison I use with when fans of Obama talk about Obama, they talk about him in solemn terms, in serious terms.
That's so true.
When people who like Trump talk about him, they're laughing. I stole this line from Michael Malice. Whenever Trump says something, I go, we don't deserve him. No matter what he does, you can't help but smile. And when you're defending him, it's fun. When you're not defending him, it's even fun. I mean, it's like, for example, he just did he posted on Truth Social about stripping Rosie, what's her name again? Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, which is impossible. We know it's impossible. We know it's hilarious, but it makes news, and you see all the people on the liberal blog, social media, pulling their hair out. You know, autocracy, he wants to strip Rosie O'Donnell of her citizenship. No, he doesn't. He's just sticking his finger in your eye, and we love every minute of it.
So let's go a step further. I want to analyze the psychology of humor a little bit more. Is it fair to say that those that can't take a joke are insecure, and that the left is actually full of a lot of people that are hyper-credentialed, over-educated, in an upper middle class environment, but deeply down are very insecure?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of described what they appear to be, but you want to know what's underneath it. And I think about that a lot. And I think about, when I was in high school, I was a liberal, and I think one of the things I liked about it was that we didn't have a name for it. It was virtue signaling, but it was easy status. If you wanted high status from a teacher, you push a liberal perspective in your debates or in your term papers. So the idea, excuse me, I had a burger. If what is important to you is status, I need to know that everybody around me likes me. Then I will look at what is popular and I will echo that. That's how liberalism kind of works. One of the things I always tell young conservatives, like, what do I do when I'm outnumbered, when I'm there and I'm being ganged up on by 3 or 4 people? And I always say, ask them why it's so important that I agree with you. Yeah. Why do you need me? Why is it so important that I should agree with you? And then you might say, I think if you're looking for reassurance that you are right, I'm the wrong person. And it's a very simple way of, because they have to lead, they should ask themselves, why is it important that you agree with me? Because they themselves aren't sure. They are not sure. It goes to the insecurity. But it has to do with a desire to be cool, i.e. status. But they then mistake what is cool, which is they think it's rebellion, but it's actually false rebellion. What is truly rebellious is rebelling against the rebellion. That means if the guy says, look, dude, I think that the police suck. I'm going to throw rocks at ICE because I'm a rebel. The true rebel tells that guy to fuck off. Excuse my language. But so what conservatism has always been rebellion against rebellion. And that is the real risk in life, because you will be unpopular among the midwits, the lower intellect, the people who think anybody who thinks they're smarter than you isn't. And they know that. So that is why they adhere to easy status through virtue signaling that then they don't do anything about. They can talk about climate change all they want, but then if their best friend scores first-class tickets for spring break, they're on that plane.
Well, and Greg, you said something a couple years ago when we chatted, and it's so important, which is, and I've tried to apply this rule. It doesn't apply perfectly, but when you see a social libs being like, why do you think I believe? My life's not easier because of this.
Yes, and yet you reminded me of something I said that I would have completely forgotten.
You're welcome. I'm the second part.
No, it's actually a really great point.
I know,
it came from me. Thank you. It's like, do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? Aren't you the least bit curious about that? That usually really can freeze somebody.
It's complete cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
And so,
I'm glad you remembered that. See, this is the problem with getting old. I can't remember my best stuff.
That's why I'm here. I remember your stuff for you. But let's dive deeper into that. So think about it. If you're ever outnumbered, instead of talking about politics or stuff, just say, listen, my view comes at a high social cost on this college campus.
Yeah.
High social cost. How many kids here are graded differently because of your conservative views? Raise your hand. Okay. Almost every student's hand goes up. So therefore, you're making a conscious decision to suffer to some degree for a transcendent value.
Yeah.
And you should tell your lib friends or whatever, I could have comfort if I conform.
Yes.
So why don't I?
Yes. I could actually get better grades like you if I said what you said, but I'm not. Isn't that kind of interesting to you? Yeah, it's kind of like I mean I'm pro-life, and I run into most people I know almost all people I know in my industry are pro-choice, and I know that I'm always outnumbered, but I'm always like, don't you even wonder, like, why? You seem to agree with a lot of things I say. You think that I'm a smart person? Do you think I'm just crazy on one thing? Like, oh, he's really good on the economy. He's really good on foreign policy. He can write well, but he's completely nuts on unborn children. That doesn't really logically make sense.
No, it doesn't.
You know what's interesting about really, really smart pro-choice people? They admit it's murder.
Oh, I find this on campus. They have to.
Yeah, they have to go, look, you know what? I'm not going to argue what it is murder, but I'm still for it. That was that was like the liberal comedian way of dealing with it. I think almost every smart comedian, when they talk about abortion, will not deny that it's murder.
And then everyone laughs at the comic club. I guess that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's like, at least you're being honest.
But this is another important point that Greg is making, that if you have earned social trust with people in your circle, defending that view that might be seemingly unpopular can convert that whole social circle to be a conservative.
Yes.
Because they'll think, wow, this is a good person. It's not just being right, it's also character.
Yes.
Right?
This is a really good point. And for example, if you're in an office and you're working, being an appealing person there, it's like a young person will come in and when a young person starts at work, they're looking for somebody, not necessarily a mentor, but somebody that like they can kind of identify with, make them feel at ease. And when you're that person, and every single person has that. Like when I first started working at Men's Health or at Prevention Magazine or different places, I identified. I would boil it down to this: when you'll see somebody you work with, and you go, I want what that person has. Like, what is it about them that makes them confident and strong? and cool. Like, it's weird. You know, the word cool originated from the word calm. A lot of people don't know that. It's like you're always looking for the calm person in the storm. And when you're when you are that person, people want to know why. This is why being politically hysterical doesn't win followers. It's like, Charlie, if you're calm, people are interested. So, but getting back to the point about character, if somebody sees that everything that you're doing is working, and then they find out that you have an opinion that they detest. Like, the perfect thing is Trump. It's great when the most successful person in the group, they find out is a Trump supporter, and they go, "My God, you're an idiot." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm an idiot. Have you seen where I live? Have you seen my family?" So they have to, like, all of a sudden start reconfiguring the way they think.
Did you see that HBO, the part of with that show White Lotus or something?
Yes.
There was like a 3-minute clip. I don't watch the show.
Where they found out that
the women found out that, like, their old friend who they love and they adore, all of a sudden she's, like, very quietly, like, doesn't deny. Didn't say she didn't deny she voted for Trump?
Yes. Yeah.
And anyway, from a drama standpoint, it was so beautifully written.
Yeah, it was nice. And it's like, I think that they're coming to grips with the idea that they kind of, like, they went too far in the world of demonizing. You're making me think of something about, like, when I've lost friends, people that you probably know, like people that I've worked with over Trump. And whenever somebody, and I'll see it in interviews, they'll ask, "What happened to Gutfeld?" And they go, "Oh man, he knew where his bread was buttered. Oh, it was his way to climb the ladder." It's like, I watch people try to figure out why. Like, why do I support Trump, without ever actually honestly asking why everybody does. It's like, it's like only I think the belief is only dumb people do, but when a smart person does it, it's because they're selling out.
And what's so funny is if they stopped coping,
yes,
and started understanding,
yes, which is what I did,
they would actually be in a better place.
Yeah, remember, I knew Trump before he ran. I liked him. I did not support him when he ran in I'd say 2015, but a lot of it was a coping thing. It was a personal issue with me, and I suddenly realized what is going on here. I had a sunk cost that I'd already. When you express criticism for something over and over again, and you realize you might be wrong, you don't want to let go. It's the sunk cost. It's like being in a bad marriage or a bad relationship. You think about all that effort you put into it. So that made it hard to say. But what was great and what was wonderful is that when he won, I said, "Great, he's my president. Now I can start clean." And what the reason why I was having issues with him was I fell into the trap of taking him literally, paying attention to words and not deeds. And then when he became president, it was like that. And I started using that as a mantra on my show. It's deeds, not words. It's not about his tweets. It's about, is your life getting better? And that's what, like, completely, that framework changed me. And it made me see that I had been, like, obsessed with something so stupid that ended up I really liked, which are his tweets.
and so the Trump phenomenon, I want to touch on two final things in our time remaining. The Democrats are trying to figure out what they're doing. I mean, look, Donald Trump controls the Democrat platform. He just has to do something. They do the opposite, right? So the Democrat platform is completely controlled by Donald Trump.
Yes, exactly. No, they will do, if he told the Democrats, "Don't punch yourself in the face," they will start smacking they'll just break their own noses. You know what it is? When you choose common sense as your it's called the high ground maneuver. Let's say your opponent chooses the path of common sense. What do you choose to oppose it? Not common sense. That's what they're doing. They don't, because there's nothing. If you choose common sense is the higher ground, there's nothing around it to stand on. So you're stuck doing really stupid things. You're on every 80 or 90, 20, 10 issue, you're choosing the bad guy. You're choosing the Maryland dad, you know? You're choosing gangs, you're choosing pot farmers, because you can't match it.
That employ child labor.
Yes. So, which I'm for, by the way. Those kids need to get strong. You know what I'm saying? It's underrated. Their little hands are really good with fixing watches. Clip that, please, and put that up there. Greg endorses child labor. Yes.
Greg, you will get more clips from Media Matters than me in this conversation. So, because they're clipping. So Greg, but you live in New York City.
That is correct.
And you are witnessing the rise of an attempt by the Democrats to figure themselves out.
Yes.
I'm obviously talking about Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
No, but so, Mamdani.
Yeah, so... God, you guys just misunderstand the guy. You know, that's what the Dems are trying to do now. Whenever a new socialist comes up, they act like it's like, oh no, this is a better version. There's no such thing as a better version.
It's like ChatGPT 4.0.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to keep getting better.
Yeah, it's
learning.
That's not shit. That's shit 4.0. It's still shit. I got to use that for my show. They'll just have to bleep it, though.
So you're on cable.
Yes, so they'll probably bleep it. But they always, like the issue with socialism is they always believe that it's, you know, it just hasn't been perfected. Well, that was the whole point of capitalism. Capitalism doesn't have to be perfect to work. Exactly. The only way socialism can work is if it's perfect, and that's not possible. It's not possible. The thing that kills me is they keep talking about, you know, he's really hit the chord on affordability. You cannot find one example in history where socialism has made anything affordable. It's only made things awful and good things more scarce and therefore more expensive. So,
well, on his grocery store plan, to his credit,
I love that.
I will say, New Yorkers will lose 15 pounds in like 6 months on his grocery store plan. I mean, there'll be no food.
The only thing that can make the Department of Motor Vehicles worse is if they sold food. I mean,
get your number, wait for 2 hours for bananas.
I mean, I'm sure there are people here from like Pennsylvania where you have ABC liquor stores. I never knew that growing up in the West Coast. Then I moved to Allentown, and I never seen a government-run liquor store, and they are depressing.
I didn't know that.
You would quit drinking.
But do you know what I do encounter in New Jersey is basically pseudo-run gas stations. You have to have an attendant pump your gas.
Oh, yes.
Like, what is that? Like, it's like the oldest regulation. You got to wait for the guy, and he's using the restroom. Like, I have to go. He's like, I think it's that law still exists.
This is why I drive straight through Jersey.
Quickly.
I was going to say another thing about, the one thing people have to Zoran. The one thing that people are overlooking is that he says police officers should not respond to crime, that they should send people who are trained in it. So when you have a subway maniac who throws a woman in front of a train or one setting them on fire, you shouldn't send the police. You should send a social worker. I think that journalists should go find these social workers he's talking about. None exist. There's no social worker, no matter how liberal they are, will ever want to go down to the subway and address a maniac. And again, it's another case of a left-winger throwing women, literally in this case, under the bus.
Under the subway. So Greg, in the couple minutes we have, there's two things. I do want to hit I want to hit two things quick. I want you to give kind of a send-off for the college students at the end. But first, you're a new dad.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was joking backstage. He did have his first kid finally before Social Security hit.
Yes, that was my goal. So I have a baby girl, 7 months old. At the age of 60, which is I still don't know.
Impressive. I'm like,
what you know what the
for
thing?
Multiple reasons. That's
it is multiple. But I think that I realized that I would have been a lousy dad 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and then I don't know what it was. I just realized I think I can be a good dad now. I don't know what it was. That's my only explanation for why I just never thought I would be. Well, I party pretty hard. So I think I had to you know what? Now I'm a normal person. I'm going to do, I can do it now. But I was a very I'd say in my 30s, I think that's, there's your advice. The most important thing you can do is don't be selfish. I think I led a fairly selfish life in my 20s and my 30s. And the most important thing, probably the most selfish thing you can do is to be of service to other people, because the high you get from that is amazing. And it's going to make you a better person. I think most of my life was a purely transactional. What can I get out of things? And I think that's why I think I felt like I've grown a lot in the last, I'm getting serious. Shut up, Greg.
So let's go deeper, Greg.
All right, Dr. Phil.
How has it changed?
Greg? I have a doll here. I'd like to show you.
Yes, exactly. But all kidding aside, I mean, has it given you more purpose to your life?
Well, yeah, and I mean, you end up being a cliche. That's the thing. It's like the cliche is the person who says, my God, when I had a child, it changed my life. It's a cliche because it's true. It's what's called a transformational experience, which is like you don't know what it's like until you do it. And it's a shame because there's a lot of people who, terminate children without ever knowing that if they had the child, they would have thanked God they didn't listen to themselves. But that's, Well,
and I'll say, Greg, I want to just say, we watch you. Thank you for standing for the unborn. The fight for pro-life is more important than ever. So truly.
You got it.
No, that's really big. Final thoughts, Greg.
Final thoughts. Well, I think the most important thing, and you're kind of already doing it, is to have fun. You're the fun generation. This isn't I didn't grow up with this. As a right winger, I had to hide, and all the left wingers were the cool kids. Now it's flipped. So enjoy the flip.
Greg Gutfeld, everybody.
Thank you.
Sit in on my exclusive interviews with speakers here at SAS. You can be part of them. It's just down the hall. I'm going to be interviewing people like Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Tom Homan, Steve Bannon, Kristi Noem, Jillian Michaels, Brett Cooper, and more. All you have to do is become a member of Charlie Kirk Exclusive at members.charliekirk.com. Watch every episode completely ad-free. Join our weekly question and answers live on the show. Get merch discounts and more. But you can also sit in on my exclusive interview here at SAS. The time and location will be on your SAS agenda. So go to members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com for up close and exclusive access to my show. It's all happening here at SAS. Follow the QR code on the screen to become a member.
My parents brought me and my siblings to America legally. I love America, and I've lived the American dream. But the American dream that I live is under attack. They've destroyed our border, they've destroyed our economy, and they'll destroy America if we don't stop them. We will end the invasion at our southern border, fix our economy, protect American workers, end the wars, and deliver peace. May God continue to bless the United States of America. You guys love this country? All right, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to start with a little story here. Now, by the way, I'm not a boomer, so this is not a boomer story, but it may feel like a boomer story. I'm going to tell you a story about a dad. He's got 2 kids. They're twins. And on their birthday, the dad decides he's going to take care of business because you see, one of the kids is always a pessimist. You've been around kids like this? No matter what you see, they always see the dark side. They're always complaining. Right? That's how one of the boys was. And the other one was always the optimist. He's the one that people want to hang around with, always excited, always sees the positive. But the dad thought, you know, these 2 extremes, he's got to kind of bring them to the middle. So it's these twins' birthday. And they're 14 years old. So the dad goes out and buys every toy imaginable that a 14-year-old could want, puts every toy in the pessimist room, thinking this kid's going to wake up on his birthday and he's going to be so happy he's going to flip and be normal. And then then he's thinking, what do I do with the optimist? Like, how do I make him see that things aren't always perfect? So he hatches a plan, and he fills the kid's room with 3 feet of horse shit. And he thinks this kid's going to wake up and be very upset. So now it's the morning of the birthday, and he hears crying, and he goes, aha, he's seen the horse manure, and he's upset. But the crying is coming from the pessimist room. He goes, what's going on? So he walks in there, and the kid's in a corner, and he's sobbing, and he's saying, oh my God, look at all these toys. My friends are going to be jealous. Some of these things need batteries, right? I'm probably not going to play with them in 2 or 3 months. I'll forget all about them. It's the worst day ever. And the dad's like, oh my God, this kid, I can't take it. Walks out of there, and he's walking down the hallway into the optimist kid. This kid's laughing and is yelling, so happy. He's like, what is going on? He opens the door, 3 feet of horse manure, and the kid's digging through it. And he goes, there's a pony in here somewhere. So who are you? Which one are you? Because you are facing a challenge in this country unlike a lot of other generations haven't faced. Joe Biden and the Democrats took this country almost to the point where you could have inherited a country that was broken, that there was no future or American dream for you. But which one are you? Are you the one that's going to sit in the corner and cry about it? Or are you the one that's going to dig through and find that pony? And right now there's a lot of ponies out there for us to celebrate. And it's important that when you leave here today, that you don't just go back home and say, you know what, I had a lot of great speakers and people are going to ask you who you met, what speech you liked the most. But what ultimately you got to do is you got to have a to-do list. You got to go out there and spread the word. See, because what you're up against when you go back home and you feel like you're the only kid in your school that's normal and you're surrounded by all these lunatics on the left. Now, maybe some of them are a little crazy, okay? But the biggest part is they just don't know the truth. They don't know what's actually happening. They're listening to CNN, MSNBC. Can you imagine waking up every morning and you have Joe Scarborough for breakfast and The View for brunch? Right? Your head would be destroyed, right? So your job is to go talk to these people, not with a point of arguing with them, but with facts. So you can get there. You can win and make that happen. The second thing I want to tell you is that you can do anything you want to do in this country. Anything. When I was 26 years old, I decided I didn't want to work for a big company anymore. I worked for General Motors. And I wanted to go work and make a lot of money. And I met a guy who was a car dealer in Boston, and he wanted to hire me. He said, well, what do you want to do, like sales, like an assistant? I said, no, I want to run the place. He goes, yeah, no, eventually you'll get there. I go, no, I want to start in that position. The guy goes, I'd never hire you to be your general manager. And I said, well, if you think that way, I would never work for you. He goes, what do you mean you never work for me? 3 hours later, he hired me to be his general manager. I had never worked at a car dealership in my life, but I thought I could make a lot of money doing that. 12 years later, we grew from 5 dealerships to 55. I was making more money than I could ever imagine in my life. And I get a phone call from a guy you may know, Roger Penske. You see these big trucks that say Penske? And he says, hey, I heard you're a pretty smart guy. I've got this dealership in Cleveland, Ohio. It loses a fortune. It doesn't sell any cars. It's terrible in every way possible. I'd like you to buy it. And I'm like, well, that sales pitch, you would turn that down, right? I took every cent I had in my life, every cent I didn't have in my life, moved my 4 kids and my wife to buy that little dealership. And I knew that if I lived in a world in which I was extremely successful, that I could get through the tough times. So the day that we're closing on a deal, the show was filled with people. I'm like, this is going to be great. Look at all the customers. We've finalized the transaction. Every cent I have in my life is long gone. My sister lent me her kids' college tuition money. I'd maxed out my credit cards. But I'm thinking, look, but I got customers. And then when we were done, everybody left. I didn't realize they all worked for Penske. They were all there for the closing. There was nobody there. And the last thing I remember that day is one of the executives turning around and going, good luck doing nothing all day. I was either going to succeed or I was going to go broke. We took that dealership, made it the largest seller of luxury automobiles anywhere in the entire central United States. I then built 14 more dealerships. Over the next 10 years, we did $1 billion in revenue. And then my youngest son came home one day and said, Dad, I got one word for you. I said, Kevin, what's that? He goes, Bitcoin. I go, what the hell is Bitcoin? He goes, don't ask any more questions. Take all your money, put it in Bitcoin. By the way, it's 2014. I should have listened to him. I got on the phone with my financial guy as a joke, say, hey, let's put all of our money in Bitcoin. He goes, don't do that. But you know, this blockchain technology is interesting. I said, really? I go to a different room. 2 hours later, I decide I'm going to sell all 15 dealerships. I'm going to risk it all again, start a company that uses blockchain to make the car titling process digital. So we're going to use new technology to sell government something they've never done before, which is to save a ton of money, doing things more efficiently with an unproven technology that nobody on earth has ever done. We did that. The company is now extraordinarily successful. I sold it to Stephen Cohen. He bought my shares. And I did that because I said one day, I'm sick of watching these completely inept politicians go to Washington, D.C. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're destroying this country. So if I can't find the person to do it, I'm going to do it myself. So I hired some political people and said, hey, what would it take to run for Senate? They said, run for Senate? Like, no, it's not how it works. You got to run for like mayor, then state rep. And I go, no, I'm not going to do any of that. I said, I just want to run for the United States Senate. And they said, well, you can't really do that. It doesn't work that way. So they said, let's do a poll. And they came back with a poll, and they said, it's really bad news. I go, what do you mean? They said, well, you're at 4% statewide. And I said, well, that's actually really good news. Like, I can't believe 4 out of 100 people know who I am in Ohio. That's pretty incredible. Well, they said, well, the margin of error is 4%. I said, still good news, because it could have been, that was 8%, right? The pony, right? It could have been 8%. We went into a primary where I was up against a guy who had won 8 elections in a row, 4 primaries and 4 generals. He was at 35%. Everybody told me there's no way you're going to beat this guy. We won every county in Ohio, all 88 counties, and beat that guy by 35 points. Then I'm in the general election. I'm up against a guy named Sherrod Brown. All right. This guy had been elected office for 50 years. He had won 17 of 18 elections. Nobody thought I could win that race. What happened? We beat that guy and kept him at 46% of the vote. We stomped him. And I got to do the greatest thing ever. I got to do an acceptance speech that night. When I went out on national television, I looked right at the camera and I said, Chuck Schumer, you're fired, buddy. You're out as majority leader, because we took over the Senate as Republicans because of that race. And I say that to you not to in any way brag about anything. This took a total team spirit. My point is to every single one of you, never, ever listen to people that you say that you can't do something here in this country. This is the greatest country on earth, period. And you can accomplish whatever you set your minds to. Never be boring. Never be ordinary. Never do what other people are doing. Chart your own course and make a reality for yourself. This country was built by explorers. This country was built by warriors. This country wasn't built by whiny people who looked for victimhood. This country was built by tough people who knew how to get through adversity. And look, the greatest thing, I'm going to give you another example. 13 years ago, I met a kid, 18 years old, comes and sees me in Cleveland. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm raising money to start an organization." I go, "What is that organization?" He goes, "I'm going to change the way young people feel about American politics because they're getting indoctrinated in their schools." I said, "Really? What are you going to call it?" He goes, "Turning Point USA." Then I see Charlie now. I'm like, "Damn, you're an old man now. What happened to you?" Right? So who's the next Charlie Kirk? Are they out there at the stage, out there in the audience? Who's the person that's going to make things happen? Look, nothing happens without hard work, perseverance, and a belief in yourself. That's the whole name of the game. And you are so fortunate that you happen to be in this country that was built for you to accomplish these great things. So look, we have a lot of things to do. What I want to do, though, is I'm going to pause here because I want to hear what's on your minds. I went through the most expensive election in American history. There was $230 million of negative ads spent against me. So any question you ask, it's impossible for you to hurt my feelings. All right, so let's see what you got for questions out there. See where the microphones are. Come on out and tell me what's on your minds. There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hi, first I want to say you're the good Bernie of Washington.
I'm reforming the name Bernie in the United States Senate.
You're the bird. So I wanted to ask just what your thoughts were on cryptocurrency regulation in Washington, D.C. I actually did some work for a guy, John Deaton,
in Massachusetts.
Yeah. And
he ran against Pocahontas. Look, the problem we have in Washington, D.C. on digital currencies, it's not an ideological issue. It's not Democrat versus Republican. It's old versus young, dumb versus smart. The reality is we got to give certainty to the financial system. Look, how many of you guys have a checkbook? Raise your hand if you have a checkbook. Right? Not many of you. If this was 20 years ago, it'd be everybody, right? You want to be able to transact without middlemen. That's what digital currencies allows you to do. And we've got to create that technology right here in the United States of America. And we're going to make that happen in the next couple months.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
To your right.
The real question is, since you went to U of M, are you an Ohio State fan?
OH!
Ohio!
Hey, look, the only saving grace, I went to Michigan because I wanted to be in the car business. The only saving grace is that Sherrod Brown went to Yale. So it was like in the scheme of things, look, and by the way, he's a full-pay student at Yale, but look, obviously I support Ohio State. And by the way, who was the national champions last year? Just saying. Just saying, Ohio State. How did that work out, Notre Dame? All right.
Hey, Bernie. My name is Barrett Lemaster from Centerville, Ohio.
Nice.
And I'll be attending Miami University this year. I want you to tell us how you're going to work with our future governor, Vivek Ramaswamy, to make Ohio the best state in the country.
Oh, look, here's what you're seeing. You're seeing a movement, and President Trump started it. Look at President Trump, J.D. Vance, Vivek, myself. These are people totally out of politics that are going there to serve this country to make it better. It's what our founders envisioned. Our founders didn't want these permanent political people like Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden. They want outsiders to run this country, and Vivek's going to do a great job in Ohio.
How do we retake Massachusetts?
Oof, Massachusetts. Look, I lived there for 12 years. I had a dealership in Massachusetts. I said I would never set foot in that godforsaken state again. Look, it's going to require a total movement on your part to have people see the light. Look, Martha's Vineyard is the epicenter of Democrat politics today. People in Martha's Vineyard who think that they are smarter, more intelligent than everybody else. The heart of the Republican Party is working class Americans. So look, if you live in Massachusetts, come to Ohio. I don't know that it's possible for you to make that happen. Look, I'm out of time. Thank you for making this happen. Let's go out there and get something done. Thank you, Turning Point. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Defending women's rights is not anti-anyone. Believing in biology is not bigoted. And following the science that there are only two sexes and that there are very real and important differences between the two sexes is not hateful, it's fact. Be bold. Say the controversial thing. Call out injustice when you see it and never, ever apologize for speaking the truth. We cannot become complacent. You don't have to be a closeted conservative anymore. You are the majority. There's a lot of things that scare me, but a man in a dress will never be one of them.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Well, hello everybody. Man. You guys are so sweet. Man, how inspiring it is to look out and see this. See so many people, so many young faces especially. Maybe the intention for us being here, of course the speakers on this stage, maybe the intention is for us to inspire you all, but I look out and it's this right here that inspires me. So thank you guys very, very much. Yeah. And of course, thank you to Turning Point for fostering this environment. I have had the pleasure the past 2 or so years to be on upwards of 80 to 100 campuses, college campuses and high school campuses. And so to see so many familiar faces too, thank you as students for being involved. Look, of course, I'm not here to deliver a political message, if you will, because the issues I talk about, they really shouldn't be political ones. But I will say, and I imagine many of you share the same sentiment that I do, the past 173 days or so, my pillows felt a little bit better at night. I sleep a little bit better. The air feels a little bit clearer. It really has been win after win after win with Donald Trump back in the White House. Under President Trump, we are finally seeing action, especially on the cultural front lines. This administration is pushing back and restoring sanity where the left tried desperately to sow confusion. Of course, on day one, Donald Trump signed an executive order declaring there are only two sexes, male and female. Isn't it crazy that a sitting president has to take time out of his day, has to exercise his executive authority, executive powers, and declare such? But maybe we shouldn't be too surprised, considering we have a sitting Supreme Court justice who can't even answer the question of what is a woman because she claims she's not a biologist. Guess what? I'm not a veterinarian, but I know what a dog is. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It was one of the most remarkable experiences. I got to be there standing beside the president as he signed this executive order barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funds. And maybe some of you saw the clips or the images that surfaced following this signing. It was one of the most beautiful things because you have the president signing this EO surrounded by a sea of young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and they've got their jerseys on or their uniforms. They've got their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words. And the Democrats that are pushing back, people like Gavin Newsom, people like Governor Mills of Maine, they think that they're giving the middle finger to Donald Trump. That's not what they're doing at all. They're giving the middle finger to those little girls who were there to attend this signing with the most joyous smiles on their faces. The Department of Education has made it very, very clear now that Title IX protections are intended to prevent sex-based discrimination, not discrimination on the basis of gender identity, period. That means that girls don't go in boys' locker rooms and vice versa. It means that boys don't go into girls' sports and vice versa. We're seeing DEI bureaucracies dismantled, woke nonsense being defunded in our military, and healthcare, and corporate America, and the media realm, and academia. Real accountability is finally being returned to our institutions. We saw a huge win on that front just this week with the announcement from University of Pennsylvania. Again, this has been one of the biggest perpetrators. University justices, but I don't think, I want to make a point here. I don't think that these cultural wins that we have seen should be underscored, by the way. The wins, they're so much bigger than kicking boys off of a girls' team. Understand, our entire society falls apart if we do not know the difference between men and women and sanction the permanent and irreversible harm and sterilization of children. The cultural chaos that has plagued this country for far too long, it's a symptom. It's a symptom of speech and thought control waged on America by the left. It is foundational, these wins that we are seeing. They're wins for truth. Of course, they're wins for women. They're wins for children. They are wins for the American people, but they only happened because we pushed back. The people here in this room pushed back. We refused to be silent. And you know what's ironic? The left keeps insisting that Gen Z is theirs, that we're all just these mindless foot soldiers for progressive ideology. But here's what's been proven, and again, what I have seen when going on these campuses. More and more young people are waking up. We're not buying it anymore. We see the absurdity. We see how out of touch with reality the other side is. They tell us, be your authentic self, all while pushing hormone blockers onto kids, telling them that they were born in the wrong body. They tell us, trust the science, until that science says that men can't get pregnant. They tell us, they care about women. The Democratic Party, it's the party of and for women. But then they erase the very definition of the word itself. Gen Z, what I have seen, what I have experienced, truthfully, what I have felt, we're a generation that craves truth. We're desperate for it. We crave authenticity, freedom, not virtue signaling, not censorship, not social engineering. This generation isn't lost. We've just been lied to. But the American people, again, especially Gen Z, we're beginning to see through it all. So here's my clarion call to you guys. We cannot get comfortable. We cannot become complacent. It's almost inevitable, truthfully. Because success, again, the wins I've mentioned, success, it breeds complacency. But hear me when I say complacency breeds failure. It is the enemy to growth. It is the enemy to progress. We can't treat these victories like they're permanent. You know why? Because the left is relentless. They don't just roll over. They don't allow themselves to be steamrolled. No, they rear their heads and they gnash their teeth. They're already trying to roll it all back. They're pressuring judges. They're rewriting rules. They're flooding the culture with lies disguised as compassion, as empathy, as inclusivity. And if we check out now or allow ourselves to fester in these wins, if we stop fighting, they will undo everything that we in this room, that Turning Point USA, that President Trump has worked for. We are in a battle for reality itself, and we must fight like it, because this war on woke, it has not yet been won. Don't take it from me, take it from the people of Wisconsin, for that matter, where you have a Governor Evers, who in your state statute attempted to change the word mother. And a 1,000-page budget bill, which is exactly how these things go, by the way, attempted to change the word mother to inseminated persons. We've been called it all as women, as mothers, right? Like cervix havers, uterus owners, menstruators, bleeders, chest feeders, birthing people, like the list goes on. Inseminated persons takes the cake. There's not a whole lot more dehumanizing than that. That's like what you refer to cattle as. So I'm reading the red line of this bill. And immediately, of course, I stop in my tracks when I see the word mother crossed out and replaced with inseminated person. And the first word, or the first question that pops into my mind is, oh gosh, what are they going to change father to? Because, of course, the counterpart of inseminated persons would, I guess, be inseminator. But no, that's not what they changed father to. Father was changed to natural parent. Now tell me more specifically, there's not a war on women. This war on woke, it hasn't been won. So again, Gen Z, hear me when I say this. You're not crazy for thinking the world has temporarily lost its mind. You're not racist for wanting a strong and secure border, for seeing the value in that. You're not hateful for insisting that tampons don't belong in boys' bathrooms, contrary to what Tim Walz says. I know it can still feel like we are the minority, even with Donald Trump back in the White House, but we're not. We are the counterculture, and we have work to do. So speak up, show up, pay attention to what's happening, not just on the national stage, but what's happening locally. Keep Christ first. Don't just play defense. Go on offense. Build families. Build faith. Build the future. Again, too often I hear people say that we are the ones who are going to destroy America. It's Gen Z that's going to destroy America. I vehemently disagree with this. I believe it's the generation that came before us that ultimately failed us. I believe that Gen Z is going to save America. So let's prove those people wrong. Last thing that I want to speak pretty plainly about now that I'm 30 weeks pregnant, and will welcome a little girl into this world in just 2 months. Now that I feel her kicking around. Now that I've heard her heartbeat at that very first appointment, I've seen her little tiny hands, her little tiny feet. I've always been, to provide some clarity to this, I've always been pro-life. From the perspective of understanding we have a God who condemns the shedding of innocent blood and who breathes purpose into every life, whether in the womb or outside of the womb. That being said, being pregnant since conception, it has made me radically pro-life. It has made the thought, the idea of abortion hurt deeply and really viscerally. Abortion, it says that life in the womb is only valuable if it's wanted. Gender ideology says a woman is only a woman if she feels like one. Neither of these ideas recognize the inherent dignity, the design, and the worth that comes with being created male or female, or with carrying a child. And at the bottom, the heart of both of these lies, profiting from both of these lies, is Planned Parenthood. This organization is not a champion for women or for children as they claim to be. It's a business. It is a business that made just last year alone $1.9 billion in total revenue, receiving $792 million in taxpayer funds. That's money from you and me. We involuntarily funded this organization. Think about that. While families are struggling to afford groceries or gas, we're being forced to fund an organization that terminates nearly 400,000 babies every single year and pushes this radical gender ideology onto vulnerable children. Planned Parenthood, they claim to fight for reproductive healthcare freedom, that's what they say. Where was that healthcare freedom in 2021, by the way? No, these are the same tyrants who fired healthcare workers, who fired U.S. military members, who fired school teachers. But let's be honest, it's not healthcare what we're seeing, it's harm. They profit off of confusion, they profit off of fear, of pain, of vulnerability, of insecurity. They encourage minors to go on to puberty blockers, to get abortions, to sterilize their bodies, often without parental consent, little to no consultation, all under the guise of choice. But what kind of choice is it when it's rooted in a lie? When Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry tell women that their babies are just clumps of cells or just a lump of tissue, what they're doing is something far more sinister than lying. They are severing the natural connection between a mother and her child. They are normalizing violence against the most vulnerable and calling it a choice. But no mother that I know, no real advocate for women wants her empowerment to come at the cost of her own child's life. Again, what they're selling is not compassion. It's fear. It's convenience dressed up as freedom. It's $1 billion business that profits off of panic, vulnerability, and insecurity, not empowerment. As I said, in just a few short weeks, I'm bringing life into this world. A little girl, again, I've heard her heartbeat all the way back when when I was only 8 weeks along. I feel her move. Again, seeing her little tiny frame on the ultrasound, she at this point could be aborted at this stage of development, or raised to believe that she's not really a girl at all. And I'm not okay with that. I refuse to let her grow up in a world that tells her she has to apologize for being female, or to pretend that biology is bigotry, or that life only matters if it's convenient. The future that I want for her is one that is rooted in truth, where women are honored, not erased, where motherhood is celebrated, not treated like a burden, and where every human, no matter how small or dependent, is protected, not discarded. And by the way, many pro-lifers were hesitant to support President Trump, claiming that he wasn't pro-life enough. But you name me another president who has defunded one of the most sinister, profit-driven, murderous organizations this world has ever seen with the passage and the signage of the Big Beautiful Bill. Unfortunately, it was watered down to defund Planned Parenthood for only 1 year, as opposed to the proposed 10, meaning, of course, again, there's still work to do. But President Trump is the most pro-life president that we have seen in modern history. This moment that we're living in, it's not just a political moment, it's a moral one. These issues, the issues that I've been discussing, that have granted me the platform that I now have, it's not a matter of right versus left or red versus blue. It's about truth versus lies. It is life versus death. It is freedom versus fear. And the good news is that we are winning. But only if we stay bold, only if we stay awake, only if we stay united. They've tried desperately to cancel us, to silence us, to erase us, but we're still here. We're growing. We're just really getting started. And one more thing, actually, the last thing I will say, as I feel a sense of moral obligation, truthfully, again, given that I've been blessed with this platform that I have, largely for being a voice for the voiceless, those who are too fearful to use their own voice, this platform for protecting the most vulnerable, protecting children, protecting women. I want to say, number one, I serve Christ, not any politician. And with that being said, There is no way that we are going to act like the proven harm and abuse that Jeffrey Epstein has caused never happened. His victims deserve so much better than that. There is no line to walk when it comes to sex trafficking, especially the exploitation and sex trafficking of minors. Again, it's this right here. This is the future. And to see this, it makes me feel more hopeful than anything I've seen or felt in the past 173 days thus far. Knowing that the world that we're all working towards, the future that we are fighting for, is the world that my daughter will grow up in. And so I'm eternally grateful and indebted to you all, to Charlie Kirk, to Turning Point USA, and I hope to see you guys on your campus later this year. So thank you guys very much.
Because when you are driven by something that is bigger than yourself, these daily wins and losses matter less. Our values, our faith, our families are the bedrock of our lives. They are the constants that keep us grounded amidst the chaos. They are our anchors that remind us who we are and why we fight for what we do. It is about staying true to yourself and leaving behind something meaningful for those who matter most. If you are driven by your principles above all else, you will build an incredible, meaningful life, and I can't wait to see it unfold for all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brett Cooper!
Gosh, these events are so much fun because you never know what to expect. It could be smoke, it could be sparks. It's just like so exciting. But I'm so excited to see all of your faces here today. It's also very, very fun to come right after my good friend Riley. It has been, give her all the applause. It's been a fun past, 8 months now being pregnant together. And we live very close to each other. So that's been a fun experience for sure. I'm so excited to talk to you guys today. This is my first SAS ever. So I'm pumped. And I know you guys have probably heard a lot of speeches about politics in the last 24 hours. I have been glued to X, I'm sure like many of you, watching all the clips, seeing all the discourse. And so I thought for the next few minutes we could kind of take a little break from that, because even though politics are really important, in order to survive in this crazy world and in this, political landscape that we all exist in right now, there are a lot of things that we need in order to stay grounded. I've been excited to talk to you guys about that specifically because you guys are all students. You are young, you are hungry, you're obviously very impressive. You have taken time out of your summer breaks to be here, which is incredible. Maybe you came alone hoping to build community. Many of you guys are in campus leadership who I got to meet over the last couple of days, and you all are, love it! So impressive. And most importantly, all of you guys are so clearly comfortable and confident standing boldly in your beliefs, which is so incredibly important. So major, major props to you guys. And while you might think that all of this is just applicable to politics and your involvement in Turning Point and your work on campus, you are already laying the foundation for an incredible life, regardless of what vocation you choose to pursue, whether it is in politics, whether you want to be a homemaker, whether you have some other thing that you want to pursue. You are building incredible skills right now. And so today I want to expand on that. Now, I am 23, so I'm not much older than you guys. I've only been married a year. I have not even had my son yet. But I would say that I have lived a bit of an unconventional life. I've been in this weird industry for a few years now, not as long as many of the speakers, so I'll leave that wisdom to them. But I've packed a lot into these 23 years. And if you don't know much about my story, I would say that my life in getting here today can kind of be summed up into 3 buckets, which I would say, number 1 is intentionally choosing not to waste my youth. Number 2, saying yes to huge, incredibly scary opportunities. And number 3, finding strength in resilience. And these are all things that you guys can start doing today. Because let's be honest, a lot of people choose to waste their 20s, even their teen years, for those of you guys who are in high school. For a lot of young people, for me, for many years, I felt like I was just on autopilot. Like, people choose to treat this decade, this period of their life, they're like an extended adolescence, especially as they get into what should be adulthood. It's like this blurry phase between, being a child and being adult. We see it on social media all the time. Like, I'm just a baby. Like, I'm not going to adult today. Like, it's all of these young people just like infantilizing themselves and not wanting to just take life by the horns. And unfortunately, this is what our culture has come to promote and glorify. And people just assume that their 30s are going to be where their life really starts. That is where they'll get serious. That's where they'll settle down. That is when they will finally figure out their career and find something they're passionate about. They'll just stumble around and have fun for years, and somehow, some way, success and fulfillment and happiness will just show up in their 30s. Because the 20s are just all about having fun. But that's really not how it works. Your adolescence does not have to be and should not be a waiting room. Your teen years and your 20s are not a decade to delay real life. But the problem is, as we just talked about with our culture, most people don't see it that way. Like, our culture loves to promote this idea that young people should just have fun and avoid responsibilities and ignore adulting, whatever that means, and just screw around, literally, like just hook up to numb whatever you're going through, party all the time, scroll for 6 hours a night to avoid the existential dread of, I guess, being an adult. But that is not how it has to be. That's not how it should be. Because in all honesty, based on what I have learned and observed, your young adult years should be your launch window. And if you don't use this time that you guys are all in right now intentionally, you will miss it. You only get to go through this once. Because right now, because I'm in there with you, we are in the most flexible and forgiving and underestimated season of our lives. This is the time for you to try everything. It's the time to use your youth to your advantage. I don't care if you are in high school. You should start networking. Look around at the adults in your life who you admire and respect, and spend time shadowing them and asking questions about why they do what they love and why they love it so much. And instead of going home and binging a new show or starting to play a new video game or whatever you're going to do in your off time, like, find an internship in a field that you are interested in. Start building a community of people around you who are smart and capable and push you. Start exploring what you love or what you think you might love and you end up hating, because I'll tell you, I thought I wanted to be a marine biologist for years. I took a class in chemistry and I was like, oh, I will never be a scientist. I could barely make it through math. And I was like, this is never going to work out for me. I also thought at one point that I wanted to be an attorney. And then I read a legal brief for the first time, and I spoke to an attorney, and I very quickly realized that that was not going to be my future. When my husband Alex was in high school, he thought that he wanted to go into medicine, maybe be an orthodontist. And then he followed an orthodontist around for one day, and that was enough for him. And he realized advertising actually sounds really great, and he went on a different path. So if you have the chance, you should be exploring all of this before you decide where you want to go to college or what you want to study, or even if you want to go to college in the first place, because you don't have to if that's not the path you choose to pursue. You can be like Charlie. You can forge your own path, and you can start doing that now. And if you're already in college, you should be actively using these years to think about your next steps. Like, how can you use these 4 precious years the professors, the connections, the safety net that you have while you're at a university to your advantage. Because I'll tell you from experience, graduation comes really fast, and adult life will hit you like a ton of bricks. So you should be prepared. But right now, in your teens and high school, in your early 20s, you have energy. You have time. You probably don't have a mortgage yet. You don't have a family to feed or a business to keep afloat. You can pivot fast, and you can also fail. You can fail publicly and confidently and still rebuild. Which takes me to the second point that I wanted to talk to you about. Because you can take, at this age, you can take huge, massive swings, say yes to huge opportunities, and still confidently rebuild if everything comes crumbling down. And this is something that I needed to be reminded of exactly a year ago. Now, I think I have only told this story once, and it was in January when I was launching my new show. It was at like a tiny, tiny little New York City comedy club where I did this like pop-up event. But last summer, Alex and I were at dinner with my best friend and her parents. And I was going through it. If you were watching the comment section, you might have had no idea, but social media is not real. And I was going through it. We had just gotten married. We had bought our dream property. Everything should have been honky-dory and great. And yet objectively, I was so unhappy. I felt like I was stuck in this rut. I felt like I had no control over my life. And truth be told, I was way too scared to do anything about it. I felt like I had no out. And so after I literally spent this entire 3-hour dinner lamenting and being anxious and sounding sad, literally drowning myself in chips and queso, we were at a Mexican restaurant, my best friend's dad turned to me and said, "Brett, do you realize that you're 22 years old? You don't have kids yet. You and Alex can literally afford to burn it all down multiple times and start over multiple times if that is what it takes to get where you want to go, to find that fulfillment, to find what you are so passionate about." He said, "You can swing for the fences and risk it all. So why aren't you?" And nobody had asked me that. Everyone in my life, except for him, except for my husband, and except for my mother, who is amazing, everyone around me had told me to just stick with it and play it safe because I had made it and I had stability and a great show and everything seemed fine. I was encouraged to literally just put my head down and grin and bear it and push through. But that one sentence from my best friend's dad, it was the permission that I needed and that I was desperately just waiting to hear. The permission to risk it all because I was young enough to do so and I could do so confidently. So that was last July. And I spent the next 6 months fighting to do just that. And in January of this year, I went out on my own and I launched my own independent show. I swung for the fences. A massive swing for the fences. And so far, thanks to you guys, it seems to be turning out pretty well. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show. But love you too. But no, I'll be honest, last year, guys, it all was worth it, but it was the most terrifying and taxing year of my life. There were times when I literally just wanted to say, screw it, I'm throwing in the towel, I am stopping, I'm just gonna stop advocating for myself and my family and my future, I'm just gonna coast because this is uncomfortable and I don't wanna deal with this anymore. That would have been the comfortable option because everything was sort of fine. But by that point, number one, there was kind of no turning back. I'd already set the gears in motion. And I also knew what I needed and wanted to do. And I would have never forgiven myself if I gave up. But again, it was terrifying. And I'd love to say that this was the first time that I had to learn this lesson and that now I'm good to go and I won't have to hear this ever again. But it is not, because grabbing your youth by the horns and taking huge swings and big risks, it is not instinctual for most of us. And for me, I'm starting to realize that it's kind of something I need to do every couple of years to stay in shape. I need to push myself, throw myself off a ledge in order to, grow as a human being. Because 4 years ago, when I can't believe it's 4 years ago now, when I was a recent grad and I was sitting in a, similar position as many of you guys, I'm sure, it was when I went to YWLS for the first time as a student. First ever Turning Point event. I had to swing for the fences for the first time. And it was after 10 years of being a child actor in Hollywood, and I was embarrassingly kind of going through a pre-quarter life crisis. And I knew that I loved acting, but I also knew that I didn't want it to be my career. I knew that I didn't want to be in LA, and due to the politics and all the vaccine mandates, it was pretty clear that Hollywood did not want me either, which was fine. That was okay, but I had to redirect. I had to literally tear up the entire plan and the entire future that I had been actively working towards as an actor for over a decade, literally since I was 8 years old. That's when I started working professionally. And I didn't really cope well with that fact. I look back on it and I'm kind of ashamed. I kind of just floated around as a recent grad for about 6 months. I toyed with law school, and then I actually withdrew on the first day of my orientation because I realized it was such a bad idea for me. I got a job copywriting and working for Young Americans for Liberty to try to, love it, to try to find some purpose and to be engaged in this movement and feel like I was, doing something to better the world. And I spent my evenings being a waitress at a steakhouse, which objectively was a ton of fun, until one evening when Daily Wire slid into my DMs, and they had seen my TikToks, and they wanted to explore starting a show with me. And obviously I was excited and I was honored, and you would think that I immediately jumped in and was like, yes, I'll do whatever you want. But no, I was literally paralyzed. I was terrified. I spent literally weeks not responding to emails, being terrified to meet with them. They wanted me to send in a trial, long form video reaction type thing. And I just didn't do it. Because I felt safe and comfortable. I felt like I was happy where I was. I had a routine. I had a good corporate job. That's all I should have wanted, right? And I enjoyed waitressing. I was living near my mom's farm that she was building. I lived with my brother. I just didn't want to leave. I thought I'm just going to stay here, be near them, and find some Idaho mountain man to marry, and everything will be totally fine. I'm not leaving. And my mom was horrified. She was so angry at me because she was watching her daughter, who, as a child, was so bold and so outspoken and so courageous, just shut the door on a huge opportunity right after she had already decided to walk away from this career and passion that she had literally spent a decade chasing. And so one night, literally, this is why parents are so important and you should listen to them, but one night I went over to her house and she literally grabs me by the collar of my hoodie and basically slaps it out of me. She was like, you need to get over yourself. If you want to play it safe, that's fine. If you're really happy, if you really believe you're happy, that's fine, but at least try. But don't sit here and just pretend like you're doing this because you actually know that this is what you want for your future, because you don't, because you've been stumbling around for 6 months. Just try and see if they offer you the job, because this opportunity will never come around again, and I will not let you live a life of regret because you were too scared to be bold and take a risk. So you better believe. Love Mama Cooper. She's the best. And so you better believe after she grabbed my collar and essentially slapped me, I drove right on back to my house and I filmed that video and I responded to those emails. And within 2 months, I had packed up my life, was moving to Nashville, and launched the comment section. And it was genuinely a huge risk. I had no idea what I was getting into. I had no idea that you guys would love the show. I had no idea that we would skyrocket to 1 million subscribers in 4 freaking months, which is still so insane to me. I had no idea that my life would change overnight. I had no idea that I would walk into the office one day and come face to face with my future husband. I had no idea. And so I'm so glad that I took that risk. And it all happened because I made an intentional choice to swing for the fences and take a risk and say yes to an opportunity. To not let myself get comfortable in my 20s or in my current circumstances just because everything seemed to be going well enough and because I had time to figure it out if it wasn't right. And truth be told, because I was, 18 years old or whatever it was, I did have time, but it was how I was choosing to use that time that mattered. And even though I was terrified of taking those big leaps, they were things that in a way I had been working towards. The reason why I had these opportunities was because I spent my high school and my college years networking and exploring every single different facet of the entertainment and the media industry, honing my skills in writing and communication, even though I had no idea how I would end up using them in my career. I was able to land on my feet when I went independent for that same reason. And I was still terrified. It was still hard to get there. It was still hard to do. There was a lot I had to learn. But I was ready. And I knew that it was the right time for me to take that risk. Because the flexibility and the freedom that we all have as young people is a massive advantage if you use it intentionally. Think about 18-year-old Charlie Kirk starting this organization. Imagine if he had pushed this off and said, no, I'm going to go to college and party and I'll figure it out later. I'll start something important later. No, he did it now. You are never too young to start chasing your passions, to start making change in your life, in your community, literally in the country. You have no idea what you could do. And your young adult years will set the tone for the rest of your life. Not because you have to have everything figured out at 16, 17, or 18 years old, but because the habits that you form now, the risks that you take, the identity and the values that you start to build, all of that compounds over time. And sometimes, this kind of takes us to the last point, sometimes it will not work out the way that you hope. And sometimes you're going to have to learn how to deal with that. And there is a gift in that, and that's resilience, which I think is probably the most paramount tenet of my entire life. And I guarantee, if it's not already, it will become that for you too, because at some point in life, you will have the wind knocked out of you. And things won't go according to plan. You will fail. You will get hurt. That is just unfortunately part of life. Maybe you will get rejected by your dream school. Maybe you won't get a job. Maybe you'll get fired. That sucks. Been there. You get over it, I promise. Maybe you'll endure tragedies that you never expected. And if you're anything like me, maybe even at your young age, you already have. If you guys know my story, if you watched that 4.5 hour long Sean Ryan interview, which was, I laid it all out. But you know that, death and divorce and mental illness and addiction, all of the things, that was a large part of my childhood. And maybe you still do everything right and things still come crashing down. You will endure pain that is out of your control. That is a given in life, unfortunately. But what is also a given is your ability to choose how you respond to that. Because as a human, you get to decide what you learn from something and how you grow and evolve from that experience. You have the power to choose whether that setback, that failure, or that tragedy will cripple you or be the fire that you need under your ass to propel you forward. And I know it's cliche to say, but it is cliche for a very good reason. But failure is a chance for all of us to learn more and do better. In my life, Alex knows this, wherever you are, if I fall short, my default reaction is, I'll do it better. And that wasn't instinctual for me, but I just had to learn that years and years. I will do better, I'll come back stronger, I will prove myself. And, my upbringing could have set me on a totally different path for my life, one where I would continue the patterns of my family, where I would not break out of this generational cycle. But instead, I decided that I wanted to break the cycle, and I did that very intentionally. It would have been really easy to let my brother's death cripple me. It would have been really easy to allow my other brother's schizophrenia that he still deals with today to completely derail my life. But instead, both of these experiences, both of those brothers drive me every single day to live a life that is bold and courageous and full because they never got the chance to do so. And all of that is resilience. All of it is buoyancy, or the ability to stay afloat no matter what hits you. And I promise you, maybe you don't need it now, but you will need it. So start thinking in terms of controlling how you respond, and respond in a way that is positive and empowering. Because we will need that in every part of our life. You will need it in your career, you will need it in your personal life, and we will need it in politics, especially in politics, because often things don't go according to plan there either. But as long as you guys wake up every day and choose to keep going, choose to keep moving forward positively, to make every moment in your youth, these precious, incredible years that we should be so grateful to even have, to make those count, to choose to take huge risks and swings that challenge you and scare you, you will be forging an incredible life no matter what path you choose to pursue. And so that is my hope for all of you. Those are the three things that I think have driven me, that have pushed me, that have made it so that I can be here talking with you guys, that have made it so that I could take that leap in January. And I'm so grateful that you guys helped me land on my feet. So thank you for that, and thank you guys so much for having me. See you later.
Came to Christ in brokenness, but in our Lord and Saviour I can see the hope and redemption that was promised us, and that will be my path.
We are at a point where you could live in a reality where the information you gain access to is completely and totally controlled. To a degree, we already do live in that reality. This is what globalism truly means, that your nation doesn't belong to you, your nation belongs to them. This is what we mean when we talk about centralised power. Globalist governments worldwide and big tech giants collaborate in order to shut down free speech and independent media, and to create a totally curated sphere of reality in which dissent will be almost impossible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Russell!
Hey, thanks. That's such a lovely welcome. I'm incredibly grateful to all of you, and I'm so happy to be... Thanks, I love you as well. That's very kind of you. Sit down, get comfortable. I'm English, don't embarrass me. I love your accent. Actually, I don't have an accent. This is this language as it was originally designed to be spoken. Now, a few words on 1775, stroke 6. You made a terrible, 1775 is when it started to go wrong. 76, you made a terrible decision. And now we would like to invite you back. I'm here as a mystery of the king. Now, we would like to invite you to pay taxes without representation. I actually like your man who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Since the dawn of your country, yeah. There's been an ongoing dialectic, you might call it, about what freedom represents. I suppose you young people believe very strongly in freedom, yes? I suppose, does freedom mean the ability and right to pursue our own will? Does it mean freedom to pursue our petty desires? Or does it mean freedom from our petty desires? What is the nature of freedom? Because perhaps we live in a culture... Man, I wish I'd asked for a mic stand. Because there's this bit where I need to take off my jacket. Is it too late to ask for a mic stand? What do you think? You're not involved in that, you're separate. Now, how's the cohesion of this? Sonia, this is that moment where I said I might need you from the stage. Because you'd hold my jacket. But no, it's not, I don't need the jacket held, I need the microphone held while I hold the jacket. Would you think you can traverse these boundaries? What do you think this is, January 6th? You're going to burst through the boundaries? You're going to step over the velvet rope? Can you do the jail time? Thanks very much, Sonia. Check that out. I mean, what do you think we're amplifying? My groin? I spent 10 years speaking from there. My whole career, speaking from my midriff. Nothing but trouble. Let me tell you, I know that you are young people, and this primarily is a student action group. Let me get on my knees where God wants me. I'm here to tell you this. The pursuit of the realm of the flesh, the pursuit of carnality, the pursuit of the worldly cannot fulfill you. How do you know that, Russell? Say, how do you know that, Russell? Because I tried it!
Because I tried all of it. Now, you could say I'm like a man at an all-you-can-eat buffet, chowing down on the endless treasures and pleasures, gorging myself on dough and croutons and a million types of bread before discovering there is only one bread that can ever fulfill you. Oh, it's all right for you, Russell. Because I've known worldly pleasures, I've known what it is to worship the engraven image, I've known what it is to worship the false idols, I've known what it is to bow down at the false altars and the high poles, I've known what it is to worship the transient, I know what it is to worship the self, I know what it is to feel weak and vulnerable. And when we do some questions, because I've decided, I reckon that probably, look, I've got 16 minutes and 28 seconds to talk to you beautiful young people, you young people who hold in the very palm of your hand and at the center of your beating hearts the future of the greatest nation in the world. I want to hand over half of my allotted time to taking questions to you. So if you have a question for me, I believe there are microphones situated, but I particularly want to appeal to any of you that feel that you are suffering, that you are in pain as a result of addiction or loss, if you feel bewildered in this world, if you feel exiled here, if you feel like you don't fit in or you don't belong, if you feel that this country and this culture continually issues to you edicts and idols to pursue that don't fulfill you, then step forward and ask me a question if you want to. I'm almost the opposite of Charlie Kirk. Well, when Charlie Kirk just sits down and argues with people, I call him the right wing. Thank you for that. I'm happy down here, Sonia. Don't you worry. In fact, I could use this one, and Sonia, you could use this one. We could be like look at this, she loves the limelight. No, I don't think I want that one. Hovering above me like a Triffid, like a H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds thing. Get that thing out of here. I'm happy. Also, by the way, I know how it works. I'm only mucking about. I'm a professional fucking comedian. Get that thing out of here. Let the false poles fall. Heavenly Father, Lord God, I ask today that people may receive the message that I was blessed enough to receive. Me, as an apostate of a culture that wants you devout, that tells you that it's wrong to worship and demands your fealty to its false gods. Any of you that stare vacantly at the screens, any of you that get lost in the limpid, lurid, ever-flowing pools of pornography, that denigrate yourself and your kin and your kind, staring at flesh, pixelated though it may be, more naked bodies than your forefathers would have seen in a lifetime, adorning a screen in a matter of moments. I am telling you that fruits are available to you, that salvation is available to you. How do you know that, Russell? Because I've been there, because I know what it's like to walk upon the crimson carpets whilst one of our great forefathers may have parted the Red Seas. No coincidence, surely it is, that it's a red pathway that we walk along to hell, as glistening baubles and idols are placed before us in the form of the screens that we hold in our hands even now, and that we have given up a perpetual and perennial present available to us on the crucifix when we allow ourselves to die, that he may be reborn in us. We're invited continually to worship the false counterfeit light. Ah, Lord, seek thee first the kingdom of righteousness, and all this plus more will be granted to you. Have faith to trust the everlasting flow of the moment. We may not all have the same skills in this room, but let me tell you that we're all on our knees before the cross, saved by the covenant of the same blood. Before, I wanted to live only in specialness. I spent my life trying to separate myself from people. When I was young like you, I felt inferior, worthless, like my body wasn't good enough, like my life wasn't good enough, that something magical and special would happen to me. And that led me into a path of endless indulgence. First drugs for a long, long time, the crack and the heroin, let alone the drugs that are available to you lot now, an endless hurricane of fentanyl available to you, whether it's coming across the border or permeating up through the soil, don't matter much to me. What matters to me is that you don't become spellbound, hypnotized, looking to anesthetize on these phony substances, that you find the one true self, the one true healer, like the serpent held aloft by Moses. He was held aloft that we may be saved upon a cross. Prove me wrong. That's what Charlie does, isn't it? Prove me wrong, Charlie Kirk. I call him the right-wing Rain Man. He's on the edge of beautiful autism, a fantastic mind. I chatted to him earlier. I love him. He's a brave person. And hey, there may be 1,000 things I disagree with Charlie Kirk on. There's 1,000 things I disagree with my own wife on. But what I agree with him on, and her on, is that Jesus Christ is our Savior. That as long as... And that you in particular, more than me, must be particularly vigilant not to bow down by any altar other than him. You know, like I read in Luke, the first piece of scripture that hit me hard after I turned to this faith, after I was saved. You know how there's bits of scripture that we all have illuminated for us by people that walk the path ahead of us. And there might be some things you find for yourself that resonate with you just because it feels like the Lord is reaching through time and space, through the manifest from the unmanifest to you, particularly speaking to you like the Spirit hovering over the water of your consciousness, that you might feel his presence, that you might feel the light that he lets there be within you in the present moment where you can only feel it. And where I felt it was Luke 10:18, when I read about the 72 returning from their missions, from their early discipleship, where they'd been healing and where they were perhaps somewhat hubristic and excited to have been doing great things. And when they returned, our Lord Jesus said to them, "You will do many great things, for your names are written in the heavens. You will move among scorpions and snakes." But then he adds, almost as an aside, "I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning." Why is it that that gets said there? I asked myself in a moment of reflection and gentle self-interrogation. And of course I realized almost instantly, for the word will speak to you and through you and with you and create circuits that lay open within you, providing you solutions that are inaccessible through reason. For what is the peace that passeth all understanding, but the peace that's accessible to us beyond this material world, where we will know much suffering, where all things are terminal, where there will be death, where there will be disease. For surely Isaac did die eventually. Isaac did die eventually. So Abraham made a very, very good decision when he put the creator of all things ahead of even the worthy idol of love of your kin, of love of your son, of love of your friends. For surely the flesh will die and decay, except as how it might be resurrected through and unto him. What is it then that Satan fell from heaven like lightning? Why does it get mentioned in that moment where understandably the disciples were somewhat excited, having been healing and casting out demons? I mean, if I cast out even a single demon, I'd dine out on that for months. I'd love to move among scorpions and snakes, but I've been in Hollywood, so maybe I have a little bit. Because whatever gifts he has rendered unto you, they belong to you in so much as you serve him. Even if you're excited about the good you're doing, and I pray that a lot of good is being done at Turning Point. I hope that you are turning away from the values of a culture that does not value you, that sees you as a blob, as a consumer, as a recipient of vaccines and bad food and bad agriculture, little more than a cog in a machine to serve elites. I hope that you are finding within him and within yourselves a great fire and a great fuel. For when I see Satan fall from heaven like lightning, I recognize the Lucifer in me, the one that wants to be in charge, that wants to set up my own kingdom, that wants to run my own life, that thinks that I could compete with Christ. Man, maybe it took me such a long time to surrender to him because I wanted to be him, because I thought that I was the center of the world. Well, now I know that I'm not. Now I know my place. It's here with you on my knees before the cross in eternal praise of his greatness. Let's take some questions from you fantastic young people. We'll start with the young lady over there. And I'll try and be as quick as I can because I know we're tight for pressure, because Riley Gaines, she may swim fast, but by God does she talk a lot. We could have got a bloke out there, done that a lot quicker. A man. I'm joking. Shouldn't have said... That's a joke. I shouldn't have said the word bloke, English colloquialism. Damn, that's a good joke in England, where we're not. You won that Revolutionary War fair and square. What's your question, mate? They were British generals. George Washington was trained by the British... No, let's forget it. Yes, mate.
Hi, Russell.
Is that you there? Wave, because the audio's confusing, because it's coming out of there for me, and it's like I'm talking to this little black ark. What's your name, mate?
My name's Ethne.
All right, Ethne.
I want you to know that I was praying for you before your conversion. I saw one of your interviews with Shapiro, and I just felt it was laid upon my heart to do so, so I'm very happy to see where you are today.
God bless you, Ethne.
I've been a Christian my entire life, as long as I can remember, and so I often wonder what it's like as an adult convert reading the Bible for the first time. And I wanted to know if there's a specific verse, chapter, or book that's made an impact on you recently and how it's impacted you.
Ethne, there's a lot to answer there. Firstly, thanks for praying for me when you saw me on Ben Shapiro. I felt them prayers. You put a prophylactic of prayer around me. I appreciate it. Is it Ethne or Bethany?
Ethne.
Ethne. All right. Yeah, reading the Bible as an adult is crazy, particularly if you've consumed a lot of New Age literature and philosophy and you think you're all that and autodidact, super clever, super smart, knowing who thou art continually just through your own mind, ruminating continually. Little bit of Nietzsche is the kind of creature that I used to be back then. Little bit of Sartre make me feel a bit smarter. But the simple truth of the matter is, I read that book, and the same as when I heard His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the other day talking about his Buddhism, I thought, all of this is in Christ. Every single word. But what I want to convey to you young people is the Christ that I follow sounds like a radical revolutionary, opposed to Phariseeism, opposed to the Sadducees, opposed to those of his own faith who are not worshipping the spirit of the law but the letter of the law, opposed to bad government, opposed to too much control. Reading it as an adult, it's rich indeed. All else seems insipid and tepid compared to his bright and luminous light. To think of him, knowing the suffering he would endure and that he came anyway and that he would come for any single one of us again and again for all eternity, it is redolent and it's like breathing lightning. It's like being consumed by holy light to see that everything is a burning bush, that the kingdom of God is all about us. As it says, I think, in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, the kingdom of heaven is spread upon the earth, but man sees it not. That all things are luminous with God's light, but not immolated, not burned up. It is our duty to become temples. Did you not know that your body is a temple? Did you not know? Did you not know that you're holy, that you're a dwelling place for the Holy Spirit? So I like what that from Corinthians I loved, the bit from Luke 10:18 I loved. I love Isaiah. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name, you are mine. Redeemed don't just mean saved. Redeemed means you belong to him. You individually belong to him. The price of his freedom is surrendering your identity, surrendering your connection to false idolatry, surrendering fealty to anything but him. Love your family, love your son, love your nation, but above all things, love Jesus Christ. Thank you. Are we alternating sides? Yeah. Is that
Hi,
the system?
Russell.
Hello,
My
ma'am.
name is Sage.
Hi, Sage. Sage is the color of your top. Sage is the type of wisdom that you are already communicating.
Okay. Thank you.
It's also a type of spice.
Yes.
Or herb. That's everything I know about Sage. We'll do the question.
Okay, so I'm going to be totally honest.
I'm mentally ill,
this.
Sage. I'm going to be honest as well. I don't know. All I know is I can't fit in with these systems, Sage. I'm struggling, Sage.
I have been a Christian my whole life.
God bless you. It's not a competition.
I have one stronghold that I have been always struggling with. I started smoking weed when I was 13.
Repent!
And yeah, that's basically where I'm at. What was your light bulb moment? Because I know you have dealt with all of these physical, fleshly desires.
Sage, all addiction, and by the way, how interesting that your question ended up being about the ultimate herb. All forms of worship are the inappropriate substitute for the adulation that we owe to He that saved us. Why do we smoke weed? Why do we eat food except for when we are hungry? Why do we revere the graven images? What is it? What is it we are looking for? What is it that every drug addict, every man prostituting women. What is it that we are looking for? The intimacy and salvation of him that made us to love him. The word dependency, did you know, means hung upon. They say the great Saint Francis of Assisi would sometimes get this, stand on his head like a landscape painter to get a different vista of the town of Assisi, and looked at upside down. The stone masonry and towers didn't look permanent but delicate and tender. Once, sage, looking through a telescope, I spied 3 of the moons of Jupiter, black and white and far away. They looked delicate as they hung there. The same way as once at Mar-a-Lago, I caught a glimpse of Trump in repose, traveling from place to place, event to event, talking to a security person, and I thought, oh, is this the moment when I trouble him? But then I remembered the moons of Jupiter, that king planet, and thought how they hang upon the moment. Then I remembered St. Francis, how he looked at the towers and masonry of the town of Assisi upside down, where its strength suddenly suggests a kind of dependency. There is only one God, and that God is outside time but works through time. There is only one God. That God works around and through space but is outside of space. That God is manifest here. What you are looking for, what you are pursuing, may I say, is an addict in recovery. Myself, 22.5 years, 1 day at a time. No drink, no drugs. Now, for several years, no pornography, and a covenant with mine eyes to look upon you with honor and respect, and to remember that our mutual duty to one another here is to serve and to love one another, that we should never reduce another person to an object, whether that's someone that we're attracted to sexually or somebody that could help us financially, to see the Christ in everyone, that the Christ in us may rise to the surface. There ain't no drug that can do what you need to do. There ain't no crack, no heroin, no fellatio. There's nothing that can give you the highs that you crave deeply and at depth. All of it is part of your calling, Sage, and you must accept your calling. You must accept it. That's what we're here to do. That's what you are here to do. Each of you called by name, each of you in a new discipleship. Don't even be distracted by patriotism or by partisanship. You are here as part of the family of Christ. You are here in your own kingship, in your own sonship, in your own daughtership. You have been chosen. Who put that there? We have been chosen out of exile that we may be free, and only through love and devotion to him may we know perfect freedom. My time with you, I'm sad to tell you, is at an end. I wish I could talk to you for longer, but I'm a goddamn professional and it says 0 on the clock. I love you. Praise Jesus. Have a beautiful time.
Do you want to sit in on my exclusive interviews with speakers here at SAS? You can be part of them. It's just down the hall. I'm going to be interviewing people like Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Tom Homan, Steve Bannon, Kristi Noem, Jillian Michaels, Brett Cooper, and more. All you have to do is become a member of Charlie Kirk Exclusive at members.charliekirk.com. Watch every episode completely ad-free. Join our weekly question and answers live on the show. Get merch discounts and more. But you can also sit in on my exclusive interview here at SAS. The time and location will be on your SAS agenda. So go to members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com for up close and exclusive access to my show. It's all happening here at SAS. Follow the QR code on the screen to become a member.
Very
every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime.
Because when 95% less people coming across the border, how many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdoses? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked in this country when you had a border lockdown?
But I love this president because he loves this country. I love this president because he wants to secure the border. I love this president because securing the border saves lives. For the billions of illegal aliens that have been released in this country in violation of federal law, you're going home, and Tom Homan's going to make sure that happens.
My gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out of the country. We're going to port you out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom
So I feel kind of bad because you just heard some great preaching. And look, I'm a badass. I say bad things. So look, let me just start out by saying this. Sometimes I use a bad word. Sometimes I'm harsh. But if I offend anybody here tonight, I don't give a shit. Okay. So look, this is the second time I came out of retirement for President Trump, who happens to be the greatest president in my lifetime. So I was the first guy the president called, and I remember after the election, I'm out to dinner with my wife, and the phone's sitting on the table, and all of a sudden it rings and says, POTUS. My wife says, shit. She goes, he's going to ask you to come back. So I walked outside, and the first thing out of his mouth was, Tom, you've been bitching about it for 4 years. You want to come back and fix it? He says, you're damn right. Let's go. So look, Joe Biden took the most secure border of my lifetime under Trump 45 and unsecured it on purpose. The first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. Wasn't an accident, wasn't mismanagement. So where are we at today? Tonight, as I'm talking to you, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. In the history. Illegal immigration down 96%. That means 96% less people are coming. With 96% less people coming, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to the country to kill Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked, unlike the last administration? President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. And look, I wake up like a kid in a candy shop every day because I'm working for this guy. And you know what? Every day is an adventure because I knew he's going to let us do what we do to not only secure the border, but remove millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden let in this country. On top of the success we already had, the last administration, 500,000 children were trafficked into this country. The last administration lost track of 300,000. Trump's already found thousands of these children. Some of the children were with family members, but some of the children were in sex trafficking and forced labor. Matter of fact, one person we found, one male, had custody of over 20 migrant children, many females. And this administration allowed that to happen. President Trump and myself are not going to be satisfied till we find every single child and save them. The last administration simply didn't give a shit. They didn't. And it's just terrible. I don't care what side of politics you're on. When you got a child trafficking in this country for forced labor and sex trafficking, All hands should have been on deck. Under President Trump, all hands are on deck. And look, I always get asked the question, why did they open the border up? Why did they do that? Why did they release people? Let me tell you the secret. They played the long game. Let millions of people cross the border, and let's release them. Let's put them in a hotel room at $500 a night. Give them 3 meals a day. Give them free medical care and give them work authorization. That brought the whole world to the greatest nation on earth. We left thousands of empty ICE beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days. 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA. All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't know it's like to serve his nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass, meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you, he sits down to pee. Guaranteed. So, sanctuary cities. Let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Home is not welcome in Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland. Assholes like this guy think they're going to vilify men and women of ICE, they're going to intimidate or scare us. I'm not going anywhere. Either it's the men and women of ICE. We're going to do the job that President Trump gave us to do. And let's talk about the hate. I've never before seen in my career such hate against the men and women of ICE in the Border Patrol. That gentleman just standing here, he ain't got the balls to put a badge on and go stand there and take the criminals on. The men and women of ICE have a dangerous job already. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up to the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. I'm actually kind of happy right now. When I pulled into the event tonight, there was no protesters. I love protesters. I love them. That means your message is getting out. My detail will tell you, if protesters don't show up, I'm extremely disappointed. But the hate is incredible. It's just moved from protesting, which I support. You want to protest ICE? Shame on you, but have that. That's your First Amendment rights. You want to disagree with Trump policies? Okay, you have the right to disagree. But I said from day one, you cross that line and put hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer or Border Patrol agent, you're going to jail. You put hands on them, you're going to jail. You harbor and conceal an illegal alien, you're going to jail. I don't give a shit who you are. Well, the danger facing ICE and Border Patrol right now, I've never seen it before in my career, and I've been doing this since 1984. Throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. The other day they tried to ambush officers in Alvarado. Almost a dozen people, many with automatic weapons. Trying to kill an ICE officer for what? For enforcing the laws of this country? You got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and racists. You got Tim Walz, another loser, who compares them to the Gestapo. And understand this, these members of Congress that are vilifying them, the ICE officers are simply enforcing the law that they wrote, that they enacted. If ICE officers are racist for enforcing the law, what's that make members of Congress? They wrote the damn law. So we're going to prosecute every person that crossed that line. Last night, I was sitting on my couch, actually had a few hours off. I got a tough boss, he don't give me a day off. Last night I'm sitting on the couch, my phone rings, POTUS. He's watching TV and he saw the stones being thrown at ICE vehicles while they're departing an operation. He said, Tom, I'm sick and tired of this. We need to take action. I said, I'm with you. So he sent a tweet out last night. ICE officers will use whatever means necessary to arrest every one of those people that throw a rock. The games are over. I'm tired of this shit. And for those people that want to protest ICE, I feel bad. I just had someone preaching and I'm up here, whatever, right? If these protesters, these people with purple hair with a nose ring, live in their parents' basement, who don't work and want to go protest ICE, or are getting paid by people, if they think they're going to stop ICE or stop Border Patrol from doing their job, they got another thing coming. Because every time they double down, we're going to triple down. I had 1,000 protesters at my house about a month ago. Good for them. I wasn't even there. My wife's in Italy, so what the hell are they doing? They said they weren't very smart. But they don't understand. We're on a mission to make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat we take off the streets of this country makes this country safer. And for those people who say, well, this mass deportation operation, what a racist and un-American thing to say. No, 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 no. We just spent 4 years of massive illegal migration where 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this nation, to our borders. They're demanding due process. They're demanding the right to claim asylum. They demand the right to see a judge. Okay, but at the end of that process, he says you're going home, you're going home. Because that's due process. We don't have a choice. What's the choice? Let them stay? Is that the choice? Because if you don't show consequences, you're never going to fix the problem, and the next president comes in and undoes all the success we're doing. Bottom line is, we're going to enforce the law, unlike the last administration. We're going to hold people accountable. We will continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, because they're the most important, they're the most dangerous to the community. But I'll say it again, if you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. It's not okay to enter this country illegally, it's a crime. It's not okay to ignore a judge's order of deportation, we're looking for you. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed and never left. They became a fugitive, and we're looking for you too. We're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said, I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WW2. But I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or at outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time. My wife's still pissed off. I came out of retirement the second time. Absolutely, she's still pissed off a little bit, but she got over it. Because she understood what Biden did to this border. 10.5 million illegal aliens to this border. A record number of terrorist watch lists, over 400. Over 400 people, terrorist watch lists were called the southern border under 4 years of Biden. Under Trump 45, we had 14. Biden had 400. How many we had since January 20th of this year? 0. How many releases that we had? 0. Let me give you the comparison here. So yesterday I was looking at the numbers, and under Joe Biden, on an average day, 1,800 gotaways that we knew about. 1,800 people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, or why they're here. 1,800 a day. You know how many there was yesterday? 11. 11 from 1,800. How many people crossed the southern border yesterday? 30, it was 15,000 under Biden some days. Yesterday, 9 were arrested at the border and immediately returned. 9. Sex trafficking has plummeted because the border is secure. Fentanyl overdose deaths have plummeted in this country because we have a secure border. We have already arrested thousands of national security threats and deported them from this country. And the men and women of ICE have already arrested and deported 150,000 illegal aliens, most of them convictions. And I'll say this: I get a lot of mail. Say, Holman, that's not enough. We want more arrested. We want more deported. Well, let me tell you this: We got the big, beautiful bill. You think we're doing good now? Just wait to see what happens. And for the haters, let me leave, I got 1 minute left. Let me leave a little message for the protesters, the haters, the criminals, the ones that want to threaten ICE officers, threaten their wives, threaten their children. They're doxing not only the officers, they're doxing their spouse, they're doxing their children. They're being bullied in churches and schools throughout the nation. I get death threats all the time. You know what? I'm sick of the assholes. You want some? Come get some. And I'm tired of it. Tired of it. For the men and women of ICE, I deserve your respect. They're the finest 1% the country has. And Tom Homan isn't going anywhere. Tom Homan isn't shutting up. Tom Homan going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. Take it to the bank.
Understand you're exactly like the Patriots in 1774 and 1775. You're fighting a tyranny.
You represent the best of the American people.
You're the sovereign will of the American people, handed down generation to generation through every patriot's grave. This is not about revenge. This is not about retribution. This is about saving this republic.
The only way that they win is we retreat, and we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit.
Yo, Tampa, yo, SAS, how you guys doing? We ready to win? Are you ready to win? Are you tired of winning yet? We haven't even started winning, right? Okay, love you guys too. You know why I love you guys? You're not the summer soldiers and sunshine patriots. You're the hardest core of the hardcore. You're the heart of the movement, right? You were with President Trump in 21 when they stole the 2020 election. He went back to Mar-a-Lago. Who had his back? You guys did, right? We have to, particularly after last night. Last night, I think, was one of the most historic. Were you guys all here in the audience last night? Was that historic? Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. Those were historic speeches. Make sure in your diary, the notes you keep, particularly tell your kids and grandkids, you were in Tampa in 25 when that Friday night, you had three of the greatest patriots in this country come down and lay it down, right? What did Megyn Kelly say? Megyn Kelly at the end said, it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. And we just had, I think all of you just read the president's latest Truth Social? Have you read it? Okay. So here, let's have a partners discussion. We know, or we're told, that there's going to be a special prosecutor sometime named, I don't know, I believe in the next week or two. And that is going to go back to the very beginning of how the deep state tried to stop President Trump all the way to Crossfire Hurricane. Remember that? In the summer of 2016, where they tried to stop him from being president and install Hillary Clinton. And with Hillary Clinton, Merrick Garland as Supreme Court Justice, the country would have been gone. Donald Trump had the greatest come-from-behind victory against a headwind of the deep state trying to stop him. And this is one of the reasons this special prosecutor is going to look into it. After he won, what did they do immediately? The nullification project, the phony Russiagate with Brennan and this entire crowd, just a rollover from what they did in Crossfire Hurricane. It just continued on. Why? They wanted President Trump, they wanted to stop him from taking on the deep state. Now, think about it. He had the economy on a roll, he had everything on a roll, and then the Chinese Communist Party in 2020 dropped a bioweapon from the Wuhan lab, correct? No doubt about that? Then they stole the 2020 election. The special prosecutor, President Trump, take your true social out. Let's deconstruct what President Trump is saying. He says we've got to look into the 2020 election. That is going to be purview of the prosecutor. So you have Crossfire Hurricane before he won. You're going to have the nullification project and the Russian hoax after he won to try to kill his first term. You're then going to have the stealing of the 2020 election. And guess what? Let's throw in January 6th, right? January 6th. Now, I would strongly recommend in that, because I've argued for this from the beginning, that in that arc of looking at how the deep state has tried to stop Trump and the MAGA movement, you can easily fit in the Epstein situation, right? If you want the full release of documents, the special prosecutor gets it, and here's why. Epstein is a key that picks the lock on so many things, not just individuals, but also institutions, intelligence institutions, foreign governments, and who was working with him on our intelligence apparatus and in our government. This is why it's a time for choosing now. We have to decide right now and back the president and say, hey, look, all of your great work, you just heard Tom Homan, you're about to hear Kristi Noem, of closing the border. How did we get 10 or 11 or 12 or 20 million on Biden's watch? That was a plan they had. That wasn't random. That has to be investigated and people held accountable like all these other things. This is why the Justice Department is clearly overwhelmed with what they're working on. The FBI is overwhelmed. We only have 2 guys at the FBI. We have a handful of people at the Justice Department. The special counsel or special prosecutor can take on many projects and add people to it. You have to get to the bottom of how the invasion took place, why we now have to put up $170 billion in the latest bill to do this. We have to have a time for choosing. Here's my recommendation we do. I call them the Tampa Resolves. And it's very simple. Coming out of Tampa, it's like the revolution. They had the Virginia Resolves, and they would make these commitments to themselves before the Declaration of Independence. Number one is very simple. The deep state must be destroyed to free the American people. Is there any question about that? Is there any question about that? We have to destroy the deep state, and this is elements of the Pentagon, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, certain elements that work under DNI, those 17 intelligence agencies, also parts of the State Department, the USAIDs of the world. That inner apparatus controls the government, and when President Trump tries to do something, they're always trying to thwart his actions, right? You see the leaks. When Homan's sending these brave men and women into Los Angeles to do these raids, like the raid about the children trafficked to the marijuana farm to work, they're lying in wait for him. They're lying in wait for the agents. They got weapons to shoot. How does the protesters? Because somebody inside leaked it to them. Somebody inside leaks it to the media. That's the deep state every day. It must be destroyed. We're not free. The second resolve is quite simple. You don't give the deep state the consent of the governed. Therefore, it's your responsibility to destroy it. It's a sacred duty and a responsibility of the American people, American citizens. No cavalry is going to come and save you. No foreign country is going to come and save you. No Deus ex machina is going to come down. No fairy dust is going to appear. You have to do it yourself, correct? It's our responsibility. And number three, whoever is not with us is against us, right? If you're not with us, you can't be neutral in this. If you're with us, you're with us. If you're neutral, oh, I don't know, then you're against us. This has to happen. And President Trump, I think you're going to see, and when he's identifying these prosecutors, he's going after it. He's going after who set up Crossfire Hurricane. He's going after the Russia hoax. He's going to go after the 2020 election and how it was stolen and who's responsible for it being stolen, right? And I hope he gets to January 6th. You got to get to January 6th. When I was in prison, you had these January 6th people that had just walked by the Capitol. And what were they? They were sitting there in prison for nothing more than supporting the President of the United States. Now, here's why we have to do this. You are the tip of the spear. You helped President Trump, assisted him in winning the 2016 election and come from behind. You won the 2020 election with 11 million more votes than we got in 2016. No president's ever done that. He had 74 million votes, and they still stole it from him. In 24, remember, on that morning, MSNBC and people are laughing at you and mocking you. They thought Kamala Harris up until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, when it was quite obvious that some of the exit polls are correct and President Trump was going to win a sweeping victory. They're all smug as they've always been. They thought they were going to win until the last second when President Trump won a sweeping victory. This is what you've delivered. Your victories backing President Trump are unparalleled, not simply in American history, in all history. So now we have to get down to it. Because President Trump, and I'm a big believer President Trump's going to run again at 28. We'll figure this out, right? Until somebody can prove to me that you can get low propensity voters without him on the ticket, then President Trump's going to the ticket. President Trump is unique in American history. You've had General Washington, you've had Abraham Lincoln, now you got Donald Trump. The three greatest presidents we ever had. And the reason he may actually be greater, when he went back to Mar-a-Lago, when the Republican Party abandoned him and Fox News abandoned him and the left was coming after him and the deep state was then going to put him in prison, bankrupt him, smear his family. No American in history saw what was in front of him of all the challenges, right? All the challenges of going to prison for 300 years, of being bankrupt, he made a conscious decision to come back. And you know why he did that? Because of you. He knew there were people out there that had his back. This is why we had the greatest victory come from behind victory ever. 24 will be studied in the history books forever. Now that coalition is built upon people like yourself with this foundational element. Of course, we got the tech bros and other people. That's fine. We'll figure this out as we go. We're building a coalition bigger than FDR's in 1932. That's what we have to continue to build. The only thing that can stop us is ourselves. You know what can stop us? Cynicism. If we don't look into these things and expose these things to the American people and that you can see the evidence so that you can be comfortable, hey, I fully understand it. If 2% or 3% or 4% become so cynical and say, hey, look, I just don't believe in anything anymore, we're not going to win any more elections. This is so obvious. It's so tight right now, where you're going to win by 10, 20,000 votes. We need to have not just every one of your votes, we need to have you motivated as you've been motivated to knock on doors, to canvass, to get people out to vote. That's what we want in 24. We have to see this through to the end. You know, I'm a fighter, and this fight is the fight before us, because we could do all the tax cuts in the world. We could close the border for a while. We could do all these amazing things, which President Trump is doing. He's absolutely correct. He's on a roll. He's the hottest any president's ever been. We're doing it. However, if we don't get into what really tries to control the country, the deep state, and take it apart. And by the way, if we got rid of, 100,000 or 200,000 billets and people, we'd have control of this. And I mean, cut the FBI by half, cut the CIA by half, cut 3/4 of the State Department, right? Cut the Defense Department by a third. Cut every department and start cutting them in half. Let's go back to the Roman Empire. You ever heard of Cato the Elder? Heard of Cato the Elder? You guys are always the best. You're always a step ahead of me. So Cato the Elder was a very conservative senator in the Roman Republic. And his wisdom, he was looked upon as a wise individual. But he had one obsession, and that was Carthage. He realized the Roman Republic would never be truly free while they had this competitor, Carthage. So whatever was up, whether it was education policy or tax policy or a budget or anything, cleaning up Rome, putting in new sewers, aqueducts, he always finished every speech, and he was the greatest speaker in the Senate. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Why? He knew if he imprinted that time and time and time again in the Roman Senate, eventually people would come his way and say, you know what? We don't care how many wars it's taken to take on Carthage. It must be destroyed. That's the deep state. Deep state delenda est. It must be destroyed, and it's your responsibility to do it. If we don't have the president's back, you're going to be mocked and ridiculed. Oh, these are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories. Well, you know what? The conspiracy theories that you guys focused on turned out they weren't conspiracy theories. They were conspiracy facts. The coming days and week, as these crises converge, after 10 years after President Trump came down the golden escalator, as they converge, trust me, you think it's been tough before, it's going to get very bumpy. On Monday, the situation in Ukraine right now, the NDAA, the Senate, is passing in secret an increase to Ukrainian arms of $500 million a year. I know this audience does not support that, but this is what the pressure is going to be in the Senate, in the House, among the deep state, to get us into war after war after war after war. And forget that the main war is the enemy within and what we've allowed inside our gates. The enemy within must be addressed. And inside these gates, the cities of Los Angeles and Chicago and New York City, with this group of radicals about to win and take over New York City, that's the enemy within. We have 10. Tucker said 61 million. I don't care if it's 10 or 20. They all must be deported. Mass deportations now, amnesty never. If you falter, if you quit, if you say it's too hard, I don't believe anything anymore, we will lose. But if you hunker down and say, I'm with this, as long as it takes, as hard as it is, right, as many sacrifices I have to make, I guarantee you we will be victorious just like we were in 24. Tampa SAS, you're the best. Thank you very much.
That party because it is led by an elitist cabal of woke warmongers. Not a single one stood up against Joe Biden's complete destruction of Title IX. The identity of being a woman is essentially being erased. They don't want the weakness or the insecurity of their own argument to be exposed, and also they immediately judge you as someone who may bring an opposing view, regardless of your political party, as the enemy. The vast majority of Americans, regardless of political party, are sick and tired of this. Thank you for standing in this fight for our freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director Tulsi Gabbard.
Aloha. Man, is it good to see you all. This is the best way to end the week. Good to get away from D.C., but seeing all of you, and I've been sitting back there listening to the incredible speakers and the questions that you're asking. Russell Brand, I don't know if I took a breath the whole time he was talking. I love you too, man, wherever you are. Thank you. Thank you. It is truly awesome and energizing to be here with all of you. I hope that you are feeling energized and inspired by all of the incredible speakers, Brett Cooper, Riley Gaines, everyone coming through here. But I just want to tell you that you inspire me, seriously. You know, DC, there are some good days and there are some dark days, but what keeps me going are people like you. People like you who made it possible for President Trump to get elected and create this truly transformational and historic moment that we are living in here today. We are here because thousands of young leaders like you, great Americans all across the country, they put partisan politics aside and recognize the opportunity to bring in a president who would fight for every single American. And that's exactly what we're doing in Washington every day. When we look back, and I feel like, you know, it's been, what, 6 months-ish since President Trump has been in office, not even 6 months hardly. What happened in that year leading up to the election? It feels like such a long time ago, but I want to spend just a moment on this because it's important for us to recognize what Steve Bannon was just talking about, the deep state. When we go back and look at all of those days that President Trump had to spend in a courtroom because of the constant lawfare that was being waged against him by his political opponents and the deep state, who were terrified that the American people might choose to elect him once again. You look at all of the propaganda that was thrown his way, the lies, the smears, the attacks that were thrown his way, how many times they actually tried to throw him in jail. And even at that, man, that mugshot will go down in history as one of the best pictures ever. All of their attempts to take him off the ballot, as we were going through that, I often reflected at really what was behind it. They were there thinking, okay, we have all of this power, we need to silence him, undermining our democratic republic as they claim to be doing so to save democracy. But when we really take a step back, we recognize that they were acting out of fear. They were terrified of losing their perceived power. They're terrified of their own personal position or fame or profit or whatever the thing was. They were terrified, ultimately afraid of us. Terrified that in the United States of America, that was built on the foundation of these ideals of freedom and liberty for every single American, terrified that we may actually use our freedom, that we may lift up our voices and stand up for and work hard to bring about the vision that our founding fathers had for us, a government that is truly of, by, and for the people. To me, that is what President Trump's America First agenda is all about. That's why the deep state fought so hard to try to stop us from even having the freedom to choose who we wanted as our president and commander-in-chief. And despite their best efforts, we, the people, prevailed. And this memory of this, which every one of us played our own role in bringing about, is so important to keep at the forefront because the deep state has not gone away. They exist within every single agency of the federal government, in the national security state, in the propaganda media. They are continuing to fight hard every single day, in spite of the fact that the voices of the people delivered this resounding victory for President Trump and to our country, saying unequivocally, we are coming together, Americans from all different backgrounds and different walks of life, saying we choose freedom. We choose peace. We choose to come together for truth. Not my truth or your truth or their truth, but fundamental objective truth. We come together for common sense. And with President Trump's election, we, the people, have brought about this revolution that brings us back to our founding principles, that brings us back to our founding documents, our Constitution. This is the oath that we all swore, the oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And by the way, it is the same oath that every person who goes and works within the intelligence community takes. Every employee swears this oath. It's important for us to keep it front and center because it is foundational to who we are. That we remember what we are fighting for. When we talk about freedom, we are talking about freedom of speech. Remembering that it wasn't that long ago that we had parents speaking up for the safety and well-being of their children at Board of Education meetings who, under the Biden administration, were then targeted as domestic violent extremists. We have to remember how, and these are documents that we will be declassifying and releasing very soon, about how on day one of the Biden administration, meaning January 21st of 2021, his national security advisor issued a memo essentially laying the groundwork for who they would be targeting as domestic violent extremists. And one of the documents that was ordered, one of the directives that was given in this memo was to the Director of National Intelligence to come up with a document that went into very specific descriptions of what to look out for when we are looking for domestic violent extremists. And so what you'll see there are detailed descriptions of what we would later see the Biden administration target. Those who were complaining about or unhappy with COVID-19 mandates and policies. Parents who were afraid that their children might be forced to get the vaccine when they went to school against their parents' wishes. People who were expressing anti-authority views. I could go on in this list of people, groups, thoughts, free speech, they were labeled as domestic violent extremists, and then use that label to go and then force these tech companies, some of them were willing, some unwilling, to censor Americans' free speech in the name of going after domestic violent extremists. We have to expose their tactics and the playbook of the deep state so that we, the people, can make sure we never allow this to happen again. By electing President Trump, we chose our Constitution. We chose freedom of speech. We chose freedom to worship so that we can know that as we go to our place of worship, or if we worship in the privacy of our own homes, that we won't have to worry about the FBI thinking that we were suspicious or had to be surveilled as they did to those they labeled as radical traditionalist Catholics simply for attending Latin Mass. By electing President Trump, we chose freedom. Freedom to exercise our right to bear arms. There's already work being done, and there's more to come there to undo the damage that has been done for so long that has undermined that fundamental right. By electing President Trump, we chose our right to privacy and the protection of our civil liberties as guaranteed under the Fourth Amendment. Under President Trump, we chose our Declaration of Independence. I'm smiling because I think it was on Thursday, I was there and delivering the intelligence brief to the president, and towards the end of it, he had a couple of guests who were coming in to join him for lunch. And just seeing the pride and excitement that he shared as he wanted to show them the Declaration of Independence that he put on the wall right next to the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. That declaration that reminds us all that all men are created equal, endowed by our Creator. Not by anyone in government, but our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among those our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So the historic moment that we live in, it's important sometimes to step away from the noise, to recognize what happened in order to create this opportunity that we have, and therefore to inform the great work that we have ahead of us. You think the campaign was hard, you think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white, and blue that's behind you. We can't do this alone. It will take all of us who love our country and who deeply cherish our freedoms to stand united in this fight. It's going to come with hardship and sacrifice. As you know, it comes with name-calling and smears and lies and attacks. But here's the beautiful thing, is the harder they push back, the more smears and lies that are published in the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Atlantic and many others, the more we know that we are exactly on the target. And on those days where you might feel a little tired and you might feel a little discouraged, and we all get there at some point in time, I go back and think about what President Trump has been through. He has sacrificed more than anyone else. He has been attacked and targeted more than anyone else. And most significantly, 1 year ago tomorrow was the day in Butler, Pennsylvania, when a gunman tried to take his life missing by just a hair. And so on those days when you feel like you're not quite sure if you have any more fight left in you, think back to that day when he popped right up. He was not cowed. He was not afraid. He was not running away. What did he do? He raised his fist and looked at all of the people who were there, just as you are here today. And he said, fight, fight, fight. And that's exactly what we have to continue to do. Not motivated by hate for those who are trying to take our freedoms away, but by love. I know President Trump is motivated deeply by his love for our country. This is where his strength and his resilience comes from. He is motivated deeply by his care for every one of you, every one of us, the American people, and his commitment to make the most of every single day that he has in the White House to bring about this reality of a country where we can live in peace with prosperity and security and freedom for all Americans. This is why I'm so grateful to be able to have earned President Trump's trust and confidence, to be able to serve as a member of his cabinet in the role that I am in, because we have a lot of work to do. So the thing I want you to go home with is the knowledge that you, not a single one of you, should underestimate the power of your voice and your energy and your work and your role in bringing about this historic change that we have all embarked on together. Don't let anyone ever tell you that this is not your time, or that you're too young, or maybe you'll go and do something in a few years or 5 or 10 years or 20 years. The time is now. Electing President Trump was just the first step to be able to get to work, to do this important work. It is tough, but it is our purpose that drives us. I'm grateful to have experienced from a young age that I found I was happiest when I was doing things for others, when I was trying to be of service to others, trying my best to be pleasing to God with my life by making a positive impact and being of service to God's children. And that's really what motivated me to choose service as a path for my life. I didn't know what form it would take or where it would take me, but I knew that this is what I wanted to do. And it's taken me through elected office in different arenas and through the military, now for over 20 years, and now as Director of National Intelligence. But I first started when I was 21 years old. And so for any of you who are thinking of running for office, maybe you're being told some of the things I was told. I was 21 and people said, oh, okay, you have a bright future, but you're too young. Maybe you should go and take some more college classes and, I don't know, wait around until somebody feels like you're qualified to go. But I knew that the most important qualification was my desire to serve, to have that positive impact in my community. So I didn't listen to any of them, and I ran and got elected at 21. They told me the same thing when I ran for Congress at 31. Tulsi, you're great. You got a bright future. It's not your time. Come back in 20 years. I had come back from multiple deployments at that point in time, understanding and feeling to my core the cost of war and knowing that I needed to be in a place to make a greater impact. Where better than at that time in Congress, where I could help to influence some of these decisions about peace and war and share the experiences of my brothers and sisters who I served alongside, my experience, and honor the memories every single day as I continue to do, as Secretary Hegseth does. I know President Trump has the lives and well-being of our service members on his heart every day, knowing the sacrifice that's made. We must remain undeterred. For me, I have always turned to my faith in God in those difficult moments and these challenging times. And finding that strength and that confidence and that peace and that shelter and that courage that can only come from having faith in God's unconditional love for me, and knowing that all I have to do is do my very best every day to be pleasing to Him and have faith that whatever the outcome, it will be His will that is done. So as we forge ahead together, I encourage you to stand strong, to be joyful warriors, to always remember that with God all things are possible. And knowing that we can change our mindset. Somebody brings me a problem, happens on a daily basis. I say, thank you. Good. Now I can solve it. Hard challenge comes my way, or maybe I am having a difficult day. Awesome. It's my opportunity to say, yes, Lord, here I am. Send me. It is inspired by God's unconditional love that we are charged to live and lead and serve in a reflection of His love for all of us, with this eternal gratitude in our hearts for the blessings and the freedoms that He has and continues to bestow upon every one of us. When I was deployed to Iraq in 2005, I served in a medical unit where there was a sign at one of the main gates where our security patrols, infantry patrols went in and out of every day. And the first day that I saw it, and many days thereafter, I was stopped in my tracks because that sign said in big block letters, "Is today the day?" And it was this ever-present reminder, certainly there in a war zone in 2005 during one of the height of that war in Iraq, that any day could be our last. And it was an opportunity to reflect and to pray and to know that I needed to do my best to make every single day count. We look to the tragedy that just happened in Texas. We're at a camp where girls were going, families who were camping over a long holiday weekend. In a moment, they lost their lives in this tragedy. Is today the day? Every single day that we wake up with breath in our bodies, we are blessed with the opportunity to take advantage and make the very most of that day. Today is the day. Today is the day for us to stand up for all that we believe in, stand up for each other, stand up for our country, stand up for our freedom and a future that truly realizes the vision that our founders had for this great country. I'm grateful to stand alongside you in this honorable and just fight. We will make this happen together. Thank you so much, everybody. It's great to see you. God bless you. God bless America. Aloha. Thank you so much.
Anyone who identifies as a woman.
I get asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election? We won a country based on content and merit. You are a perfect reminder why we won in November. So thank you for that. The American left in one picture. They are intolerant, they are mean, they are ugly on the inside, and they are losing, and we are winning in this country, everybody.
because they're free and they get to have personal responsibility to make decisions for them and their family. I was the first governor to send National Guard to the southern border. When Governor Abbott asked for help, I said South Dakota will be there right now.
We've been going through this for many, many years. So the more that we can bring these people in and have them face consequences and get them out of our country, the safer America will be. That if you do continue to break the law and you're a criminal and you're perpetuating violence in the United States, then there's going to be harsh consequences and you're going to go home. The real power granted to us by our Constitution is to the people, and it's given from God.
Please welcome Secretary Christy.
The Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be here when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. This big dog will fight when you rattle his cage.
You guys all look like a bunch of great Americans. Thank you so much for welcoming me here tonight. What an honor to be with all of you. What did you say? Yes, I am your governor. And now I work for your president as your Secretary of Homeland Security. Listen, I spent the day today with a bunch of officers out arresting bad guys and getting them off the streets. Aren't you grateful for our law enforcement officers? In fact, I want to do this. I'm sure my team put together a fantastic speech for me to give to you, and I will use some of it, but I'm going to go a little off the rails here a little bit because that's the mood that I'm in. But I want you all to stand up with me, and we're going to cover our law enforcement officers in prayer right now. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you tonight grateful. We come before you extremely thankful for the blessings that you have given us, Lord, recognizing that we are a privileged people living in the greatest experiment on earth. Lord, you have given us a country that defends our freedoms and our liberties, and you have surrounded us with good men and women who care about the rule of law, who every single day stand up and they defend the oath that they have taken to protect people. Lord, we were created to serve you. The purpose you've placed inside of us as human beings is to serve other people, and when we serve other people, we will be happier because we are fulfilling the purpose for which you have created us. Lord, I just ask right now that you would put your hand and a covering over every single law enforcement officer in this country. Lord, that you would build a hedge of protection around them. And Lord, as they go out and they defend our streets from rioters, from violent criminals, from people who would wish to do others harm, Lord, that you would give them a peace that passes all understanding. that you would keep your hand on them and their families, protect them, keep them safe, and help them to know, Lord, that they are standing for right, that they are standing for good, that they are fighting evil, and that they are fulfilling the purpose to which you have called them. Dear Lord, we thank you and we praise you for each of and every single one of them, Lord. And I ask that everyone in this room and all of America would find ways to bless our law enforcement officers, Lord. Bless them, have their backs, defend them, stand for what's right, and to continue to walk in the purpose for which you've called each and every one of us. In your name, amen. 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 Thank you. We love you too. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of Turning Point and a part of an organization that not only seeks to bring together people and have civil discussions on policies and what this country is about and world events and what's going on and what we can do as far as being engaged, but an organization that seeks to have an informed public. An informed public can have a better discourse about what our policies are, what our future is, and can continue to set America apart from other countries in the world. I'm so grateful for this organization, for Charlie and his vision, for those who support him, and for each and every one of you who come here and recognize that you are the future. Listen, I feel like, my job is really weird, actually. If you guys want to know what my job is, my background is as a farmer and a rancher. Many of you have heard me speak here before. Many of you have heard me speak here before as governor of South Dakota. I had the chance to, I love these South Dakota guys, and thanks for showing up. I had the chance to speak here before as governor of South Dakota, but my background is mostly in business. I served in Congress for a period of time as governor, and now when President Trump called me and asked me to be his secretary, actually what he did is he called me and asked me if I would like to be involved in his administration somehow, and what job would I be interested in. He said, Christy, I know people have talked to you before about different cabinet positions, maybe interior, ag, something like that. And I said, Mr. President, what I would most like to do for you is to be your Secretary of Homeland Security. And he said, really? Why? And I said, sir, because it is your number one priority. It's your number one priority. And I think that you're going to have somebody who's actually strong enough to do it, that it's a hard job and somebody's going to actually have to follow through on it. And I also think that you need somebody who can communicate about it. Someone who is a wife and a mom and a grandma that can talk to families and recognize how the policies and what we're doing to make our country safer is better for all Americans and will help protect our communities for our kids and our grandkids to grow up and have the same opportunities that we have each and every day. I'm just so blessed and honored that he gave me that privilege to serve in this role. Now, the Department of Homeland Security was created after 9/11. It was created in response to the terror attacks that hit the New York City and the World Trade Towers. And it was a bunch of different agencies in the federal government all put under one umbrella whose mission is to defend the security of the homeland and to do so with honor and integrity. Therefore, I have 23 different components in my agency. You know that it is my job and Customs and Border Protection's job and Border Patrol's job in order to go out and secure the border. President Trump has secured our border for the United States of America. He's given me fantastic partners in Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Rodney Scott, Todd Lyons, who's out there running ICE for us. We want to thank all of our ICE officers for what they do every day on interior enforcement as well. We have over 99% of the people that were coming through the Darien Gap over a year and a half ago. Do you remember the hundreds of thousands of people that were coming through there, coming into the United States of America? Now we have reverse migration, going the opposite direction out of the United States back to their home countries. A 94% decrease in people coming to the border. And for the last 2 months, we've had 0 illegal aliens coming into this country, which is absolutely remarkable. But beyond that, under the Department of Homeland Security, I also have a responsibility for USCIS, which is our citizenship visa waiver programs, and how we let people come into our country and be our guests. And I will be very firm in telling all of you there will never be amnesty under my watch or President Trump's watch. I'll also tell you that I have responsibility for TSA. You don't have to take your shoes off anymore. I think it was the first day I got this job, I walked into TSA and said, do we really have to take our shoes off? I mean, does it really make us safe and more secure? And that's what I think is number one. My job is to question every single thing that this government does. And if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't serve the people, if it doesn't make us safe, and it doesn't defend freedom, we should not be doing it. We should not be doing it. We also, under my department, are going after Harvard. They refuse, and any other university that refuses to turn over their background checks and criminal activity of the students that are on their campus, and if they refuse to defend our Jewish students and allow participation of anti-Semitic activity, they are not going to be allowed to have students and participate in our SAVIS program. I'm also very proud of the fact that I have the supervisory authority over the U.S. Coast Guard. Aren't you proud about what the U.S. Coast Guard just did in Texas to help those individuals? Texas just went through an incredible tragedy with the flooding event that happened and is still looking for their loved ones and for children and have been absolutely devastated. And the individuals who showed up there from the Coast Guard, from Border Patrol, those individuals from the BORTAC teams, from FEMA that showed up immediately and supported that state in its response to its individuals. I'm so proud of them because for the very first time, we acted in a way that disaster response should. You know, the way statute lays out is that every emergency that happens in this country should be locally executed. That means the people that are closest to that emergency need to be the ones making the decisions to respond to people. It should be state managed, which means the state makes the decisions on how they're going to universally handle this disaster. And the federal government, our role should be to support. We should be there to support. We shouldn't be making the decisions. We should be sending the support that is necessary to get that state through that situation. And that's exactly how we implemented it in Texas and are continuing to do so to support Texas as it gets through this. And at the exact same time, New Mexico was flooding. North Carolina had some flooding events going on, and we continue to stand on watch to make sure that we're there to support people across this country, regardless if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, if you love freedom and if you love this country, we are going to be there for you to help support you and get you through the most challenging days of your lives. Now, I'm here tonight, and I'm not going to talk much longer. I guess it says I have 19 minutes. I'm not going to talk that long. But what I do want to talk to you about is that you guys are the future. People will tell you throughout life that there are things that will determine what you're going to be. They will tell you that the family that you're raised in or the city that you're in or the community is going to impact your future. I would disagree with that. People will tell you many times that your education will determine who you're going to be and what you will be. It'll open up doors for you and create new opportunities. I would say that I disagree with that. Our Department of Homeland Security interacts with all of those areas. It interacts with even the jobs that you're going to have. The one thing I want to remind all of you here today, and one of the important reasons why I think that you should recognize that you are here, is because what still makes the world move, what still will determine your success in life, is relationships, is the people that you meet, the people that you spend time with, the people that you talk to. I would encourage you to continue to stay involved, to go out there and to come to conferences like this, meet people, go shake hands. You never know when the next person that you meet may be your next mentor that will give you the greatest advice that turned your life around, that changed everything for you. The next person you meet may be the person that gives you a reference for your next internship. or your first job position that you get, or maybe the scholarship that you need to get the degree that you want. Maybe you will meet somebody when you show up for an opportunity when that door is open that will be your next business partner. Don't leave this conference without recognizing that the most valuable thing that you gained here was the relationships that you built, the people that you talked to, and the people that you were with. I've got a team around me and staff with me that every single day help me do the job that I do, and I'm so proud of them. What most people don't know is that the team that I have around me, they leave me encouraging notes once in a while. They leave me little notes either on my desk. They might leave it in the vehicle when I get in the vehicle. If I check into a hotel room really late, they might leave a note on the desk in there. I want to tell you what note they left for me last night when I got here really late and checked into my hotel room. My advance team left for me a scripture verse. The scripture verse was from Hebrews 13:6. And this is what it said. It said, "So we say with confidence that the Lord is my helper. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me?" And I just was so overwhelmed by them, the fact that they are so kind enough to be encouragers to me and to leave me notes like that and to remind me of perspective. That in this life, that all we need is a little bit of perspective about what life is, what hard things are, what challenging things are in front of us, but also what blessings we have in front of us. That scripture verse meant the world to me because in my job, many times we're dealing with people who can be violent, with criminals. I'm standing in situations where we're surrounded by people who've been impacted by criminal activity, and we're taking action against very dangerous people. Now, I don't wake up in my days being scared. I don't spend any time worrying or being afraid because I just think that's a waste of energy. But I will tell you that scripture verses like that say, we can say with confidence that we will not be afraid, that we will stand, and that what can mere mortals do for this? You see, I would challenge each of you to live a life of significance. You could make a decision right here today that you are deciding to live a life of significance, a life that matters, a life that will impact people and make a difference for the future. And I'm here just to tell you that we need you, that we absolutely need you for the future of this country. The Department of Homeland Security is an agency that's, I think, the second or third largest agency in the federal government, but it has one of the smallest budgets. Now, thanks to the president's big, beautiful bill that just passed, we'll have some new resources to put into securing this country and keeping it safe. We'll be able to hire more law enforcement officers, more ICE officers. Homeland Security trains our federal law enforcement officers. We'll be able to do that. We'll be able to equip the Coast Guard with what they need to do search and rescue, but also to go out there and help us with drug interdiction and to make sure that we're taking these illegal criminals and getting them out of our maritime borders and getting them out there. Help the Secret Service get the resources that they need. We'll be able to continue to do all of that thanks to President Trump's vision. But the one thing that I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fact is that when you live that life of significance, you will no longer be deprioritized like you were under the Biden administration. That with President Trump, every day you are his priority. You are the reason he closed the border. You're the reason he's getting the criminals off the streets. You're the reason he's fixing the colleges. You are the reason that he's out there fighting so hard to make sure our economy is strong, that you can get the job that you want, that you can get a wage where your family can go after and pursue their biggest dreams and hopes and go after them and raise your children here and continue to be blessed beyond measure, beyond most of the people in the rest of this world because you're in this great country. That's why President Trump gets out of bed every single day and why I appreciate him so much. I tell a lot of stories about my dad because my dad was a cowboy and he was tough. But I also tell people that he gave us impossible things to do. All the time, he gave us things that were just hard to do. And I think I told this story a few years ago at this conference, but I recognize some of you may be new here, so I'm going to tell it again. I'll give you one example of one of the greatest gifts that my dad ever did for us. I remember one day I was about 12 years old and it was harvest time on the farm. We were combining corn. We had filled a semi up with corn and he was driving it. I was in the passenger seat and he pulled it out of the field out onto the road and started to drive it down the road. When he realized, he said, "Oh, Christy, I forgot. I've got to take a different truck home. Here, jump over here, take the wheel, make your corners wide and I'll meet you in the yard." And he jumped out the door. So I dove across the cab, grabbed the wheel of the semi, started to drive, had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know how to shift, stop, or anything. I took the widest corners I possibly could when I had to turn, drove the 7 miles home, and I remember when I got back into the farmyard, I didn't even know how to stop the semi. So I just turned it off and let it drift to a stop. I remember the very first thought that I had at that time was, I cannot believe that I lived. And the second thought that I had was that I bet I can drive anything now. It wasn't until years later I realized what my dad was doing with everything that he gave to me and to my brothers and my sister. When he gave us impossible things to do that we never thought we would accomplish, was that he was teaching us to become problem solvers. He was teaching us to figure things out and make our way through them. And then when we did something we never dreamed we could accomplish, it was giving us the confidence to take on the next biggest thing in front of us. It was going to give us that next challenging thing, the confidence to overcome it and to go out and to do it. See, life is all about perspective. I think we're crippling our children in this country. We're crippling our children by doing everything for them. Somehow we've taught the people in this country that hard things are bad and that we should avoid them. I would tell you hard things are good. They teach us who we are. They give us confidence. We need a world filled with problem solvers, and that's exactly who you are. You see, there's people every single day that go out and risk their lives so that we can stay free. There's men in our military, women that serve in our armed forces, law enforcement officers that keep us safe, keep us free. We don't know what hard is. We have no idea what sacrifice is compared to what some people are making for us. So I would ask you to keep the days ahead, the politics, the debates, the divisiveness that's out there. Keep it in perspective. Understand that sometimes hard things can burn off the trash, and that what can come out is a shining gold, clean American freedom that the entire country can embrace again, and that you are the future that's going to continue to defend it. And you're going to defend it because you have the confidence to do it, because you've been through something hard and you've done it before. You see, I referenced before that what we were given as a country was the greatest experiment in human history. We had a group of men and women that went to war with the greatest military machine in history in the world at the time. When the Revolutionary Army went to war, they picked up their own personal guns and muskets that they used to feed their family and went to war with the greatest military in the world. And they did it for freedom. And then they gave us this country. They gave us this country that's never been matched before. It might surprise some of you in the room to know that George Washington never signed the Declaration of Independence. You see, when the Declaration of Independence was voted on by the Continental Congress and it was sent out, John Hancock sent it out to George Washington, who was out with his troops. And 5 days later, he called all of his troops together so that they could all listen to it together when they were out there and what they have just been given in this new declaration. In fact, I want to read to you what General Washington said to his troops as he sat there on his horse with his military men and women, what he said to them before the Declaration of Independence was read to them out loud. He said, "The blessings and the protection of heaven are at all times necessary, but they're especially so in times of public distress and danger. The general hopes and trusts that every officer and every man will endeavor to live and to act as become a Christian soldier, defending the dearest rights and the liberties of his country." You see, even at that time, George Washington put his faith first, and then he called people to fight. He called them to go out there and to act as Christians, to go out there and to defend our rights and our freedoms. But when you go forward and do that with morals and with values and understand that every person out there is worth something in God's eyes, but yet we can disagree with them and still protect our freedoms and liberties, that's invaluable. And the general that gave us this country and became our first president understood it better than anybody else. You see, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors for us. We haven't been asked to do that yet. Some of you may get asked to sacrifice some of your life. Today on my phone, I was getting videos of my grandkids riding horses at my ranch, and I was getting pictures of my family spending time together. And as I was looking at some of that and enjoying it from afar with them, I was realizing that I'm giving up some sacrifices. Is it anything like some have given up? No, not at all. Not at all. There's some people that have given up their fortunes. They've given up their personal wealth. President Trump is one of them, isn't he? To come forward and to defend our freedoms and our liberty. And then you've got some that gave up their sacred honor for our country. If you look at people who, like Nathan Hale, and people whose reputations and different things that over the years, and even I would say some who still fight for us today, lose their reputations because of the stand that they take for right and for wrong. What I would tell you, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and sacred honor. You may be asked to do the same, but today you can make a decision. You can make a decision to live a life of significance, one that matters. In this room are not people who are going to sit on the sidelines. When you're here because you're engaged. I'm looking at the faces of our leaders, the leaders wherever you are in the circle of friends that you're in. When you have a conversation with people about politics, bring some history into it too. Help people recognize what they were given in this country and why we're so special. The last thing I want to leave you with is to be happy. I say that quite a bit at the end of my speeches, but it's amazing to me how people forget. How people forget that just because you woke up here in this country, in the United States of America, you are more blessed than 99% of the people in this world just because you woke up here and you woke up free. So with that, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you do. Yes, my job as the Secretary of Homeland Security is a complicated one. I've got a lot of agencies that need to be fixed and bureaucracy that needs to be gotten rid of, and people that need to be fired, and money that needs to be given back to taxpayers, and more bad hombres to get off the street, and I'll continue to do that. We're going to continue to get these criminals and these violent perpetuators of violence off of our streets. But I will tell you, what this country needs is not more Kristi Noem. What this country needs is you. We need you. We need you out there changing the hearts and minds of Americans. The conversations that you have. Go have conversations with people. Ask them questions why they believe what they believe. Listen to them. And then tell them about the great gift that this country is. May God continue to bless you. May God continue to bless this great country. And may God continue to bless President Trump as he leads us into battle and onward into freedom. Thank you.